6 chill, fool, for real, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're located at 8524 South Gracewood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. Our class times are Monday and Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And our Sabbath class, which you're in right now, is from 10 a.m. till we're finished answering questions and, the reading. We have another location out in Virginia. They're at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. And their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 7 to 9. And their Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. So check them out. If you're in the Norfolk area or surrounding areas, check them out. Drop in. They're having class right now. San Antonio. We have another school in San Antonio. They're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. They are having Sabbath class as well, the same time we are. Their weekday schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and they start at 7:30 and they end at around 10. All right. Another form of staying connected to the Word and still being fed wherever you're at, you can stay connected through the Blog Talk Radio. And you can reach Priest Mashaba, listen to Priest Mashaba, Tazapah, and a wide variety of other teachers. And that's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. And also on Sundays they have a kids class, so check it out. We have other YouTube channels that we like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. The 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Bible Show, the Israelite Media Corp, of course the channel that you're on right now, the San Antonio channel, and the Virginia channel. So like, share, subscribe, share them with your friends, your family members, people that you come across that you want to share the word with. Just drop them a YouTube video that will fully explain any questions or concerns that they might have about the Bible or about what's happening in our current world events. So use links, use the YouTube. It's very valuable. Use it while we can, right? We have Hebrew. We also have Fringed Up, the Fringed Up subscription, where you can get a custom headband, tunic, garment, whatever you like when it comes to looking righteous and coming back to our customs and our traditions. And you can find that at isbhbk.com/fringed up. Oh, and also the Fringed Up subscription, you can get a custom headband and shirt for $75, or you can get just a shirt, and that's for $35. You don't have to worry about going and getting fringed or getting the border blue and all that extra stuff. Comes already decked out, different decals on the shirt every month. And like I said, it's a monthly subscription, so it's just going to keep coming in every single month. Wow. So it's real dope. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we have the Hebrew Academy. Here in Houston, we have the Hebrew Academy on Tuesdays, and in Virginia, they have the Hebrew Academy on Wednesdays. And what the Hebrew Academy does, it helps brothers learn how to break down the scriptures, how to teach others, learn order and discipline when we're out street speaking or doing flyers. It gives brothers that want to step up and do more for the body an opportunity to learn how to do more. So if you're not in the Houston or Virginia areas, you can hit us up and we can send you to Google Meet, and you can join us if you're not in town. You can join us online. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047 or Priest Kwatazap at 303-557-8979. And please text only during class. Outside class hours, feel free to call them, hit them up, however you like. Call, text. All I ask is that you guys be respectful when you do hit up the priest. We have a business called Sweet Ambiance. Get your aroma therapeutic oils, your body oils, your cologne fragrances, your perfume fragrances. Hey, if you haven't gotten the oils yet, you're missing out on life. If you like smelling good, you got to get on Sweet Ambiance. And plus, everything that you buy from Sweet Ambiance, it helps support the school. So you get a little something, and you're actually helping the school at the same time. So check us out at sweetambiance.com. If you want to drop any donations, alms, or offerings, you can put that into the Wells Fargo account. The info should be there on the screen, or you can Zelle it to us. There's a variety of items that the schools do need, like pens, notebooks, apocryphers, Bibles, dictionaries, notebooks, whatever that you feel that would help support the ministry. You know, you can send those items. You can hit Priest Kwatazap up, and he'll give you a good address where you can send those items. And that's it for the announcements.
We got Purim coming up
Oh, yeah.
next month. So they got to update the date. It's next month in February. This is a old calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get a new calendar. But yeah, we got Purim, so I'm going to put that out there to remind brothers and sisters. But once we get the exact date, we'll let y'all know what we're going to be doing. But it is a high holy day, Feast of Purim. That's where we do like a gift exchange within the camp, the kids, each other. So once we get the details, we'll let y'all know. But we are just reminding you that's coming up in February. All right. It is a Sabbath, so we're gonna open it up with the prayers. Then we're gonna do the reading, and then we're gonna do the closing prayer. So I Imadium Panyawa Dum. Imadium Panya Padam. Let's rise and face the east. Let me borrow this. You know what? Here you go. Go ahead. Yep.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latan Lenoah.
Latan Lenoah.
A war.
A war.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Excuse me. A war.
A war.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. So the light represents wisdom, knowledge, understanding we obtain through the scriptures. You can find this in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16, which says, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba Shem Yahushai.
Ba Shem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananawa.
Latananawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Na'ataka.
Na'ataka.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as sweet savor. You can find this in Psalms chapter 141 and verse 2. Let my prayers be set forth, let before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba Shem Yahushai.
Ba Shem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananawa.
Latananawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Ba Shalom.
Ba Shalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Ayin Shah.
Ayin Shah.
Ayam Yom Yah.
Ayam Yom Yah.
Al Ahariam.
Al Ahariam.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Yabawa'ah.
Yahweh.
Izaria.
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 Yabawa'ah.
Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'ai Shah.
Shai Shah.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa Ratazah.
Wa Ratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shasha Wamar.
Shasha Wamar.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al. Yum Yad. Yad.
Yad.
Hashemash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakayah.
Hakayah.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Bala Yala.
Bala Yala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaria.
Yashemaria.
Makol.
Makol.
Rad.
Rad.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashia.
Napashia.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabawa'aya.
Wabawa'aya.
Ma'ai.
Ma'ai.
Excuse me. Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ayalam.
Wa'ayalam.
Aman.
Aman. So this is Psalms chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. By Shem Yahushai.
By Shem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Dumyad.
Dumyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Achad. This is the hero of Israel, which can be found in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. It says, "Hear Israel, the Most High power, the Most High is one."
It's the Lord's Prayer. Can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9 on down. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Quadash.
Quadash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak with Ka.
Malak with Ka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Razaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashemayim.
Bashemayim.
Latanadawa.
Latanadawa.
Latham.
Lacham.
Ko.
Ko.
Yawum.
Yawum.
Wasalak Nawa.
Wasalak Nawa.
Kabawak Nawa.
Kabawak Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Khabawak Yanawa.
Kabawak Yinawa.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Tabiyanawa.
Tabiyanawa.
Banasaya 1.
Manisaya 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Habashai Nawa.
Habashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Wa'ala.
Watapara.
Watapara.
La'ayalumyum.
La'ayalumyum.
Aman.
Amen. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. It's the 10 Commandments. Ha.
Ha.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
10 Commandments.
This is the 10 Commandments.
Number 1. La'a.
La'a.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Ahorium.
Ahorium.
Alpanya.
Alpanya. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
2. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Paso.
Paso.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
3. La'a.
La'a.
Talakwak'at.
Talakwak'at.
Shum.
Shum.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashua. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
4. Zakor.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabat.
Kabat.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa amaka.
Wa amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'a.
La'a.
Taratazak.
Taratazak. Thou shalt not murder.
7. 7. La'a.
La'a.
Tana'a.
Tana'a. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8. La'a.
La'a.
Tagana.
Tagana. Thou shalt not steal.
9. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Shakur.
Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'a.
La'a.
Takamad.
Takamad.
Ko.
Ko.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Aman.
Amen. Yeshabiam, which means be seated.
Huh? It's starting what? Mic? Oh, is it buffer?
No.
The Texan? Wait, what? Who is the Holy Ghost? Okay, so what is it, Ir Nava? What we do, we're gonna do the Sabbath reading, and then if you're still online when we're done, we'll answer your questions. All right. So you want to know after the reading. We got a structure that we go through. So we like to get the reading out, and then we like to answer the questions. So what you want to do, just be patient. Be patient, and we'll get to your question after we're done getting through this reading. Okay. Yeah, we love the questions. We don't shy away from them, but we do have a structure on how we go through our classes. All right. So what we're gonna do, like we always do, we're gonna salute up the first reader. For everybody online, anybody new, the Sabbath reading is broken up into 7 readers, 7 portions. Each brother comes up, states his registry, which would be his name, his tribe, his nation, He says it in Hebrew. He salutes in Yahweh Ba'Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakah. Okay? So let's salute up the first reader. Let's get the party going.
Magana War, Shabbat Shal, Yahweh Ban Yasharala.
Magana War, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yashala, Minister, I'm Madi. Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakah.
No.
oh, I'm back.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this as politely as possible. If you got questions, fine. But when you come on here and make false statements, you make yourself look foolish. Okay, so remember, if you got questions, we'll answer the questions. But when you start hopping on the chat and making statements, you're putting yourself in jeopardy of being blocked and not getting your question. That's false. Your interpretation of the scriptures is wrong, and we can show you that once we answer your questions. Where we at?
We are at Exodus chapter 10, verse 1.
Exodus chapter 10 and verse 1. So, who can recap what we've been going over for the last couple of readings? I'm one. Quick to the point.
Quick to the point.
Yeah.
Moses was born.
Right.
A new king rose up that didn't know the workings of Joseph and
Right.
what he had done. And basically, right now we're going through the first couple of plagues, which is the frogs, the lice, and the flies. And right now we're going into the other plagues because the Pharaoh's heart is hardened, and he believes he's God. His men are God. So that's it.
Right. So we're going through the plagues. Right now we're at is buffering. Buffing. Okay. Right. We're going through the 10 plagues. We already hit 8 out of 10. No,
7.
we hit 7 out of 10. So, you know, for me, the 2 best plagues are like 2 of the last. Most I say the best for last. So we're gonna go through the last 3 plagues, and you know that's gonna lead us in. You know, this reading is gonna lead us into the Passover, and reading about the Passover, the law of the Passover, amongst other things. So we're at Exodus chapter 10, right? So go ahead.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses,
Right.
Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart,
Right.
and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy sons, and of thy son's son, what things I have wrought in Egypt. And
Right. So read that one more time. That verse, what is that? 2, sorry. Yeah, read that one more time. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And that thou mayest tell in the ears of my son,
Right.
and of thy son's son, what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs, which I have done among them.
Right. So you see these things, Most High is letting us know. I'm doing these things so that you got a story to tell. You'll be able to tell your generations the goodness that I've done for you. All these signs, all these plagues, all these wonders were for your benefit. I'm destroying Egypt off the face of the planet for you. And for you only. And I want you to tell your children about it. I want you to tell your sons about it. I want you to give them this history. See, when we go through, when you learn like history, he was the first president, blah, blah, blah. You learn about all the great American hopes, all the great white hopes of America, but they don't teach you this history. They don't teach you the history that the Most High wiped out nations for the behalf of us, for the behalf of the so-called blacks and Hispanics. You see that? So the Most High was reminding us that we got to keep tight to our history and to the things that He's done for Israel. Go ahead.
That ye may know how that I am the Most High.
That you may know that I am the Lord. I am the power. Right? Egypt had gods. They were able to reenact and reconstruct through wizardry some of the plagues. But how powerful were their gods where they couldn't stop the plagues? Yeah, you could reenact it, but could you stop it? Could you stop the lice? Could you stop the boils? Could you stop the blood in the water? The frogs, can you get rid of them on your own accord? Remember we went to the scripture, call on your gods, let them save you? This is what the Most High, He was showing His power, that yeah, you can use sorcery and trickery, but can that power add up to my power, to my true power? And obviously, no, it couldn't. I would have said, listen, this is how you know Pharaoh wasn't all there. I wouldn't have said redo the plague. I would have said, listen, stop it. Right? I would have tried to mimic what was going on. Why would I add more blood on blood? I would have told them, listen, go ahead and change the water back to its normal, from blood back to water. Go ahead and get rid of the flies. Get rid of the lice. Don't create more. But you see, Pharaoh wasn't all there. Pride. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. And they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hell, and shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy houses, and the houses of all thy servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen.
Right, so he's talking about sending locusts in. He's talking about sending these locusts in to cover, just like the lice did, cover up the earth, cover up everything. The locusts were going to come through. But what do locusts do? They eat crops, they eat greenery. So they're a destructive force when they're in their numbers. Right? They're a destructive force. So what the Most High taking out livestock, taking out food sources, water sources, destroying the things that you need to live. Go ahead.
Since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him.
Remember, before this plague was what? Who remembers? What's that?
Hail.
It was hail mixed with fire, right? So the hail destroyed whatever crops were budded at that time. So now the locusts are coming through to destroy the rest, the remnant. Remember it said, what did it say? The corn didn't ear? Let's see here. Let's see. It says something about the corn and the wheat. Here it is. It's Exodus 9:31. It said, and the flax and the barley was smitten. You see that? For the barley was in the air and the flax was bald. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten. So there was still wheat and rye that the hail didn't destroy. So the locusts are going to come through now and clean it up. clean up the rest. You see that? For they were not grown up. Yeah, but the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. So they were still in the ground. So you can see, think about it. There's some time going through here. There's some time. For things to grow, it takes time. So there's time happening. Somebody asked, who asked last week about the time period? Right. So it doesn't give you exact time, like, oh, this is like a week after and a week after and a week after. But you can see that there was some time going for things to be grown. What would the locusts be destroying if everything was already wiped out by the hail? They'd have to come through and destroy something. So things had to grow up a little bit. Right. Then he would send the next plague in to destroy what was come up. Go ahead.
And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall these men be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Most High their power.
Right, Pharaoh's servant, he knew what was up. He's going to tell you right here that he was in a better mind state than Pharaoh. Watch, read.
Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed?
Yeah, he's like, you don't see it? You don't see that Egypt is destroyed? There is no Egypt. The first 7 plagues wiped Egypt out. His servants recognized it, but pride and stubbornness, it'll cause you to see what you want to see. Right? It tells you that rebellion is like the sin of witchcraft. Because what does witchcraft enable you to do? You can create what you want and see what you want. So Pharaoh was seeing whatever he wanted. He didn't see the destruction. He just seen like, no, I want these people to be my slaves, to be my servants. So his men are seeing it. They're seeing that, wait a minute. The Most High is, the people haven't been totally wiped out, but everything around them has. They're recognizing their own, he says it. Don't you see Egypt is destroyed?
Yeah,
right?
You gotta think about what Egypt was known for. They were only known for their crops. You understand? Like even at the time of the Romans were getting their wheat and their rye and all that stuff from the Egyptians. The whole known world was getting their crops from Egypt. So when you look at the things the Most High, is being put in the scripture, where it tells you those little details like the wheat and the rye were bold and stuff like that. What he did, the Most High's timing was to wait until harvest time, right? Because when you're a farmer, you're waiting for them little heads to pop up. You're waiting for them little wheat heads to pop up so you can go out there and get your crop, right? Make your money, make your bread, do all that, right? And right when it started to bowl, right when it started to put a little head on the flax and everything, Most High wiped that crop out. And he didn't destroy the other one because it wasn't grown up yet.
Right.
Y'all see that? He waited till that grew. Waved that in front of their face, like, yeah, you go get some wheat and rye at least. Nope. Here comes another one. Boom, wipe that out. Y'all see that? So their economy is being destroyed. And their food source. Y'all see that? What he's doing is he's knocking down Egypt as a world power. And that's what he's going to do here. This America is known as a world power. All the merchants of the earth come and get their stuff from here. So he's going to take them out the same way. As soon as one little thing crop up, boom, here come COVID. Oh, you ain't making money off agriculture no more because you're doing GMO everything? That's cool. I'm going to knock all your retail out. Can't nobody go to the mall. COVID. You know what I mean? Can't nobody gather in groups of more than 10. COVID. Right? Don't nobody even want to go out no more. So the Most High is taking this place out the same way. You know what I mean? You just got to be observant to see it. Pharaoh wasn't. You know what I mean? Just like all our people out there now. They still not seeing it, man. It's like, you can't see that this is exactly what happened in the Bible. That these things are exactly what Christ said was going to happen in the last days in Matthew 24. You can't see this. But why? Because they're still able to drive around a little bit. They're still able to buy things a little bit, right? They still got their little vaccinations that killed 29 people already. But they ain't telling you that in American news. They're gonna be telling you that in European news.
Absolutely.
But yeah, in Norway it killed like 29 people. The vaccination did.
Hey, Hank Aaron when he got the vaccine 2 weeks ago and died yesterday.
There you go.
Hank Aaron, the baseball player.
Dang.
Yeah, he really got the vaccine and got hit.
Got the vaccine and died.
I mean,
God dang.
that's what happens when you trust white people.
Get it on something else?
That's what happens when you trust your enemies.
Is he the one that they made the movie about?
No, that was
That
Jackie
was
Robinson.
yeah.
Who?
That was Jackie Robinson.
Jackie Robinson.
But Hank Aaron, come on, he's one of the best. He's one of the greatest baseball players, if not really the greatest. They always talk about Willie Mays. They always talk about fat ass Babe Ruth.
Yeah, he was a home run hitter.
Hank Aaron was up there,
Yeah.
but now he's not.
So maybe
Now he's not.
he's really up there.
Well, hey, he's somewhere, but he ain't here. Right? Yeah, and just like that, what I'm saying, he's knocking out that ecosystem, that economy, but also, like I was saying earlier, just to add back to it, the time. Obviously, if it takes time for wheat and rye and things to grow, right? So obviously there was some time. The Most High was being merciful. He didn't just hit them back to back to back to back to back like every other day, like how the movie shows you.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like the plagues happened all in 7 days. First of all, I told you one plague lasted 7 days.
Yeah.
Which was the first one, right? The blood in the water, that lasted 7 days. So and then he gave them a break. But now we're understanding that he gave them some time for that wheat, for that barley, for things to grow. He gave them some time, but really, it was the setup. That was the we read it Babylon and all that, but he said he said the snare, the trap is set or something like that. The snare.
Yeah.
Well, the trap was I'm gonna give you enough time for these things to grow, so I can just come back and destroy them anyway. But I'm giving you enough time so that you can't say I didn't give you no time. You can't say I was being unjust. So you see, the Most High, he does things in a certain way, but it's man, us, that we bring that destruction by not looking at things the right way. It always goes back to the pride. What level of pride is in you, and how does it obscure your vision on how you're supposed to move? All you have to do is just do what the Most High said. And his little crops would have grew. They would have had some things to sell and some things to eat, right? But he didn't do what the Most High said, so the Most High said, well, I'm going to take this out. I gave it enough time to bud. Now I'm going to just use it against you. So your own blessing could, didn't we talk about that before? How your blessings can turn into a curse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Here's a prime example. His blessings, the things that grow up, those are blessings. But then when the Most High comes and wipes them out, now you ain't got nothing. You're bare, you're butt naked. Right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just like how everything that y'all are hitting on, even the pride of America, the pride of Pharaoh and the Egyptians back then. Watch, just jump back to Exodus 8 and verse 19. Because there was a moment where they realized, the magicians, the sorcerers, they realized, just like here in America today, there's Edomites that realize. They'll come on, they're doing YouTube videos, TikToks, and Instagrams saying, yeah, we've messed up. The Bible is real. These things are happening now, and they're trying to break it down. They're blasting the Christian churches. They're blasting different religions. And it's the same thing that the Egyptians and the sorcerers were doing back then. But the pride of America will not concede. America refuses to concede. Watch, read what you got.
Exodus chapter 8, verse 19.
Go ahead.
Then the magicians said unto Pharaoh,
Read.
this is the finger of God.
They didn't say it was a finger of one of the gods. They didn't throw a plural. This is the finger of the harvest God. This is the finger of the water God. They said this is the finger of God. Singular. They weren't trying to make it one of their diverse gods. They were saying this is God. This is the one. This is the true power right here. Read on.
And Pharaoh's heart was hardened,
He refused to concede. Go ahead.
and he hearkened not unto them.
So even the Edomites in this country, America today, they're still trying to bring out, like, it's not, I'm not saying it's the majority of them, but there are nations that do bring out some truth. And they're like, look, we messed up. We've been taught lies, just like the scriptures say.
Oh God.
We're really the Edomites. We're really the cursed people. We're the ones that destroying the earth. America's going down because of what we've done. Just like here, the Egyptians say, hey, look, everything that's happening, this is the finger of God. It's time to concede. When the magicians and the sorcerers said this to Pharaoh, that was the moment he should have stepped back and said, maybe I should concede. But instead, he said, you know what? I'm going to go harder. What's going on in my mind is not going to loosen up, but I'm going to stand firm in my beliefs and go even harder than I was before. That's why it says his heart was hardened. He was more set in his ways. It gave him more of a reason to continue to fight even harder. Just like I was talking with a brother about Esau and their weapons. They go so hard at it. They're like, they want to make it sleek, concealed. They want to make up new weapons and new ways of killing. They want to make up new ways and prevent the coming of Christ. They want to build their space force, get with other nations and design plans to stop Christ and the angels from coming through, or when they do come through, how to stop them from overthrowing this world and the regime that's been going on for Lord knows how long. You got to see it. It happened back then. This was a wake-up call for Pharaoh, but he didn't concede. He didn't think. Instead of him saying, you know what, let me humble myself and recognize that this is the power of power. This is the Most High. He said, you know what? Nah, bump that. I'm going to continue on. They're not the power. I'm the power. And that's what Esau does. He's like, the Most High is not the power. I'm the power. Got to see it, man. Just correlating it with today, because they did have a chance. People are waking up. It was actually brought to him, but it says his heart continued to get hardened.
Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 8. And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve the Most High your power, but who are they that shall go? And Moses said, We will go with our young, and with our old, with our sons, and with our daughters, with our flocks, and with our herds we go. For we must hold a feast unto the Most High. And he said unto them, Let the Lord be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now ye that are men, and serve the Most High. For that ye did desire, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And the Most High said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail had left. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind unto the land all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth.
Remember, we talked about it last class about the spirit that the Most High created. He created things for vengeance. And that, you know, when it says there was none like them before or after, the spirit that was put on them to do their duty, to destroy, it was almost as if the animals were these disasters and things that were happening. It was almost like they were. It was almost like they had a mind of their own, where they were precise and direct on what they were going to do, the destruction. Remember, they moved with a purpose. They moved with in sync. They moved with a level of unity that you would think like, wait a minute, are they talking to each other? Wait a minute, how are they going directly for one thing? Yeah, the Most High put a spirit on them to destroy what He wanted destroyed. So if it was the hail, imagine being out in that field and the command was anybody caught in the field was going to die. So it was almost like that hail was tracking you down, like it had heat seekers on it. It was hail, but it was mixed with fire. Hail is ice, and then it got fire around it.
Yeah.
You would think, oh, it hits you, it breaks apart, and then you can put out the fire. You probably die from that fire because it broke apart, and then it just caused more fire all over your body because it wasn't normal. It wasn't the normal hail.
Like napalm?
Yeah, it was like a Molotov cocktail when it exploded on you, and it just burned you up, or it knocked you unconscious, or the hit from the how thick the ice was just killed you. But
That's not even anything that you could like do, create. Like
no,
that's definitely
that's-
from the Most High.
yeah.
Like
remember he said there was fire up by their feet, then there was fire mingled with the hail. Then it was just hail. It was regular hail, fire mingled with hail, and then fire on the ground. So think about that. There's a lot going on. So, you know, when he said it was none like it, you got to just put it in the mind that the Most High, he put a spirit on these things to be direct. It wasn't like, oh, just some random, oh, like this is just some random event. Some random locust just, what they say? What they say the other day? Some African locust blew. They got caught up in a hurricane and blew from Africa to America.
Kind.
Yeah, that's the Most High too, but this was more pinpoint, more direct, more concentrated focus on Egypt.
I seen a video the other day. You know, like them drive up zoos. Like you just drive in and whatever.
Oh, safari?
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
it's called, right? Safari.
Because, yeah, I'm about to go on safari.
Well, this lady, she popped out of the passenger side, and just chilling. A tiger comes and just like grabs her and takes her away, but like she died. Got her.
Yeah.
Wait, it snatched her out the car?
No, she was out of the car.
Oh, she was out of the car.
She went to the driver's side. She opened the door, and then she would have her back face to the tiger. The tiger just ran up on her, pulled her away. The man jumps out trying to chase the tiger. He said, "Nah, never mind. Let me go back in the car." But like she ended up dying. But anyways, I have a question. I just bring that up just because, you know, the spirit that's put on these things, like just manipulate. Like, damn, what did this lady do?
I'll give you one. There was one that they showed. They were hunting. It was like a couple. They were hunting lions, and they had shot the lion. And the dude had his back turned.
yeah, I see that.
And he was like trying to take a picture with the lion. And right from the corner of the camera, you see this little gold thing running up. And when by the time he turned around,
It's too late.
it was too late. You can only hear what happened. But he jumped, and then when that lion pounced, you're like, oh yeah, he's dead.
That's funny.
The Most High put us. The Most High is like, nah, you're not just gonna do this and then something is not gonna happen. Cause think about it. They had guns. They had weapons. That lion probably seen the other lion get shot. Ain't that what animals do? They see another animal killed, they run. Not that lion. He was about to go put out that revenge. But you had a question.
Yes. So Moses and Aaron are being directed and instructed by the Most High. Like, look, these are the plagues that are going to come before you. Did the whole nation of Egypt, before the first one, in the midst of all of them, Did the nation know that did the nation of Egypt and storm coming, get ready for it? Did they know about that?
Yeah.
Or were they just like, dang, another one?
No,
Dang,
there was
another
something.
one?
There was a warning that was given. There was a. I gotta find it now. There was a warning that was given. That now the direct plagues that were gonna happen now. Like, oh, I'm gonna hit y'all with lice tomorrow. In 6 months, I'm gonna hit y'all with locusts. No, that wasn't.
Oh, forecast.
Yeah, there wasn't no forecast.
Well, that's what Moses was doing. He kept going to Pharaoh first.
Yeah, but there was the first time he went to him. He told him that they were gonna play. They were gonna be plagued.
That's what I'm saying.
But there was no like direct. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like 6 months from now, I'm gonna hit y'all with locusts. You see what I'm saying? Or guess what? 10 years from, he did tell him. The one thing he did tell him, he said, I'm gonna kill your firstborn. He said, I'm gonna plague you and kill your firstborn. He told him that before any plague hit. I'm gonna let me find it. I gotta find it.
Now these thoughts are coming forth in my mind because, like nowadays, obviously the pride of America, when hurricanes hit or with COVID and everything like that, you have all these politicians and these governments and just coming forth like, oh, we're gonna do it. Like Joe Biden's thing when he was doing his campaign was like build back better, right? Mm-hmm. That was his saying. So now when a natural disaster comes forth, then you have the emergency response teams. Now, and this is just thoughts in my head because it's kind of playing it with America. Mm-hmm. But for example, when the crops got destroyed by the hail, I imagine that like, oh, there was this prideful Egyptian / American style of first responders, like, oh no, we are gods. This is us. This is our nation. Ain't nothing gonna come into our nation. Let's all build back better Egypt. And again, with those thoughts, it's like the scripture. There's that scripture that says that our second deliverance is gonna be greater than the Egyptian.
Right.
Kind of. So, I don't know.
Well, were you asking a question or you?
Well, I mean, kind of, yeah.
So, okay, give me the question one more time.
So, as a nation of Egypt, the people of Egypt, the population of Egypt, they were not forewarned, right?
Well, no, go here. Go to Exodus. Go to Exodus 5. Go to Exodus 5, read verse. It's Exodus. My bad. Damn, I just had it. Wow. Right, Exodus 4, read verse 23.
The book of Exodus, chapter 4, verse 23.
Read verse 21.
Verse 21. And the Lord said unto Moses, when thou goest to return into Egypt,
right,
see that thou do all those wonders.
The hand in the bosom. Right, go ahead.
Which I have put in thy hand. Mm-hmm. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn.
Go ahead.
And I say unto thee, let my son go, that he may serve me.
Right.
And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn.
You see that? So when did that happen? That was all the way. That was the last plague. Right. But he forewarned them. He told them, when you go, let them know this is what's going to happen. So yeah, there was a forewarning. There was a forewarning. Did he take heed? No, obviously not. You see that? Right? Go ahead. Where we at?
We are at Exodus chapter 10, verse 15. For they covered the face.
Hold on. How do we know the plague was what? How do we know the hail was ice? So there's a question on the hail. How do we know that the hail was ice?
9 and 24.
Okay, 9 and 24 what?
So there was hail.
9 and 24 what? What book?
Oh, Exodus chapter 9, verse 24.
Okay.
And so there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail. So
Right. So the scriptures tell us that it was hail. Hail is categorized as what?
Ice.
Right. If it was some type of rock or some type of thing other than hail, it would have said that. What happened in Sodom and Gomorrah? They said it was what? Let's go to Genesis 12 real quick. See, the scriptures is going to tell you. In Genesis 12, in the case of Sodom and Gomorrah, is it Genesis 12? No, Genesis 21, my bad. Right?
Genesis 19.
19, right. Right, Genesis 19. So, let's go over to what?
Verse 24.
Right, verse 24.
The book of Genesis, chapter 19, verse 24.
Right.
Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire.
You see that? So we know hail. We know hail is big balls of ice, right? Big balls of ice that fall from the sky. When does hail usually occur?
during a storm.
During a storm, but it's usually when there's extreme weather, an extreme weather change, right? It goes from very hot to very cool very, very quickly. When these two, they call them weather systems, meet, like I was telling you about, like Colorado, Kansas. It's Colorado, Kansas, and Nebraska. They kind of share the same weather. So it would happen late April, like April, May, around April and May, those 2 months. You start getting that nice weather. It'd be hot during the day, good little 80, 90s during the day, and then you look towards the west and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, it's dark. It'd be super dark. You look towards the way you look towards downtown Denver. No matter where you were, you look towards downtown, if you're on the east, and you would just see a wall of cloud. And you would know, okay, this is not going to be regular rain. And 50% of that time, it would start out as hail. It would start out as some nice little chunks of hail, and then it would turn into rain. So, we know hail as basically ice balls from the sky. Remember, he said it was going to be, this hail was not like hail that ever happened before or after. So to think that it was just some random meteor shower that hit Egypt, nah. If the Most High said it, if the Bible said it was hail, then it was hail. It's
Yeah,
buffering
most I
back.
know the difference between hail and snow, and
Is it
you
what?
can read all through the scriptures.
Right.
It'll show you.
Different weather.
If he's talking about snow, he says snow.
Yeah.
He's talking about ice, he says ice.
Brimstone, brimstone, brimstone.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. So, there's a reason. There's a reason why he did it like that. There's a reason why he did it like that. This is the ultimate. For this time, this was the ultimate display of power. I'm going to show the ultimate display of power. I'm going to trick you. I'm going to give you fire and water all in one instance. I'm going to give you fire and ice. I'm going to give you fire and ice in one instance. Come on. But he did it like that to show his power. So, yeah, it said hail. We know hail as ice falling from the sky. It wouldn't be meteor. It wouldn't be a meteorite or a meteor shower, because then meteors, right? What they say, meteors that would be just, they categorize that as rocks, right? A rock that has fallen into the Earth's atmosphere, so-called, right? It's broken past the firmament somehow. And then when it hits a certain part of the atmosphere, it starts to disintegrate because of the fall. And then they say things turn into fire when they hit the atmosphere. But remember, I'll just hit you with this. Nothing can go through the firmament from us inside the firmament. Nothing can go through that firmament going this way. Nothing is going to come through that the Most High don't want to come through. All that weather, right? All the rain and all that stuff. Remember when he said and I don't want to go too deep. But remember when it flooded in Noah's time?
Oh, fine.
He said he opened up the windows of heaven. Right? He literally had to and let that rain dump in at that level. Right? So where does the rain and all that stuff, where does it happen? It happens within this atmosphere. You see that? There's nothing falling through the firmament, cracking through the firmament every single day for it to rain. There's no meteorites going through the firmament for meteor showers to happen. I don't even believe that that's a thing. I mean, 'cause I don't believe in, we don't believe in space. Right? There's no space. There's no universe. There's no multiverse, right? This ain't the multiverse.
Doctor Strange.
There's no universe out there. There's no solar system out there. There's no solar system because the sun is within the firmament. The sun, the moon, the stars, the clouds, everything is inside the firmament. You see that? So everything that's happening is happening within. So we stick with if it's hell, it's hell. Brimstone is brimstone. The Most High is gonna let you know directly. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, read on.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 15. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees, which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field.
I gotta bring this out real quick, man. We're in Exodus what?
Exodus chapter 10, verse 15.
Alright, just a little rewind. When you go to Exodus 7:1, the Most High tells Moses, it says, And the Most High said unto Moses, See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Mm-hmm. It says he made Moses a god to Pharaoh, right? If you look up Thoth, right? They put him in the movie, right? Exodus, Gods and Kings and all that. Mm-hmm. If you look up Thoth and you read down, you gotta go way down, but it tells you that it says Artapanus of Alexandria, an Egyptian Jew who lived in the 3rd or 2nd century BC, euphemized Thoth Hermes as a historical human being and claimed he was the same person as Moses, based primarily on their shared roles as authors of texts and creators of laws. So I've said this before, that a lot of times they made our people gods to them. You know what I mean? We were seen as gods to them, and they would make their historical, or they would make their gods based off of some person we're reading about in the scriptures. Mm-hmm. So when you're reading about Thoth, who became in the Greek Hermes, who is today the Flash, right? You're reading about Moses, the messenger. Wow. That was bringing them the law. He was bringing them the law, because Thoth was supposed to be this lawgiver and this great writer of laws and everything like that. What was Moses? He was our lawgiver. He brought down the laws to us, right? Well, the Egyptians seen him as a god, started honoring him as Thoth, or what do they call him? Thoth, Trimegusis, or something like that. It's hard to say. His other name they gave him. And then the Greeks, they called him Hermes, which was their messenger god. Y'all see that? So a lot of these gods, these so-called gods, that's why the Most High said the gods of the nations are idols. Because all they did was idolize us and put us in a position of godhood to them. They did the same thing with Joseph. When you read about Imhotep, that's what his name was to the Egyptians. And they made statues of him, and he saved Egypt and from famine and did all these great miraculous things in the medical field and all that. That was Joseph. He was just a man to us, but to them he was a god. Moses, he was a prophet, a great prophet to us, but to them he was a god. And that's what the Most High said he would do in Exodus 7:1. I have made you a god to Pharaoh. What god? Thoth. But when you're watching on Exodus Gods and Kings as a black man with bald head, and they made him gay in that one. Why? Because that's how they wanted to represent Moses. That's the mockery Esau likes to put on our people. Y'all see that? See, they know who he is. Like I said, you can look this stuff up on Google now. They know who he is. We just finding these things out. They know his other names, his aliases, all this stuff. We just finding this out right now. You understand? So we looking in the scriptures and we looking at these things and we're like, damn, wow, I just put this together. Esau been like, we've been waiting for you to catch up, nigga. We've been mocking you as our regular passing conversation. You know what I mean? They make a movie lightly and throw Thoth out there as this faggot, bald-headed dude, right? And you like, oh, that's messed up. But you don't know how messed up it really is because you ain't reading. We ain't researching. You know what I mean? Then we catch up and it's like, wait a minute. I'm going to do Moses like that? You know what I mean? We got to read more. We got to study more. Look into these things. But, you know, this is something I came across the other day that, you know, he said he made him a god unto Pharaoh. And I was reading this, you know, checking this out about this Thoth character, these Egyptian gods. And boom, you find out they equated him to Moses. Y'all see that? Well, yeah, I just wanted to bring that out a little bit, man. But the Most High don't lie; His word don't go out void. If He say he gonna make him a god to Pharaoh, He made him a god, literally, to the whole of Egypt. To this day, they still worshiping Thoth over there. You know what I mean? They still worshiping Moses.
Thoth, Thoth.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees, which the hail had left. And there remained not any green things in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against the Most High your power, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin only this once, and entreat the Most High your power, that He may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Most High. And the Most High turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea.
Right. Let me jump in this real quick. Josephus, real fast. You know, we go here reference book. It's not the scriptures. It's a reference book. Okay.
God.
I don't want nobody to get nervous. Oh my God, he's reading other books. Right. So I am in. Because this is nice. It goes through the 10 plagues. You know how Josephus does it. It's his account, his historical account on these different things that happen in the scriptures. So I'm in book 2, chapter 14, section, like the bottom of section 4. If you got the blue book, It's page 74. So he said, after this, a tribe of locusts consumed the seed which was not hurt by hail. You see that? So right along what we were saying, whatever the hail didn't get, he sent the locusts through to pick up the pieces. So that to the Egyptians, all hopes of future fruits of the ground were entirely lost. It was an entire loss. I'm going to read section 5 a little bit. It says, one would think the forementioned calamities might have been sufficient for one that was only foolish, without wickedness to make him wise. See, so that correction to a man that was just a fool, you see these things happening, it was supposed to do what? The chastising was supposed to wisen you up, like, oh, let me move differently, right? Let me examine myself. We talked about that last night, right? In that Psalms 119. He said, I looked at my ways and I turned my foot towards the Most High. Right? Pharaoh was supposed to examine himself and say, wait a minute. Like he did. He said it, I've sinned. Right? He came to Moses and said, I've sinned this one time.
Yeah. This one time.
So he kind of partway examined himself, but he still didn't want to own up to what he was doing. You just got your whole country destroyed. So it showed that Pharaoh was beyond foolish, right? There was a level of wickedness in him that the Most High was either he was going to eradicate the wickedness or eradicate the people, right? So without wickedness to make him wise, to make him sensible, what was for his advantage. But Pharaoh led not so much by his folly as by wickedness. Even when he saw the cause of his miseries, he still contested with the Most High, and willfully deserted the cause of virtue. So now he's getting into this willful, like, I'm just going to be rebellious. I know what's going on. I know it's God. Y'all are telling me. But so what? I ain't letting them go. And if I do, I'm going to have different stipulations than what the Most High wants. You see that? I'm going to create my own stipulations on letting the people go. Yeah, y'all can go, but leave the children and the women. Right? Did he hit him with that?
Yep.
Then he's going to, oh yeah, y'all can go, but leave the cattle. Right? Leave the cattle because all our cattle been destroyed. So you don't leave y'all's cattle. We need that. You see that? So he bid Moses take the Hebrews away with their wives and children, but leave their cattle behind, since their own cattle were destroyed.
Yeah, because that's one thing they can't scientifically explain. They can explain like how the plagues got there and all that, but they can't explain how we was living right in the middle of Egypt in Goshen, not getting hit by none of that.
Right?
They can't explain that.
Yeah, that's wild, right? Because that's the Most High, man. It says, but when Moses said that, when Moses said that what he desired was unjust, since they were obligated to offer sacrifices since they were obliged to offer sacrifices to the Most High of those cattle. Watch this. And the time being prolonged on this account. Now it's going to go into the next plague. And we'll just read on in the scriptures and then we'll jump back. It goes into my favorite plague. My second favorite. My first one was the death. My second one was the darkness. Darkness, everybody. Darkness. Yeah, go ahead, read on. Where you at? Where does he end? At verse 25?
25.
Yep.
Verse 19, last precept. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt, but the Most High.
And this is how you know that it's the Most High. When he took the plague away, he eradicated the whole plague. It wasn't like, oh yeah, we got rid of the coronavirus, but then it popped back up.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, we wiped the coronavirus out, but then 6 months later, people are popping back up with a stronger strain. Ain't that what happened in China? Right? Ain't that what happened? Oh, Europe, they eradicated the plague, but now they got the super Rona that gets you sick. Like as you look at a person and you're sick. That's what they talk. They making it seem like as soon as you look at a person that got it, you'll catch it. So this is how you know it's the Most High. If he wanted the coronavirus to be wiped out, he'd just call back that wind.
That's true.
He'd call back that wind. He'd call back that destruction, and guess what? Coronavirus gone. But this is how you know it's the hand of the Most High, because no matter how many drugs, hydrochloroquine, what's the other one that they got the vaccine that they made out of now? It starts with a P. Not propofol. That's
Pfizer vaccine.
Pfizer. Yeah, Pfizer.
Vaccine.
That's the one that killed 29 people.
That's the one, right. But that one killed the 20-something people in Europe. But but isn't that the one that's paralyzing faces here?
Oh, facial
Yeah, well,
paralysis.
the nurse took it and they did an interview with her right after and she passed out.
She passed out.
Everybody.
Yeah. But that's the one that people are having allergic reactions
Yeah.
to.
It's the same one.
Yes, one had a mom was just
Hey, is that Esau from the company? Okay.
Bales palsy, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's having people having facial paralysis, that you're allergic, if you have allergic reactions, don't take this. Think about it. You come with all the vaccines you want. If the Most High wants that plague to sit on top of you, it's gonna sit on top of you.
Oh, you did it all right.
Somebody have your hand up. Yeah.
They're saying that the new strain of COVID that's coming in is not gonna. The vaccine that they started making, they started pushing, is not gonna work for the new strain of COVID that's coming in. They had an article on that yesterday.
Of course not. It's like the flu. It's like the flu. You got to get a new flu vaccine every year because the old one is obsolete, because the flu flips itself and it multiplies itself by the billions. So what happens is it makes a different strand every. Listen, they say it makes a different strand every year. I'll tell y'all something. It makes a different strand every person it touches.
Yes.
Every DNA that it touches, it makes a different strand. It's not yearly, it's by people. That's why people have different effects.
Yeah.
That's why coronavirus can hit one person and they can die. It hit another person, they can move around like they never had anything. You see that? It'd be like a walking pneumonia type of situation, because it deals with each individual's DNA. You see that? So it's not a yearly, like, oh, this is the strain of the flu. The flu changes when it hits something, a host.
Is that why the vaccinations, the flu vaccines, they don't really?
That's why they don't work.
work.
They don't work. They give you a similitude of the flu, right? It simulates the flu in your body, so that your body can try to grab some type of defense towards a generalization of the flu. But there's parts of it that it changes you and you change it. You see that? When the
That
flu goes in you,
vaccination won't have.
yeah, when the flu goes in you, it reads your DNA. Because it's a living organism too. So it goes in you, it reads you read it. So it takes information from you, you take information from it. You'll be able to defend against it, but it'll be able to defend against your defenses. When it hits the next person, what is it doing? It's taking what it read from you, from this person, from that person, then it hits him. So guess what? It read 3 different DNAs. I know how to beat you. So now he might catch the flu and be sick for 2 weeks, where the first 3 people were sick a couple of days. You know, you ever get that flu where your body shuts down for a day or 2 days, and you get the chills, you get the muscle aches, and you just get some rest, maybe some NyQuil or something, and then it's gone. But then how come the next person is down for two weeks? But now you got people dying because it's reading. Listen, the Most High, he knows what the hell he's doing. Right? He knows what he's doing. They want to be. Listen, Esau wants to be on DNA, like we can map the genome and we know about DNA. Okay, but I'm gonna show you the wisdom that y'all got is foolishness. I'm gonna give you something that deals with what you think you know, and it's gonna still beat y'all. So even on a DNA molecular, what we think level, the Most High still got us beat.
That's right.
You know, they have that CRISPR, where they can alter your DNA before you're born.
Yep.
And change how you are, and so they do it to make you immune to certain diseases and things like that. But just like Quatazop is saying, bringing out, they do this to make you immune to a certain disease, but then all that disease does, when it hits you, it learns that, and then it's going to be over. It's going to be even stronger disease like let's say one of these designer babies came out, and they've been CRISPR. It's called because the thing it's an acronym. It's CRISPR. They've been genetically altered. So when the time comes and it hits that person, and then it moves from, and then it learns how to, from it being immune to this person, and then moves to someone else. Now it's a super bug. It's a super virus, and it hits the regular person that hadn't had the CRISPR, or they've been born naturally, created naturally. Bro, it's gonna wreak havoc. It's gonna be worse than coronavirus, and it's gonna be just regular flu.
But that's why, you know, in the creation of like antibiotics, that's the worst thing that you could have done was create antibiotics, because they put antibiotics in everything, so now the body is immune. The more antibiotics you have in you, when something does hit you, it becomes immune also. To the antibiotics, and now you got to come up with stronger antibiotics. Like, you know, back in the day, I'm gonna let you come in, Benaiah. Back in the day, you know, a cat might have got hit with a little gonorrhea, right? All you do, you take some penicillin,
Yep.
and you're good. Now, gonorrhea can kill people. Somebody who died from gonorrhea, some actress. It was like a UTI or something. I don't want to say she had gonorrhea. She might have, but it killed her. It killed her right over to Christmas. She died of a UTI. Like, who's dying from UTIs? Nobody, right? Nobody should, but the level of antibiotics and anti-this and antipsychotics that people are taking, it's when diseases go in your body, it maps out the antibiotics in you. It maps out all that stuff. It reads you. And it says, oh, okay, well, we can get past this. And it backdoors, and then you get sicker, and you hold with diseases longer. Right. The common cold is what, 7 days? Niggas be having a common cold for like a month now. Yeah. I mean, you're not supposed to have a common cold for more than that's what they said, right? Right. But now the common cold is lasting 2 weeks. You got 3 weeks of runny nose, 3 weeks of coughing.
Yeah.
Because the diseases are getting stronger, and the things that we put in our bodies is making the diseases. It's a catch-22. You put the medicine in you, the man-made medicine in you, and it's supposed to help, but it actually helps the diseases. Yep.
So does that weaken the natural immunity that the Most High created in our bodies?
Oh yeah, because He definitely gave us natural defenses, like the nose hairs. I'm gonna show you. Nose hairs, right? Mm-hmm. That's because you know when you breathe in, you know when you blow your nose and you get boogers. You know what boogers are made of? Mucus. Okay, what else?
All the stuff that has been accumulated in you.
Yeah, tell me what's in the air right now. You know what's going up in my nose right now? His dry skin cells, right? All our skin cells.
Sounds gross.
Dead bugs. Microscopic particles. So when you blow your nose, you get mucus in your nose because it's clogging up that pore, so that all this people's skin, filth, dirt, anything that you smell. I'm gonna tell you. So I'm gonna tell y'all something. If you smell a fart, you know what's going in your nose?
Yeah.
Someone's poop, literal particles. That's the only way you can smell things. The particles from that thing is going in your nose. So when you smell poop, somebody's poop is going in your nose. It's filthy. But you have defenses. The nose hair, the cilia, the mucus, it builds up and then you gotta blow your nose. Like, y'all notice that every time I come in here, my nose, I gotta blow it? There's something in the air that's affecting it's triggering the defenses that my body is naturally have. So I start to mucus up. Then I gotta blow my nose because there's something in here that floats around that affects my nostrils, right? So that's your body's defense. That's one. You got that, and then you got all these different defenses that your body's skin. Your skin is a defense. Your ears, you have the ear wax. It builds up so things don't get in your ears.
The hairs.
Think about it. Yeah, hairs in the hairs on your body help things from not penetrating your skin. you know, things getting on your face, things growing on your head. That's why you have hair. It helps to protect, right? But if I inject myself with something and go right to the bloodstream, I've just surpassed every defense.
Yeah.
So I never give my body a chance to really build up an immunity to anything. If you put it in the bloodstream, that's it.
Wow.
Anything that, why you think juicing, you know, when you juice fruits, it's the quickest way for it to get into your blood. So it's the quickest way for you to feel it, because there's nothing for your body to break down. Your body digesting food is a form of defense. You break down the wrong food, what happens? You get a stomach ache. Your body won't continue to break it out. It'll just diarrhea or vomit. Diarrhea and vomit is a defense, right? Flu is a defense. But when I go to the blood, like if I took alcohol, a beer, and put it right in my bloodstream, it'll kill me.
Yeah.
Your kidneys are a defense. It's a filtration. But if I surpass my defenses and go right to the source, I'm never giving my body the natural ability to build up defenses. So that's why when you go, they tell you go get a vaccine. Why you think as soon as you take a vaccine, you get woozy, sick, lightheaded right off the top? Yep. You surpass every defense the Most High gave you naturally, and you went right to the source.
The funny thing is, as fast as the virus is mutating, they're trying to rush these vaccines, and the thing that it's killing people. The vaccine is killing people fast.
Yeah.
So, and the antibodies in the vaccine only last 3 months. So many times with the new updated version of Corona, and then you're gonna have to get different shots, and you're gonna have to get shots every 3 months.
Yep.
Because the antibodies only last 3 months.
Yeah, because your body is not. Think about it. When you build up antibodies to something, those are in your body forever. They're supposed to be in your body. They're an antibody. They're supposed to be in you.
Like white cells.
Yeah, they're supposed to be a part of your DNA now. So how can I have antibodies that only last a certain amount of time? And I got to go back and get the antibodies because I didn't give my body a chance to create these things naturally. You see that? I didn't put the right thing. You know, you create antibodies off the food you eat. We talked about it before.
Yep.
The food you eat create antibodies to all the filth.
So when they were saying like, if you got the Rona early, they wanted you to come in and check to see if you had the antibodies.
Because they want to take your blood now.
Yep.
They want to take your blood. This way they're going to make, see the and we're getting into a whole different talk, but the shot they're giving you is an RNA shot. The shot they want to give people is a DNA shot. It's just like when they came up with the hepatitis B vaccine. You know what that's made from, right? Hepatitis B was made from blood, but it was made from the blood of AIDS, people that had AIDS. So when they were giving people hepatitis B shots, they were giving them AIDS.
Is that why it breaks down your liver?
Hepatitis B?
Yeah, because my sister and my mother had it. They did something to their liver.
Well, I don't know why it does what, but what I'm trying to show you is that people that beat hepatitis, some of them had AIDS. Yeah. So they were like, well, they beat hepatitis, let's make a vaccine off of their blood. But they were giving AIDS out.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, but so you beat hepatitis, but now you got a long-term terminal disease. You see it, and you can. But they were doing a DNA. That's why they tell people to give blood.
Yeah.
Why do they tell people to give blood? They want the antibodies. They'll build a vaccine off of your blood.
But that isn't that from your DNA? So how does it help another person who has a completely different DNA?
Well,
I don't get it.
Through science and through all that stuff, they'll figure it out. It's just like if somebody transplanted a lung, or a heart. Does it always take?
No.
Yeah, because it don't belong in that body.
Right.
But they find ways for it to take. They give you certain medications for that vessel to take to your body.
That's breaking down your immune system, though.
What is?
Whenever they put a foreign object in your body, they have to break down your immune system for it
for it to take.
For it to take.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
You're more susceptible to sicknesses.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah. They wipe out your immune system, then they give you medication. They keep you isolated. You build back up your immunity, and then that's what it takes. But if it was easy as just sewing on somebody's heart into your chest, then it would be 100%. But it's not 100% because it's not supposed to go like that. You see what I'm saying? Because the DNA and all that stuff. So yeah, they use blood to make vaccines. That's what they want to do. They want to use blood to make the next vaccine. Right now, everything's synthetic. It's all lab made. They synthesize all these different proteins. It's synthetic protein that they attach to your proteins. You just gotta look into it. RNA, the difference between RNA, DNA, vaccines. But how did we get here? We got here because we're talking about the plagues, and if the Most High wanted to eradicate a plague, He'd do so.
Yes, sir.
Right? So going back, when He said every locust was gone out of Egypt, every locust was gone. It wasn't like this locust was lingering and he laid eggs and then 10 more thousand locusts appeared. The Most High put His hand on it, he killed the plague. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 20.
Right.
But the Most High hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharallah go. And the Most High said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yasharallah had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moses.
Oh, God. So, the darkness, he stepped out on his favorite part, one of his favorite parts. But when you go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, and it goes into what was happening in this darkness. Where do you want to start? Let's start at verse 1.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, and verse 1.
Go ahead.
For great are thy judgments, and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred.
Read.
For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation,
It's talking about when they thought to oppress us here in Egypt. Go ahead.
they, being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness.
It says they were prisoners to this darkness. Now, when it starts going into the description of what was happening in this darkness, you think you were watching a scary movie, a horror flick. Read on.
And fettered with the bonds of a long night,
Go ahead.
lay there exiled from the eternal providence.
Read.
For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness,
Read.
being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions.
It said they were troubled with strange apparitions. They were seeing things in the dark. It was like a little, like that, what's the girl in the ring? The girl in the ring, with the white dress and the long black hair. You don't see nothing else. It's completely dark, and you see her.
That's horrifying, man.
Looking at you. You see, you think that you just seen someone pass by and it's like, did I really just see that? It said strange apparitions. It was something weird, out of the ordinary. Like the hunting type stuff.
God.
You gotta picture it in your mind.
That's right.
Because when the scripture says strange, apparition, like what's an apparition? It's like some type of ghost.
Right.
They're seeing ghosts, but it said it was darkness. They didn't see nothing else. They said they were prisoners to this darkness. A long night. Read.
Verse 4. For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but noises as of waters falling down sounded about them.
So not only did they see like an apparition, strange apparitions, they would hear this single solitary drops of water. No noise. You know when you're in complete silence? They see the apparition and they hear ting.
Torture.
That's torture.
Ting. And it's like, what is it?
Right. Who's there?
Where is it coming from? Oh my God!
Ah,
Oh my gods!
Some brush
They're
past
Egyptians,
you.
so they call on all the gods.
Rah! Got him hard.
It said like a water drop. Watch, read on.
falling down sounded about them, and sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances.
Sad visions. Oh. Because they got the apparitions, right? The apparitions are like, oh, they help me,
Right.
bro. But they don't. It's in complete darkness.
Oh, see, you stole my scriptures.
Oh yeah. I had to hit it while you was gone.
Yeah,
You
dude.
stepped out on your favorite part. As soon as they say
Yeah.
darkness, you walked out the door.
Oh, man.
It's terrible.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Where we
Oh,
at?
but you had your hand up. I'm on.
Con, that's it. This don't. When you read this, this has that movie, The Prince of Egypt.
Yeah.
Has no. They're walking around little candles,
Con.
cartoons and stuff like that. So, man, they had nothing compared to what you read here.
Oh, it's
Yeah, none of them did it justice. The Ten Commandments, Prince of Egypt, none of them. What's the
God,
other one?
Exodus, Gods and Kings.
yeah.
Is that what it was? Exodus, God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Christian
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale,
Yeah,
the best
everybody-
Batman.
Everybody was British.
Yeah. Christian Bale is the best Batman. Don't cap.
He was.
Don't cap. All right.
Michael Keaton was the best Batman. Everybody knows.
So like.
I like Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
No, sir.
Oh man. Anyway, let's read on. Because this is young guys, man.
Had Robbie.
You might as well say the new dude from Twilight is the best Batman.
Hey, no.
Val Kilmer with the nipples?
Yeah, like he had
The
nipples.
Batman suit.
Yeah, like straight up. Nipple indents. Come on, bro.
Yeah, read on.
Where we at? What verse?
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
No power of the fire might give them light.
Con, just like you were saying, number one in the movie, they was walking around with the candles, but they could try to light something, but ain't no light coming from it. Imagine that. You light up a candle, and all you see is the light. Then you see just the candle, the flame, but you don't see no light emanating from it. And you can't take the candle and go like this and see something. It's still dark.
Oh, you talking about like a lighter or something? These guys had torches back then, man. You talking about a full-on flaming torch you couldn't even
That
see.
you couldn't even see.
Con.
You couldn't even feel the heat.
Yeah.
That's how thick the darkness was.
Felt
Darknesses.
But it was worse than that. You going to Wisdom of Solomon, right?
Yeah,
That's where we at.
Yeah, we're at.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where we at. Yep. Go
What's
ahead.
Real quick question. If it goes off the topic, then it's alright. But in the beginning, in Genesis, when it says and then there was darkness, there was no form in all darkness.
Mhm.
Was this the type of darkness? Like you couldn't see nothing? Well, we could answer it later, but
I mean,
because as we're reading in the Apocrypha, like you can't even see that light like that. And Most High is like, yo, I'm shutting everything up. I'm shutting everything up to where you can start hearing things, you can start seeing things,
Yeah.
not what you want.
Yeah, see, that darkness the Most High was in at the beginning, he said, let there be light, and there was light.
mhm.
This darkness,
They trying to create light.
you try to make light, and there ain't no light. You can't even light this darkness up. They're like Christ said, man, my Father's house are many mansions. There are dimensions of matter and antimatter and things like that physics will talk about that we ain't even imagined yet, and the Most High plays with it like toys.
I believe it.
You know what I mean? There's stuff scientists ain't even discovered yet that the Most High been playing with since the beginning. So when he made this darkness, this is like, You know, you got different types of darkness. You know what I mean? Like I just found out there's a color that's like the blackest black that they won't sell it to any they won't sell it to this certain artist because he made an artwork out of it and they tried to trademark it. But they made a black that's like the blackest black.
It has no white in it.
Yeah,
it has no gray.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
It's like a gray scale.
Yeah,
because black is like a gray scale.
Yeah,
that has like light in it.
Now you think of that. We just discovered that in 2,000 years after Christ been born, right? We just discovered that on coloring paints, right? The Most High got different stages of matter where he could hit you with a darkness that could be felt, and you can't even make light in that darkness. Or he can make a darkness that you can make light in, or he can make a darkness, you know what I mean?
That you can see in,
right?
You don't need light in.
He can make a darkness in the light where you got a shadow. He been playing with that since the beginning.
God.
And science, and Stephen Hawking, he just discovering it. You know what I mean? He barely finding out about these things.
Think about it. Black, black, black. Like, I got 3 shades of black right here.
Like just from the vest to the shirt.
Yeah, the vest to the shirt. And, it, you know, obviously different materials. But there's different shades of just black, of dark. You see that? So, like I'm saying, the Most High, his level of dark, what he was dealing with when there was a void, this is a different level of dark than what he put on the Egyptians.
God. Verse 5. Neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night.
Remember, this was Egypt. This was all the way back. There was no street lights and cars with headlights and skyscrapers going up. You know, when you're in the city, what happens? The stars are not as apparent.
You get that ambient light.
Yeah, but as soon as you drift out, what happens? Oh my God, I didn't know there were so many stars in the sky. You know how many stars you don't see just standing in front of this school?
Yeah, light pollution.
Yeah. You know how many stars you don't see just being in the city? Travel 10 miles outside the city and you look up. You would think the sky was a glow ball.
Yep.
Because there's so many stars out there. It's crazy. So imagine the stars couldn't even give the moon itself, the light that it gives off.
Well, see, we're thinking this happened at nighttime. The sun couldn't light this.
Yeah.
The sun didn't like this, man.
Yeah.
You got to think it's a miracle. It's kind of a miracle you get a darkness like this at nighttime, but you can explain that. What about when it's broad daylight?
When it's daylight,
it's 12 noon and you go outside and you can't, you don't even know you outside. You still locked in the closet somewhere.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, think about it. You would imagine that the plague lasted some time.
Yeah. That's true. Because how do you know? Because it said in the land of Goshen there was light.
Yeah.
So this happened in the daytime. See, you got the movies. Get the movies out of your brain. They misinterpreted everything for the movies. Read the scripture. The scriptures is telling you what happened. In the land of Goshen, there was light. That means this happened in the daytime. Right. Y'all get that? This was a miracle. This was of the Most High. He had to make it so this is the Most High. This ain't nobody else. This ain't no coincidence. This ain't science. This is Yahweh. Y'all see that? This happened in the broad daylight, man, where your light is cut out. All light is cut out.
Beautiful. Right. So, I mean, it was day and night. If the stars are out, the stars couldn't even light them up. So it's both. It was both. So when you thought that, oh, is this the nighttime? And this is supposed to be dark? But now it's the first hour of the day and the sun is supposed to be rising? And you like, wait, why is it still dark? Why is it darker than usual at this time?
The things that's happening in Wisdom of Solomon. You like, damn, well, maybe when the light comes out, when the sun comes out,
yeah,
these voices will stop. And these
the
water will stop. You know,
the water dripping.
Because you know how little kids are, right? You know, they see the scary guy in the closet. They like, you know, they turn the light on real quick, right? That's what you used to do when you was a kid. Oh, the light will save you. Right?
The light of safety.
You wait for the sun to come up. Like,
Hey,
you
my
should
brother.
go away when the sun come up.
The light does save you.
God, it
The
does.
light
You
does
guys talk
save you.
about Jesus, my brother?
The light does save you. You step into it.
God.
So children had it right. Them niggas had it wrong. Because, yeah, listen, the sun comes up, we're going to be fine. You got worse.
I mean, it makes sense now. It just even as you said to like take the movies out of your mind, but like in the northern hemisphere, where it's like dark for a long period of time. I mean, we can believe that because we can see it and there's news and there's movies about it and stuff like that, and that's actually happening. But so if the Most High could do that, obviously, the Most High could just send a heavy massive amount of darkness, and then where you can feel it. Oh my God.
Yeah, but see, and that's what I'm saying is this was a whole different level because, you know, you get that 6 months of darkness in Alaska and stuff like that. Cool, but you look up, there's Aurora Borealis. You know, you got lights in the sky, you got sun, moon, whatever for 6 months. They didn't have nothing.
A lot of torch. In Alaska, you can turn on the lights. You can flip a light switch, you can light a light. Yeah, it was different.
Like, imagine the level of darkness darker than when you close your eyes.
Yeah, because when you close your eyes, you can see all the little, whatever eye particles that you find.
You know, the best thing, have you ever heard of sensory deprivation?
No.
You ever heard of those sensory deprivation things? Well, it's if you watch Daredevil, he has one.
They
He
blindfold
lays in the water, blindfolded, and then he shuts that thing so it's just black and then no sound. Yep. Because he has to shut himself off of sound because he can hear everything, right? Right. So imagine that. That's Egypt at that point. No other. You're not being able to sense or see or anything. But you do get to hear the things the Most High wants you to hear, which was terrorizing. Did y'all read that part yet? The stuff that was happening?
No, we're about to read down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He give you the head nod like he approves what I'm doing. I'm talking about my son. That's hilarious. Let's read on. Yeah, he walked in like, you're doing a good job, Dad. Keep the party going. First of all, you late, son. Where we at? Somebody pick up Wisdom of Solomon. Somebody, anybody. Don't wait
Verse
for
6.
him. Next time, just go. Go
Wisdom
ahead.
of Solomon, chapter 17, and verse 6. Only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight they saw not.
So you can't see the torch you lit, but you can see this light that came out of nowhere that you didn't have nothing to do with. This fire that just started and you didn't do it. That's some scary stuff. I'm holding the torch. I can't see it. I can't feel it. But there's a fire from coming across the room, coming toward me. And I didn't light it.
You was hoping for a fire that bad, you can start seeing mirages.
Dang.
It wasn't a mirage. Go ahead.
Strange apparitions.
Read on.
As for the illusions of art and magic, they were put down, and their vaunting in wisdom was reproved with disgrace.
Yeah, so all the magicians. See, now Pharaoh was going to them like, hey, create some light. Go ahead and create light. And they couldn't do it.
Yeah, because y'all forget, man, you know, read that ancient technology of the gods. They had batteries. They had light bulbs. Egypt had that stuff. They had already created that a long time ago. Batteries, all that stuff. They knew this. They had all that stuff. We had made that stuff in Egypt a long time ago. It's carved in the walls. So clicking a light switch was like you would do today. Like, how come the light won't come on? You know what I mean? Or lighting the torch. You know what I mean? If that's what it took, you lighting the torch, you ain't feeling it, you ain't seeing it. But all of a sudden, light comes from a fire that you ain't lit.
17.
Yeah, you got to be reading this stuff. Now read that again.
As for the illusions of art and magic, they were put down.
Illusions of all that ancient technology they had, that was put down. You couldn't click the light switch. You couldn't get your giant generator or whatever they had back then. It didn't work. It was all put down. All the technology here is going to be the same way.
Wow.
They're going to be using all that technology. It's going to be put down. That's why I was looking at Revelation 16.
What you mean?
All this stuff's going to happen again. The water's turned into blood. The boils on man and all that. It's all going to happen again. And they're going to get prideful and act like they can fight that. Like the plague they got now, COVID. They're like, oh, we can fight that. Everybody go back outside. We got super COVID. But yeah, the Most High still got you. Y'all see that? But yeah, he said the illusions of art magic, they were put down. Man. All the technology got put down. Go ahead.
And their vaunting in wisdom was reproved with disgrace.
Yeah, all that pride they had, thinking they, oh, yeah, we got this. We'll just invent lights, or we'll just use the battery. No, it didn't work. Nothing worked. Your power's out. Your lights are out. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
For they that promised to drive away terrors and troubles from a sick soul were sick themselves of fear.
Yeah, like the people that's supposed to heal you, they sick.
It's like going to the dude that's supposed to be like, he's the fighter. And like, I need you to fight for me, but he's nervous. He's like, nah, I can't fight him. He's scared.
Right.
They're priests. They're magicians. They were the ones that were supposed to instill strength into the people and cast out demons. But they had demons on themselves.
Probably because they was mad at Pharaoh, man. They was the ones telling Pharaoh, hey, you ain't gonna let these people go.
Yeah.
Remember, this was all on one man. This was all on Pharaoh.
Yeah.
All the other people had abandoned Pharaoh at this point. It was like, let them go. Mm-hmm. This was all Pharaoh's pride, man. So when he said all that was put down, the people that were supposed to heal you was sick themselves. Yeah, they were sick. They had spirits on them. They was mad at Pharaoh. You know what I mean? Hating the Hebrews, all that.
Yep.
Because they just wanted to get out from under that suffering, man. But there wasn't nothing to save them, man. Thoth wasn't doing nothing. You know what I mean? Amun, Ra, Geb was over there sucking on himself. I mean, look it up. Atum, same thing. You know what I mean? Heru was banging Seth. You know what I mean? So they was busy. None of those guys can sing.
Very good. Go ahead.
Worthy to be laughed at. For though no terrible thing did fear them, yet being scared with beasts that passed by, and hissing of serpents, they died for fear, denying that they saw the air.
You know why it's funny? Because these things weren't really there.
Right.
That darkness was so grave, it's like your worst fears came out. And you died from just your worst thought. Like, you heard, oh my God, there's a snake. There's a snake in the room.
Wow,
right? There's a wild beast. Like, where'd the wild beast disappear from? Just like that flame just would disappear. You would now go into the depths of, you ever hear of a person dying from fear?
Yeah.
Like, you scared to death? It's a real thing. But we seeing it here, they were scared to death.
You know,
it was really the conjuring up of the things that the mind can come up with. Yeah. And then,
I was gonna say this though: when you read Job and you find out about how hell is supposed to be, this is where they were. He said it's a place of no light, just confusion. You know what I mean? All the terrors and all these things that Job was talking about. This is what Egypt was going through, man. No light, nothing. They were confused as hell. So you gotta imagine the Most High just opened them up to this whole other dimension of life, just for them, because we was good.
Yeah.
In Goshen, there was like our cattle was grazing in the fields. We was coming home from work, kicking back. You know what I mean? Like, how was work today? Oh, I didn't really have to go because all the Egyptians is pissing on themselves for some weird stuff that's happening just to them.
Right.
Like, you imagine you go to work and your boss is just sitting there shivering, like, can't see hearing things, pissing, just everywhere.
But you can see them.
Yeah, you're like, what the hell's your problem?
Yeah, because the Most High ain't really have to open us up to that hell. He just opened up the Egyptians to that hell.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you like, what's wrong with this nigga? You know, like, what's going on with him? He crazy. He was literally driving these people insane and putting them through hell while we was good. That's the miracle they don't want to tell you about, bro. Like I said, they want to try to explain. Even when you look it up in the Googles and you watch the movies, they're trying to subtly explain away the miracle of this. But when you're reading the actual story, you're seeing where the miracle's at, man. That, wait a minute, damn it, this ain't happening to the Hebrews. We're living amongst them. We're having to go to work and still trying to stomp straw into bricks, right? And we can't report to work because our boss is over there doodling on himself in a corner. You understand? We're back at home chilling now. We're back in Goshen, light, cattle, wives, kids, living it up, eating off our old store, and they're starving to death. Cattle's gone. They're afraid of nothing. What looks to us, they're afraid of nothing. But to them, they're seeing the whole dimension of hell opened up. Come on, man. What's that?
Bringing up like scared to death and everything like that. There was a passenger on Titanic, right? His name is Alexander James Littlejohn. They had two pictures of him. The first picture is when he boarded the ship. His hair was like dark and everything like that. And after, like all his hair was completely white, but just in the sense of like all the fear and the stress and everything that he had to go through. Like his hair 6 months later was all completely white. So I'm just imagining like, yeah, there's people who were scared of death, but the people who survived it, PTSD, and then just surviving all the other plagues, like, oh my God, these dang pharaohs.
You know, y'all thinking that hairstyle that they show you on the movies with them all bald was a hairstyle. Nah, that was from the lice. Just like when y'all watch the Renaissance movies and they walk around with their powdered wigs on, that was from lice. The Egyptians would just shave their hair off for lice and wear wigs and stuff like that. But when those lice hit, the Most High hit them with, and those flies and all them plagues, that wasn't a hairstyle no more. That was just that's how you living. You know what I mean? Everybody looking like a damn cancer patient in Egypt. And so to justify it, just like they do here, right? Just like, you got, especially our women, they justify their hair falling out by what? Throwing the wigs on, right? Trying to make it like it's the style, right? That's what you're getting in the movies. They try to justify the plagues and the corruption that was happening in Egypt by making it like it was the style. You know what I mean? That way they could eliminate the Most High touching their ass up out of this whole thing, man. They try to eliminate the Most High out of all of that. But that wasn't a hairstyle, man. These cats was losing their hair from the lice, losing their hair from fear, like you just talked about with Titanic. That was another form of hell the Most High put people through, man. Imagine you on the Titanic, it's all black, right? All you got is the stars in the sky. And then you go to fire a flare because the ship is sinking. But the flares are the flares, they're white flares. They're not the flares that tell other people that you're in danger. They're the flares that tell people we're having a party and it's going to happen all night. Good. The white flares don't tell people you're in danger. The white flares tell people we're partying. So you go in and the ship's sinking, people screaming all around you. People are dying in the lower decks because it's all sealed off. They sealed all the black people and servants and stuff like that down in the lower decks, so they're drowning and dying and screaming and all that. And then you go fire a flare, somebody's going to save me. Oh, that's the party flare. And all the flares are party flares. But that's what man did to man. That's a setup man did to man. This came from the Most High. What we're reading about came from the Most High. So if you could think, you're thinking of the hell that man can put on another man, like what happened on Titanic, and then Remember, as the Most High's ways are higher than our ways, as the heavens are higher than the earth. So his imagination of how to torture people is way beyond sinking some niggas on a boat. You know what I mean? So now you in the darkness and you think you gonna light off any kind of flare, and you don't even hear the sound. You don't see the flare go out. You know what I mean? You don't see nothing to signify you're in danger happening, because all you got is blackness that you can feel. I love the Most High, man. He got a sense of humor.
God.
That's why it said in there, worthy to be laughed at. You know what I mean? Because the stuff was humorous to us, but it wasn't humorous for them. That's where they had it.
No, I was just on what you're saying about that Titanic sinking. That idiot got it sunk on his ship because he stood there and said, God can't even.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he destroyed himself.
They idiot got it all killed on his mouth.
It happened to the Beatles too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they said they were bigger than Jesus. Next thing you know,
That's true.
dropping dead and stuff. Where you at?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and verse 10. They died for fear, denying that they saw the air, which could of no side be avoided.
Look that up. You can die from fear. You can die just from fright. You got people that jump off a building and die before they hit the ground. You die before just being scared, your heart stops.
People die on roller coasters.
Yeah.
Fear. And rides and amusement park, they die from.
But imagine, what are they seeing? Because it didn't say he didn't get to that part yet. He ain't even throwing them off of buildings or nothing like that. They're just dying from the things they were seeing. What the hell are they seeing that will make a man drop dead? I mean, because I think of this about how the angels must be fearful looking, because David killed Goliath. Goliath was, he was, 6 cubits in a span. He would have been at least 12 feet tall. Mesopotamian cubit is 2 feet, so you multiply by 2. He was 6 cubits in a span. David killed him as a boy. No fear. But when the angel was at Arunah, over the Ark of the Covenant, David was scared to even go there because he saw the angel. What the hell do angels look like for David to be shook?
Wow.
David, who killed 10,000 men, killed a giant as a boy, fought a bear, a lion, and he shook off this angel. One angel.
Whatever they want to. Like when it talks about in the Josephus about the angel dragging you by force.
Yeah.
And it's with anger and fear, and they got that fierce look.
Con.
Bro.
The Josephus or the annotated?
It's the Josephus.
Oh, okay.
Where it talks about the discourse of Hades.
Yeah.
But it talks about the angel dragging you into the neighborhoods of hell.
Yeah.
But it talks about their face, the way they look. Right? Think about it. The angels can look like whatever they want to look like. Wow. We've been going over it in class about the angels that the ones that's gonna come with Yahweh Shai. They said they're gonna be on horses with lions' heads.
God.
I mean, come on.
The horses have lions.
The horses have lions' heads. The angels got chest plates on fire. I mean, come on, man.
God.
It's gonna be terrifying, man.
Come on. Where is that? It's page 8.
He said all knees will be as water. I was just listening to Ezekiel.
Yeah.
We
I was
just
like, ooh.
that's what we've been going. That's what we've been going over the last two Monday and Wednesday. That's bruh. We was hitting the Mendays. God. Ezekiel,
All
Zephaniah.
knees will be as water.
Yeah. It says let's see here. It's right here. Yeah, this is in the Josephus, real quick. Just the discourse of Hades. Section 4, it says, but as the unjust, they are dragged by force to the left hand by the angels allotted for punishment. No longer going with their goodwill, but as prisoners driven by violence. to whom are sent the angels appointed over them to reproach them and threaten them. Check this out, with their terrible looks. So what are they looking like?
They looks.
Bro.
And then you gotta think, Yahweh Shai said hell is prepared for the devil and his angels. So hell is prepared to torture angels.
Wow. So how hard you gotta go? How hard you gotta go to put an angel in fear?
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
God.
But that's why it calls the Most High the King of Terrors.
Yes.
Right? So he's the King of Terrors.
You know, I was just thinking about with that, the terrible look, like, you know when you see those horror movies and they have like the most scary looking, like they can create some really terrifying looking creatures in those really scary movies.
That's
but
just the mind of man.
and that's just I was just saying that's just the mind of man. So this is gonna be like something we never can imagine.
Imagine basically seeing the thing you fear the most.
Wow.
I mean, the thing you fear the most could be what that angel appears as.
Oh, please.
Wow.
You know, you got arachnophobia.
Just like eye has not seen nor
Ear has not heard.
nor entered into the heart of man. Things the Most High got prepared for the righteous. It's
Well,
gonna be the same for the wicked too.
Yeah.
They're gonna be seeing things that man can't even imagine.
Yeah. I
This is
mean,
what Egypt was going through, man. He opened that up for him. Whew. Oh, you get to see all of it now. I mean, imagine he did it with men on earth, and prophets got shook, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got one for y'all.
The witch that brought Samuel back was shook when Samuel came back, or when that spirit that was around Samuel came back.
Right.
What she saw
I got a
shook
nasty
her,
one for y'all.
and she dealt with that all the time.
Yeah.
But when the Most High opened up that side of it to her, she got shook. You know what I mean? So you got to think. The things that the Most High was opening up to the Egyptians, we can't even imagine that. It was something he didn't even open up for us to see, just to scare them.
Remember Jacob's ladder?
Yeah.
When he seen the angels ascending and descending, what did he say heaven was like? He said heaven was dreadful. He said, surely this is heaven. Right? I'm trying to find it. Bro, I mean, come on.
That's why when people say like, oh, I don't believe in that Bible, and you know, cause I'm doing the TikToks now, so we got all kinds of comments now. Everybody's a scholar now, and I just be like, okay, because you're putting your spirit on the line with this type of madness. Like this type of thing is waiting for them.
Yeah.
Like I ain't messing with that. I ain't even risking that. Okay, the Bible was written by man. Cool. I'd rather believe in this than even risk going through what the Most High got prepared. You know what I'm saying?
So true.
Even if you don't, if you can go into your wildest imagination saying that the Bible ain't real or whatever, but I know this. I know this is weight. I've seen a taste of this. You know what I'm saying? And that was enough to have me like, nah, this keeps me away from that. I know that. You know what I mean? Like that demon that jumps on you in your sleep and you think you sleep, but it got red eyes and it's pinning you down and you can't move.
In there.
I've dealt with that demon from when I was like in 3rd grade all the way until I was like 21 years old, where the knowledge was actually in me so much that when I woke up in the dream, I was pinned down and I started quoting that Psalms 23, and that demon went all the way backwards, climbed up the wall backwards, and left my house. You know what I mean? And it wasn't a dream because I seen the light come through the windows and everything. And when I was finally able to move, I was still seeing the light coming through the windows. I was still looking over at my rib in the bed. You know what I mean? And I had to wrestle and fight that demon. That demon alone was enough to have me like, goosebumps. You know what I mean?
God.
And you telling me there's something worse than that waiting for the wicked? So, you know, they can say all they want, like, oh, the Bible's written by man, but I don't live it. So how you gonna tell me different?
God.
Like, the spirits that are in here, I don't see them. So you can't tell me nothing now. You know what I mean? I'm Kanye with this now. You can't tell me nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I done been there. The only people that saying the Bible ain't real, they ain't lived nothing. He's probably sitting in a room somewhere playing PlayStation, and they never lived this.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Satan's like, yeah, I ain't gotta hit them with nothing because they already gonna be down here with me. They gonna be getting tortured right down here with me. See, you don't gotta hit them. The only reason he hits you is because you got something to fight for. You got something. You got something that he ain't gonna get to get. His damnation's already written here. Yours ain't.
God.
You know what I mean? His story's over already. He trying to take your story.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? Misery loves company.
What does dreadful mean?
Dreadful. Look it up. You got it.
While y'all look that up, go to Genesis real quick. What? You can't do that right here. What? What's up? What are you doing back here? Go to Genesis 28 and start at verse 12 real quick. What are you doing? Why are you going to do that here?
See, they say knowledge. It says knowledge puffs up, but knowledge also strengthens your faith. You know what I mean? When you sit here and really meditate on the scriptures,
So what are you doing with that?
all this comes from a lot of me meditating and just reading and
You just
listening.
sit in it?
And I've been thinking about all these things and the deepness of what the Most High is saying.
Go ahead. Tell them I said
You know what I
it's
mean? When you
Tell them
do
I
that
said
for
it's okay.
yourself, you ain't gonna have nobody shake your faith. Man. It ain't gonna be nobody coming around with some like so-called scholarly knowledge and like, oh yeah, but you didn't read that in the Hebrew. Nigga, I ain't gotta read it in the Hebrew. I live something.
The kids are on the floor.
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't gotta find the Hebrew word for Nephilim to know the Nephilim ain't real.
You
You
can't
know what I
do it
mean?
for the whole day.
But I know the Hebrew word for
You
spirits
gonna do that?
and evil spirits and stuff like that. And I've seen evil spirits. So you can't tell me against this.
Right.
You get that knowledge, y'all. Keep studying. Then the Most High is gonna put that things you studied in your meditations. Meaning, not your meditations like you sitting there, lotus position. Meditations is just you thinking. Your everyday thoughts is now going to be pervaded with the wisdom of the Most High when you study enough. You understand? So you ain't got to sit around just, you know what I mean? Nah, eventually it'll just be in your brain all day. You understand? And then you'll start to, well, why? How? What? When? Where? And then your brain will start putting scriptures together for you to answer those questions. Like the scripture say, the Holy Spirit will teach you all things. St. John 14:26, 15:26, right? The Spirit will start teaching you those things, filling in those blanks for you. And then you'll be able to say, you know what? Damn, I got a lot more insight than I did in church. I got a lot more insight than when a man was just telling me what to think. No, now the scriptures are telling me how that went down. Y'all see that? Because when I think of the darkness that made me felt, I go right to Job and how he described hell, and I'm like, oh, the Most High put these cats in hell. He opened up hell for them. Imagine if right now the Most High opened your eyes to all the spirits that's in the world right now. Homo spirits, all the unclean spirits. He just opened your eyes so you could see him like Christ did. You know how strong a man Christ was? That he was able to see all that? And he was still dealing with y'all impatience?
Yeah.
You can see the demons just hovering around you and everything, talking to you, and you listening and all that. And he like, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. He was able to see all of that, man. To where he could command water to stand still. So he could walk on it. But he was still loving and patient with y'all. Y'all see this? The strength of these biblical figures is going to be expounded more for you now. Because now you understand what they were actually doing, what they were going through. You know what I mean? Imagine being raised up. You raised up in America, right? You got friends, family in America. Moses was raised up in Egypt. Now, he was raised by his parents, but he had friends and family, I'm sure, in Egypt. Armies of soldiers he cared about. He was a general, right? And you watching all that get wiped out. The Most High just like, done. lice, plagues, frogs, boils, dead. And the strength of a man to be able to go through all that, watch friends and family and all that just get wiped out, and then still lead 6 million people into the wilderness. Man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Once you get in the depth of the richness of the Most High.
Yeah, it's like y'all remember the story of Elisha when they came to try to take Elisha captive?
Yeah.
And he told the servant, he said, "Fear not, they that be with us is more than be with them." And he said he prayed that the Most High opened up his eyes, and what did he see? Right. Just because you can't see them, don't mean they ain't there. Imagine being able to like physically see that. Elisha seen that. You see that? That spiritual eye was open. And then he asked the Most High to open up that man's eyes, and he's seen that. That's wild.
Or then Holofernes and Maccabees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When the Most High opened his eyes and he seen them angels and they just start whipping his ass.
Yeah.
And imagine nobody else could see that. You just get levitated off the ground, and all of a sudden whip marks just start appearing on your back and your face and everything.
It's like Fight Club.
Yeah.
You're just getting beat up.
Yeah. Then after that, what they do is the Most High made his bowels gush out.
Yeah.
To where they didn't even want to take him on the cart on the stretcher.
He stunk.
Because he stunk so bad.
Yep.
The Most High is powerful, man. And there's things that y'all as you know, young brothers and sisters coming in, y'all need to hear these things because there's stuff that y'all playing with, man. Every time you sit and you play with those spirits, you try to dip into that realm of torture and madness. And you don't know what you got coming to you, man. I'll say we don't know what, because I ain't sinless. But every time we dip into that, that's what's waiting.
Go to Genesis real quick, 28. Start at, just read verse 12. It don't matter. Don't wait on each other. Somebody just get it.
Genesis chapter 28, verse 12.
Right?
And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth.
Right, so this is when Jacob had a dream. But this is a dream. Most High gave Jacob. Go ahead.
And the top of it reached to heaven.
Right, so there's this ladder that went into the heavens. Go ahead.
And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it.
Right, so he could see the angels moving up and down into the heavens, into the earth. Go ahead.
And behold, the Lord stood above it.
Read.
And said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, thy father.
Right.
And the God of Isaac.
Right.
The land whereon thou liest. To thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And
right,
thy...
jump down to verse 16.
Verse 16. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep,
So
and he
mind you,
said,
he's seen the Lord, he's seen angels. Right? So when you get the pictures of the Lord and angels, it's always a freshly robed white man, right? And he's doing the finger touch to a little butt naked baby. And you're thinking like, oh yeah, it's so wholesome. It's so great, right? Go ahead.
Surely the Lord is in this place.
Read.
And I knew it not.
Wait, he said, surely the Lord is in this place. I knew it not. Go ahead.
And he was afraid.
Why would you be afraid to see the angels? Right? Like little baby angels. Remember Remember in Bad Boys 2, he said, I just want little angels looking down on me. Right? Because they're supposed to be this wholesome, soft, protective. Go ahead.
And said, how dreadful is this place?
You said how what?
How dreadful is this place?
Remember, he was looking up into heaven. He's seeing the Lord and the angels and said it's dreadful. So what was the Most High showing him? Right? They tell you, walk towards the light. Right? You gotta make sure the chair is not on the you gotta make sure the chair is not on the curtain. You gotta get that. We just gotta knock the whole school down. It's pissing me off. You just need to just knock the whole school down. Get a wrecking ball. Right? But what did the Most High show Jacob? What was he seeing with these angels? Listen, what was the Lord looking like? What was he looking like where there was no there was dreadful. It was dreadful in the eyes of Jacob.
Right.
I mean, what were the, bringing it back? What was the Most High allowing the Egyptians, these strange apparitions? What was popping up in front of them, man? What were the things that they were seeing?
So true.
Who has the definition of dreadful?
Go ahead.
Dreadful means causing or involving
Come
great
here.
suffering,
Come here. Go ahead. No, read.
fear or unhappiness, extremely bad or serious.
Alright, causing or involving great suffering. Causing fear, right? Read it again.
Causing or involving great suffering, fear or unhappiness, extremely bad or serious.
See, extremely bad or serious. This fear that it caused was extremely bad or serious. The scripture said it. What dreadful is, it was killing them. They were dying for fear. That's what dreadful means. All right, but this was beyond dreadful. We'll give you the difference between dreadful and dying of fear. All right, when the white man came over to fight Benjamin, and they saw the locks and the stuff like that, they called those dreadlocks because it was dreaded to them. It made them look scary. That was dread. But they weren't dying of fear. Alright? Dying of fear is up here. This type of dread that the angels and the spirits were causing, that the darkness was causing, this was killing people. It was literally heart-stopping. You understand? How you doing? Anybody ever been in a car accident? Okay. That kind of fear where you feel that adrenaline rush afterward, you taste the metal in your mouth a little bit, and your heart's pumping, I can feel it, right? You're still alive. So that ain't the fear that we're dealing with in the scriptures. That's about right here. This was killing them. You understand? This was, I'm walking around in blackness and darkness, something just screamed and ran this way. What the hell was that? I ain't got none of my house that screams and runs around like that. Am I even in my house? You could be out in the middle of the street. You don't know. That's how black it was. You understand? It told you when they got in their house, they leaned on a wall and it was like a serpent came out and bit them. You understand? It was so black, you didn't know if he was inside, outside, or what. And then you start hearing me. Right? And then something, they said apparitions, right? Sounds, fires from nowhere. That is scaring the hell out of you. You in the worst horror movie ever. You understand? This is Jason, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, The Ring, all of that. You know what I mean? I remember The Ring. When I was sitting there watching The Ring and she hopped out the TV, I was like, and this nigga behind me, grown ass man, screamed like a little girl. She crawled out the TV, I looked behind me, it was this big 250-pound white man, screamed like a little girl. These niggas died. You understand? This stopped your heart. Alright? This is not a regular fear. The Most High got things prepared for the wicked, man, that is just beyond. I wouldn't want to touch that. You know what I mean? Like I said, the spirits I've already wrestled with is enough for me. The spirits I've seen on people. You know what I mean? Her husband, though, man, we was in the mall over in Galleria, and her husband told me, don't talk to that guy, because we was trying to sell oils. And I was like, I gotta mess with him, though, you know what I mean? Because he could see he had spirits on him. But I didn't know what level he had spirits on, right? And the brother told me, don't talk to him. And he came by, an old white man, right? Big, full beard, salt and pepper hair, had the little workout shorts on. And a white t-shirt. I still remember everything, man. Red little workout short. And he came walking by, And I was like, hey man, you ever tried the? This dude had a bottle of Pepsi in his hand, chucked it on the ground, like spiked it like he was Deion Sanders on a touchdown, spiked it into the ground, and full on smacked himself in the face. Just like, bow, like where you could hear it, like in the mall. Like people was turning around in the hair salon next to us, inside the hair salon, they could hear that. This dude smacked himself, all his hair flew up like this, like he had a fro all of a sudden. And he just grabbed his Pepsi and walked off like nothing happened. All I said was, have you tried the oils? It was like that. He's like, I was trying to tell you, man, this dude got spirits on him. You know what I mean? But I didn't know what level he had spirits on. This dude full on smacked himself to where like he would have probably knocked somebody else out. Smacked himself all hard, grabbed his Pepsi, walked off like nothing. That's just low level demons. That's the demons that can inhabit people and those people can live. These people was dealing with the demons that the Most High closes off the sight of them to your eyes so it doesn't kill you. Oh man. Yeah, can't play with this word, man. Not play with this word. It's not just knowledge. It's real life.
Gone.
Where we at?
Genesis chapter 28, verse 17. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place?
Right?
This is none other but the house of power. And this is the gate of heaven.
Yeah. The house of the Most High and the gates of heaven are dreadful.
Like I said, this makes you expound your vision of these men. These weren't little old white men all disheveled with some sandals on, flip-flopping their way through the desert. Jacob wrestled one of these. Jacob didn't run, he wrestled one till the breaking of the day. till the angel had to dislocate his hip. How strong a man was Jacob? What type of will, what type of mind state do you gotta have that I'm not gonna let you go until I get the blessing of Yahweh from you? And it's an angel you're wrestling. The angel that scared Jacob, that scared David, you wrestling him.
And
For a blessing.
before he wrestled him, he saw him.
Yeah.
The sight alone would have been like, I ain't wrestling this dude.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Like I said, Jacob wouldn't come to that brother's house. He wouldn't even come to that brother's house because the angel was there over the Ark of the Covenant.
Yep.
Jacob seen this angel, he was like, let's get it.
Yeah. Let's run one.
Yep.
Wow, Jacob, the first nigga to run a fade on an angel. Damn.
The first black pro wrestler.
Let's go.
The first black pro wrestler, Jacob. Right? From this day in history. Jump back. So you got the definition of dreadful? You get it? You understand it? Okay. Let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon. We on it. God. Yep.
Giving the kids nightmares.
Read. How many readers we in?
One.
Read. Let's get through this.
Wisdom of Solomon.
Yeah, go back to Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 10.
You still haven't got through the other plague that we got to read Wisdom of Solomon. Go ahead.
They died for fear,
Right?
denying that they saw the end, which could of no side be avoided. For wickedness condemned by her own witness is very timorous, and being pressed with conscience always forecasteth grievous things.
Right. So what is it saying? There's a compiling of different things. Their wickedness, right? Compiled with their wicked conscience, compiled with what is it? Wickedness, their own witness, and their conscience. You know when it says your conscience is playing on you? Mm-hmm. This is what was happening. Their own wicked deeds was bringing forth these evils, or I shouldn't say bringing them forth, but actually magnifying the darkness. Their own wickedness in them. It magnified the darkness. Go ahead.
Verse 12. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the secures which reason offereth.
That's why it says a man's trials is in his reasoning. If you betray, like the secure is what? Secure is just another word for help. The betraying of your help, right? Cast not away your confidence, that have great recompense of reward. So what is it saying about the Egyptians? That fear, they died for fear. They cast away all help. If they believed in a God, if they believed in the Most High, they no longer had that secure. They no longer had that belief. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And the expectation from within, being less, counted the ignorance more than the cause which bringeth the torment.
So their own ignorance brought more torment than actually the darkness. Their own ignorance and their own lack of faith. Ooh. See how it always goes back into belief and faith? Their own lack of faith caused more torment than actually the problem that was happening. The darkness was no longer, it was there, but the darkness was now set aside by the lack of faith, by the ignorance, by the wicked conscience.
But I have a question.
Yep.
This was against Egypt, so they didn't have any faith in the Most High. Or are you saying they just didn't have faith in the power of the Most High?
They did believe in the Most High because when they tried to reconstruct and redo the plagues, they said, surely this is the finger of God. They did believe. They knew the Most High. It's just like when you go back into the Egyptians, when Abraham and Isaac was floating through Egypt. And remember, what did Abraham say to Sarah? Say that you're my sister, not my wife. And then what happened? The Egyptians were plagued, and what did they say?
Why didn't you tell us?
Why didn't you tell us so that the Lord didn't plague us? So they did believe in the Most High. But now, think about it. Believing in the Most High and showing piety and doing the things of the Most High is two different things. They believe. Remember, it says the devils believe, but they tremble.
They knew of him?
Yeah, they knew of the power. They knew of him. They
Okay.
knew that he was real.
Okay.
But they substituted the Most High with their gods.
Okay.
But it still didn't negate the fact that they believed that the Most High was a power.
Got it.
You see that?
Okay.
They just substituted. Think about it. We all believe the Most High is real, right?
Con.
God.
Con.
But how come we have different gods every day? Y'all like, what the hell is he talking about?
Rhetorical.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about when he says, how do y'all have different gods daily? Well, because some days you ready to die for Christ,
Con.
and then some days you ready to give up and let the way you feel be your God. You still believe in the Most High, right? Like, man, I believe that. Yesterday you was believing gung-ho. You was ready to give it all up, put it all on the line. But then the next day, something else substitutes what the Most High wants you to do, and you go with that. Right?
Double-minded.
You make things your God. You make whatever it is. Well, you know, my wife said I can't be around today. Well, yeah, you just gave her the power. It's whatever you give the power to, is what I'm saying. Right? Whatever you put the power and give the power to, so it could be anything. It could be anything that's not the Most High. You can make it your God. Does it negate the fact that you believe in the Most High? Of course not. But we have a way of substituting. It might not be daily. Maybe I was exaggerating. Right? We're not that wishy-washy, right? Right. But we have our moments.
So
We have our moments of what is it? Lukewarm, hot, cold. Where it's like, well, I got to take care of this more than I got to take care of what the Most High said.
Yeah.
That's more for some than others.
So if you allow your emotions to take over you, then that okay.
That becomes what if you give it power? What are you relying on? That's why it says, and the expectation from within being less, counteth the ignorance more than the cause. See, my ignorance, think about it. You get into a situation. Situation is there, darkness, right? But now the way I deal with the darkness is really gonna be what's gonna show, can I fix this darkness? Can I deal with this darkness, or am I gonna create another problem? So you got darkness. You can't do nothing about that. But how I roll in the darkness is now going to be the thing. Am I going to be ignorant or am I going to use wisdom? You see that? So now what happens when I don't use wisdom? What do I create? Remember the scriptures talking about adding sin upon sin? So now I add to this darkness, and now the darkness is not even the issue no more. What I created from the darkness becomes the issue. You see that? Because you made, when you read up, fear is nothing else but the betraying of the secures, which reason offereth. Well, it was dark, so, you know, that's why I killed him. I don't know. Right? But that's why? So you gave up, through your fear, you gave up what the law said, not to murder? Through your fear, so now you created a whole other issue. You got a murderer on your hands. Darkness is gone, you still got to deal with this murder. Right? Because now in ignorance, you do things and that's what causes more problems. So what am I given the power to, though, is the key. Think about it. We all go through trials and tribulations, right? He said it. I'll give you nothing more, I won't give you more than you can handle. Right? Now I'm dealing with Israel. I'm not dealing with the Egyptians. I'm dealing with us. So he gives us one of two things to use. You can use wisdom, or you can use Most High's wisdom or your wisdom. Right? But what's going to destroy?
Your
wisdom is going to destroy you.
Right.
Most High's wisdom is going to get you out of that temptation.
Right.
That's why it says the Lord is not unjust, because he gives you the wisdom sufficient to be able to fight your battle. Everyone, I don't care who it is. That's why there's never really an excuse. There's never really an excuse to fail, right? Temptation is one thing, but then falling is another. We're all tempted. But there's really no excuse to fall to your temptation if you use what's been given. But if I use the wrong thing, now I'm in ignorance, right? Lack of knowledge. My people are destroyed for, a lack of knowledge. I bit that orange. It's burning my lips. It's terrible. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? It's ignorance. Ignorance is what kills us. You see that? But going back, because I use my wisdom, does that mean that the Most High didn't believe in him? That he exists? I just didn't believe enough to use what he gave me. I believe that he exists. He is. He's there, right? I know he's there, but I didn't use his wisdom. So really, there is a lack of faith there. You see that?
Okay.
Yeah, so the Egyptians, they knew of the Most High. They knew it. They just didn't use his wisdom. Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 15. So like verse 14.
Right.
But they sleep in the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottoms of inevitable hell.
You see that? But they sleeping the same sleep that night, they couldn't even tolerate sleep. So their sleep was intolerable. Because you trying to fall asleep, you hearing noises. You feeling like something is slithering up the sheets. You fall asleep and you ever fall asleep, you know, you get that deep 5-minute sleep and you get like the worst dream and you pop up like, oh.
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, dream's over. You fall back asleep and fall back into the same dream. Oh, you're like, damn, and your body just feels like it's weighted down.
Just study tonight.
Right? They ain't have no light, so they couldn't study nothing. They couldn't sleep though. Even when in the dark time, when it was time to sleep, they were tormented in their dreams. Go ahead.
Were partly vexed with monstrous apparition.
Right.
And partly fainted.
Right.
Their heart failing them.
Right.
For sudden fear and not looked for.
Listen, they went crazy. Their heart failing them. They went crazy. They went insane. They lost it. They broke. Why? Because their minds couldn't contain what was going on. We couldn't fix the darkness. We can't get out of this darkness. It's daytime. We ain't getting no light. It's nighttime. We can't sleep. They literally, some of them went insane. Their hearts failing them. Go ahead.
Came upon them. So then whosoever there fell down was straitly kept.
Right.
Shut up in a prison without iron bars.
A prison without walls, man. This is what that was like. A prison without iron. Go ahead.
For whether he were husbandman,
right,
or shepherd,
right,
or laborer in the field, he was overtaken and endured that necessity.
So it didn't matter what level you were on. It didn't matter what level you were on. If you were an Egyptian, this was your fate. Go ahead.
For they were all bound with one chain of darkness.
Go ahead.
Whether it were a whistling wind, or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading branches, or a pleasing fall of water running violently.
These are the things that they were hearing. You heard a breeze, and you in the house, and you hear breeze. Then you hear birds chirping. Then you hear violent waves. Then you hear serpents. And then, like, in the deep distance, you hear a lion roaring. You're like, what the hell's going on? You looking over, grabbing your wife. Oh! Right? You know, the grown-ass men was grabbing their women, like, scary.
And she got a lion face when you look at her.
Right? Think about it, man.
Regular face. No.
Think about it. Think about. You know, what I think about is just having two people in a room.
Yeah.
And it's so dark you can't hear nothing, but you think it's the other person. That noise is coming from that direction, and you lash out. Hey, why'd you punch me? Oh, I heard a lion. I thought it was a snake over there. I thought I was killing the snake. Just imagine, like, think of it. They broke. He broke them mentally.
Yeah.
He broke them mentally. He broke them down spiritually. He took away all hope. Like the one was saying, I mean, it said it right here. He put them in hell. That prison without bars. When you read up, it says, which came upon them out of the bottoms of the inevitable hell. I mean, so it. You want to know what hell's gonna be like?
Preview.
Here goes a preview.
You gotta think of all the things that you do to eliminate fear. Like when you was a kid, all the things you used to do to eliminate the fear of what you were afraid of. Like you run to your mom, or you run to be around somebody else. You know what I mean? Like when you were scared of the dark.
Turn all the
right?
lights.
You turn the lights on. You do all those little solutions you had. The Egyptians didn't have that. You thought you was going. I'll just go in public. This will all go away. Nope. There's safety in numbers. No, there's not. It's so dark, you don't know you in a crowd of people.
Yep. All shivering. You just smell it.
You in your own personal hell.
Yeah.
And even if you were, like you said, if they were in a crowd of people, nowadays if the lights go out, no one's calm, no one stands still and just worries, but they'll start screaming and running around.
Frantic.
Yep.
So you
Happens
get
all the
trampled.
time.
Yeah.
We ain't even got to the good part yet, though.
Oh, we still reading down.
We ain't got to where Christ is through, right?
Well, that's the next plague. Oh, I can't wait for that. I love it.
Y'all wild,
It's
man.
my favorite. It's my favorite. With Solomon illustrates this in his writing so poetically. You need somebody to pick up for you? Go ahead, read. Where we at?
Verse 14.
Right? No.
No, verse 15.
No.
Nah,
We're in verse 19.
18,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, I was in a hurry.
Don't be in a hurry.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 19.
Uh-huh.
Or a terrible sound of stones cast down.
Right.
Or running that cannot be seen of skipping beasts.
Come on, man. You in your house and you hear skipping like a chariot of horses?
Skipping beasts.
Come on.
This is where your horror movies come from.
Right.
What you're reading right here is where they got the horror movies from. Remember, Esau don't invent nothing. Steal some stuff from somewhere else. This is where it comes from. When you watching, what was that with the little kid? Not Insidious. Was it Insidious?
Insidious had a little.
She was in the house and the little kid ran by her behind her.
It might have been. I don't
She
remember.
turned and there ain't nothing
There's too
there.
many of those for me to keep up with.
I think it was Insidious. It was Insidious.
Isn't that the one where he's stuck in his mind? Or like
That's Inception.
That's Inception with
Wait, no, Insidious, they do it too. Yeah,
Oh, do
she puts him in the trance, puts him in his mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when they're awake, right? Because that's what brought the demons in the house, is putting them in that trance. But when they're awake, the lady's in the house, and she just hears, and she turns around, and some little kid is running around her house, but they ain't got a kid.
Right.
That's what they're hearing, man. They hear all the noises of skipping beasts, and you hear things running around, just driving you nuts, man.
Stones falling, rushing waters.
Con.
Mind you, you in the house.
You in the house.
My mind is playing tricks on me. It's not even the level. Go to 2 Corinthians 5:11 real quick. I gotta bring this real quick. Go to 2 Corinthians 5:11.
Second Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11.
Right?
Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord.
Knowing therefore the what?
The terror of the Lord.
Yeah. Now how do we learn and understand the terror of the Lord? Well, you only get a piece of it. You know, you can go into Job. You can go into Wisdom of Solomon. You can go into the annotated Apocrypha, where they break down, where Esdras is breaking down the 7 ways the wicked are tormented. Mm-hmm. You go into the Josephus and you read the discourse on Hades. Mm-hmm. And if that don't frighten you, you read about Jacob seeing angels and the Lord, Yahweh Shai, and like, it was terrible. It was dreadful. You read about all the different things that we were taught. Oh yeah, you know, the day of the Lord, when he comes, bubblegum, rainbows, ice cream, and candy. And then when you read it, like the Monday class, the Wednesday class, if that don't persuade you and pump that fear, I don't know what will. I mean, I don't know what will. But that's why, watch, read on.
Yeah, because without even going into the outside books, the Apocrypha, the annotated, all these other ones, what you're reading right here, just in the Bible itself.
Read Amos 5:18.
You know? Yeah.
Read 2nd Esdras, where he said that the angel, he came with the multitude of angels, the thousands, and it said everything under them trembled. Everything was terrified by these angels in Yahweh Shai.
Said by the look.
By the
he said
look.
he looked.
When he looked.
When he looked, all trembled. The earth trembled. The animals trembled. People trembled.
Said,
at the look.
Said the heavens trembled.
The heavens trembled.
Think about it. I mean, if that don't persuade.
Wow, man.
But that's why Paul was saying this to the Corinthians. Paul knew the terror. Yahweh Shai appeared to him and spoke to him. He knew the terror. Hey, what you think? Like, what you think moved him? What you think moved him? Mm-hmm. Come on, man. The Christ? The Hamashiach? Come on, bruh. Just imagine what he was seeing, what he was hearing. Come on, man.
What does it take to scare your average Benjamite even now? Like,
not a lot. You know what I mean? It takes a lot. I mean, it don't
just West Indians.
Yeah,
you know,
like we ain't scared of nothing basically. Really, I'm scary, so I'm different.
Your mom is whooping you with a machete. Like, what scares you as a grown up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Paul was shook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is the ancient Benjamites, which were bigger in stature, bigger in, you know what I mean, all that. And Paul was shook off of these things.
Look at Saul, how it took Saul so long to come to the fruition that he was wrong. After all them years of being stubborn, he finally figured out, like, damn, Yahweh forgive me. David forgive me. But look how hard-headed he was, and he's seen some things. He's seen some things. He conjured up a damn spirit.
That's true.
Come on. He conjured up a spirit, so Saul seen things. But he wasn't really moved.
Yeah.
But what did Yahweh Shai, you know, when you read that story with Paul and Yahweh Shai, it don't go into detail. It's like, oh, he spoke to him, Saul, why kick us down against the bricks? And all of a sudden he was just changed. And that could have been it. That could have been it. Right? That could have been it. But hey, who knows? There could have been more to it. It don't go into what he's seen. How he heard it. So it said his voice is like many waters. Come on, man. Come on. It ain't like water from the running sink, the drippy, annoying water.
Right.
It's that water when you go to them White Rapids, and it's like, huh?
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, Niagara Falls, and you yelling at the person next to you, times that by 7.
Or think about this. Balaam, Numbers 24. Balaam was beating the hell out of that donkey.
Right.
The donkey would not go.
Would not budge.
He'd rather run himself into a mountain and crush the rider
Yep.
than go forward.
Yep.
Because he seen one angel.
Right.
The sword drawn.
Christ coming with how many? 200 million?
200 million. 200 million angels. That ain't gonna be like little 5-foot jockeys, like little 30, 80 pound. Oh, it's an 80-pound jockey.
Right.
Little 4-foot jockey.
Yeah, get them little butt nigga babies. Get them little butt nigga babies from Valentine's Day out of your head.
Yeah. Little 30-pound Issacharite jockey. Nah, bruh. It's not happening. What's that?
No, I was just thinking of in Matthew. I think it's in Matthew. Well, remember there was 100 centurion. What do they call them?
The legion?
No,
the truth.
It was the centurion guards that were standing there. Supposed to have been guards.
Right.
One angel. Remember, I was 100 of them, and when they seen him, dropped dead. 100 of them. You know what I mean?
Bro.
That's the scripture.
Yeah. No, you're right. That's the power of the angels.
One. Just one.
Come on. Remember when the Most High sent Michael to go destroy the city? And what happened? He was on a tear. The Most High was like, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Right? David was shook. Come on, man. And David was a mighty man. David wasn't scared of nothing on earth.
Yeah, that angel David was scared of, killed 70,000 people.
Yeah. Was that Michael? That was Michael, right? Or did it name him? It didn't name him.
Angel at Aronah.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, he killed 70,000 people, and he was just standing there.
Yeah.
That's why I said y'all not considering, because of what movies have put in our brains. Y'all not considering the power of the Most High, man. The angels would have more than likely some kind of radiation coming off them to give you cancer, hemorrhoids, and all they doing is standing there. They ain't even swung a sword yet. They ain't hit you with a ray like they did to the Greeks and Maccabees. He just standing there with his sword.
Yeah, like I told
Just giving off radiation. Wow.
Like I told a priest the other day when I read the one where the one that stood in the sun.
Yeah.
I was done right there. I said, stick a fork in me, I'm done right there.
Yeah, he stood in the sun and cried to the other
Stood in the
angels.
sun.
Or cried to the fowls. Like, come on.
Yeah, remember, was it Ecclesiasticus 43 tells you that the instruments, the things in heaven are instruments
To the angels.
of the hosts thereof of heaven. So the sun is an instrument.
Man.
You know what I mean?
That's a perching place.
They use the sun as a tool. There's an angel lighting the sun up. You know what I mean? There's an angel sitting there giving brightness to the sun, making them radiation, those beams hit Esau, fry their little pale skin off. You know what I mean?
Con.
Brothers love that. Y'all love tormenting Esau, bro. You cats are racist. What's that? What's that, Benaiah?
The other day I watched this Dark Phoenix by that was
Is that the X-Men?
Yeah,
it's the X-Men.
I need to see that.
And she, like what my dad was saying about an angel just standing there, they put that in there. She just stood there and turned somebody into dust.
Turn them into dust. Because they can control elements.
Like,
Yeah.
like they would try to attack her and she just stood there like this and she turned into dust.
Which I think when the angels come back, they're going to be doing the people.
That's where they get all that from, man. That's what
Yeah, Joel, the third child, is it Joel 2? We went over, that's X-Men. That's X-Men. That's Avengers. That's all your superheroes. Where do you think they get it from? Cyclops beams out of his eyes.
Man.
Right? Where you think they get, where you think, they get pierced and they don't fall? That's your Wolverine. That's your Deadpool. That's anybody that got any type of rejuvenating powers. Where do you think they get that from? Bending bows of steel, Superman. Leaping walls. The Hulk.
That's what they used to see of us
Mm-hmm.
and the angels.
Light foot as a roe. It said Saul and Jonathan were light footed like eagles. They were swift as eagles. It said, Abner.
Azazel, was it Azazel? Could run like a roe?
Like a roe. It talked about Abner, Joab. These guys said they were light-footed as a roe. Come on, man. Where you get your flash, right? Cats just skipping through mountains. Just running 60 miles an hour. It said, who was the Native American? Was it Geronimo? He could run like 60 miles an hour? Or the average Native American at some time was running right next to horses? Yeah, they used to just run next to the horse. Come on. I pull up, it's funny, I pull out my house right there on Bissonnet. I was pulling to my house, Bissonnet and Sanat. And man, you just forget how big certain animals are. And the dude, you know, Judah, he pulled up on a horse right in the median. And I was like, God damn. And he pulled up next to the Mustang. And I was like, that's some real horsepower. Then he hit that gas, and that horse was like, and he had to control the horse. The horse was scared. The horse was scared. You know, they don't like not noise. Right. But, bro, that horse was huge. And that was a quarter horse. He didn't have no what's the Budweiser horses?
Clydesdale.
He had no Clydesdale.
Yeah.
He had a quarter horse. Mid-size. But you see them Clydesdale, they're like huge. Oh,
Massive.
bro. So just imagine a man running next to a horse that's four-legged.
Wow.
Full gallop. And a man is like, come on, man. Bro, I mean, but where do you think they get it from? They get it from how we, like you said, how we used to move. Benaiah. Right, let's finish this. Where you at? You do Corinthians? Somebody give me Job real quick. Go ahead. Job 18:14. Finish that Corinthians.
We knowing the terror of the Most High,
Right.
we persuade men.
Go ahead.
But we are made manifest unto God.
Right, we persuade men knowing the terror of the Lord. When it calls the Lord, when it said that don't be destroyed by the destroyer, and all of a sudden fiery serpents came out the wilderness and start biting you. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. All of a sudden, the earth opens up and swallows 200,000 people. Korah, Dathan, and all their little people that was following them.
So true.
All of a sudden, Mount Sinai is on fire. And if you came within a certain mileage of it, you would perish. Think about it. If you came within a certain mile distance, you crossed that threshold, you died. Animal and man. I mean, bruh, the power, the majesty is crazy. So if the angels are like that with that much power, and they're getting their charge from the Most High, now does that explain that you can't explain the Most High? The origin, like, well, who's his father? Who's his mom and his dad? Like, there is no, he is the outlet.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like when you read also, now you get the understanding where it says if Most High would come down, that the mountains would melt. Right.
Yeah. If he put if he ascended onto this earth, would he even fit? The earth is my footstool. How can you fit on a footstool?
I just seen that Godzilla movie, one of the latest ones. And there's a part where he's like super radiated and everything like that.
Yeah.
And where he's walking, and as he's walking, everything's melting.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically.
Oh, damn.
Basically. That Godzilla movie is dope.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
See it.
That new Godzilla, that was a good one. You finish that. Go to Job real quick. Read that.
The book of Job, chapter 18, verse 14.
Right.
His confidence shall be rooted out
Go ahead.
of his tabernacle.
Read. And this is what was happening in Egypt. All the confidence they put in all them gods, Ra, and El, and all them gods that I don't know all the Egyptian gods, but I don't care. But all them gods they had, them 360 gods, one for each element, one for each day, one for the sun, the moon, the stars. No confidence. Read.
And it shall bring him to the king of terrors.
To the what?
To the king of terrors.
Yeah, the Most High is the king of terrors. He's Stephen King. He's M. Night Shyamalan. Right? They got all these movies. They got the new M. Night Shyamalan movie coming out. It looks good. I ain't gonna lie. You got a new one coming. You know, remember when you first saw Sixth Sense? You were like, damn, I didn't see that coming. He ain't made a movie since. That's good. But think about you walking on this earth thinking that you're alive and talking to people. But only one person sees you, and at the end, it's just you're dead. And think about how scared Bruce Willis was in that, to know that he was dead. The King of Terrors, man. Jump back to Wisdom of Solomon. Let's finish that. Let's jump back to Exodus. Or we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here all the way until
the wee hours of
to
the night.
the latter hours of the evening. Yeah.
Something you said a minute ago.
Yeah.
You know that's how ruined my brain was in the Christian church when I was there.
Oh, ruined. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was ruined. It was. But after looking at what I'm seeing now, it was destroyed. Now,
Yeah.
Now, this used to be my vision before I got this truth. When I stand before the Lord, He's standing right there at the same height I am. You know, we looking face to face in one another, straight face, you know. And I'm just standing there talking, and ain't trimmed, and ain't scared.
And he's a skinny,
nothing.
He's a skinny, glowing
You know,
white man.
right.
Don't forget that part.
And then I started thinking,
Don't forget that part.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right.
He
Because
got the
that's how I
sun
looked at it.
behind him. He got a lamb in the right arm.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, don't forget that.
And
Got
I-
little
you're
children
right.
surrounding him.
You're right.
Bid them not to come to me.
Absolutely. And I started thinking on my own. I started saying, wait a minute. Now I hear the old folks used to say, he's got the whole world. So if he got the whole world in his hands, how big is it? Look, I ain't never seen an end to this earth yet. I don't care how I travel, how I walk, what. I never seen an end nowhere to it. So if the Lord holding this large in his hand, how the hell big is he? We can't be standing up looking at each other face to face. You know, when I'm standing there, we talking or whatever, I'm telling the Lord, you know, when he asks me questions, I'm standing there face to face, I ain't shaking, I ain't trembling. No, nothing. That's the way they used to have me believing.
Yeah. How is all eye going to see him when he comes from the east?
Thank you.
So the Lord will descend with a shout, and all eyes shall see him. Everybody's going to hear that shout.
Wow.
At the same time, it's not going to be like he's going to shout in the east and they have to fly all the way to Cali, and then they going to hear him, then he got to jump down to Japan. They going to hear it, and then, nah. Bro, when you hear that, you're going to hear that. When you see that, you're going to know that's what it is. From all corners of the earth. The four pillars of the earth are going to tremble.
All eyes will see.
All eyes. It's not going to be some, well, he got to appear in Japan, then he got to go through a time zone. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, like, you know, because California is 3 hours before New York. So it's going to just like be a shadow. Hell nah.
Wow, man.
It's going to be one occurrence. And everybody's going to look up and you're going to melt for fear.
Ooh.
Yeah. Poop and pee. The whole earth is going to smell like feces. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah. It's going to smell like urine.
You're gonna hear that from space.
Yeah. That's a big fart.
It's
One unified dump. Yeah, and a smell.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. He said, listen, I will not meet thee as a man. I will not meet thee as a man. The angels are going to be huge. The horses are going to be even bigger. And Christ is going to be big. He's going to be big. And think about it. If the angel that's, when it talks about Revelations 21, the walls of heaven, it says the height of an angel. It says the height of a man, that is the angel. When you do the calculations, it's about 250 feet. That's just the angel. Right? 250 feet.
That's the measurement angel.
That's the measurement
angel.
That's what I'm saying. That's just an angel. That's like the regular, just like ministering to the Most High angel.
Right.
Right? Just circling the seat angel. That ain't like Michael. That ain't Gabar Ya'ala. That ain't them guys coming, and that ain't the angels holding back the four winds. Think about an angel holding back destruction. And when he just lets go, he just causes a whole damn tsunami to happen. or the whole Atlantic Ocean fills up with hurricanes.
Dang.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
So you got seasonal angels. I mean, y'all don't get it? You got seasonal angels. When he talks about loosing the angels in the Euphrates at the end days, what they gonna be doing? What's gonna happen when they get let loose? What are they gonna be like? I mean, right?
See, all Christians want to hear is God is love. Like I said, watch the TikToks, look at the comments. Oh, God is love. Why are you saying this? Okay, but God is not all love. You know what I mean? Niggas forgot about the flood. Like, he killed everybody on earth, like 8 people.
Right.
Like, did
That's
y'all
love.
forget that?
They forget that.
Yeah, like y'all forget when he did his own people. He called us his firstborn. And he was killing us 70,000 at a time. Multiple times.
Yeah.
It didn't just happen like, oh, I'm gonna do y'all once like this and you'll learn. No. It was all them times in the wilderness he did it. David's time he did it. Slavery. You forgot about that? Like, you know, what kind of loving God would do that? Well, you didn't read the Bible. He never changed. He always been like this. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever just seen a black man as a father? Like,
You whooping ass.
just us on this level. You know what I mean? Like, you be scared of a black man as your dad. Right? I remember my grandpa, like, I never wanted to cross him to get a butt whooping.
You lying.
So my grandma gave me a butt whooping I didn't want. You know what I mean?
God.
But the Most High, the father of all them black people, how much more do you gotta fear that? Like, what type of person, what type of personality is he? Y'all see that?
They don't want to give the Most High the or Yahweh Shai the balance.
Yeah, that's why they want to make him Santa Claus all the time. They
Yep.
want to make the Most High this fat bearded white man with rosy cheeks that's just waiting for you to sit on his lap.
Right.
Because that's the God they want. But the God of the Bible is he's not that God.
We got to redo a class on that one. The multiple personalities of the Most High. We did one a while back, but we got to go back through that.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder that the Most High is not one way. He's balanced. He's balanced. Yeah. Said he's very merciful. He's very pitiful. But he's also jealous and angry. Furious anger. What is Yahweh Shai coming back with? He said his anger was going to uphold him. His fury was going to uphold him. He's having the patience right now. He's showing the long suffering, right? When he comes back, it's going to be with anger. I mean,
And that's the love that he showed those.
Yeah.
He always gave people multiple chances. What we're reading about in Egypt, that ain't the first time. He gave Esau plenty of chances. He gave Cain chances, right?
yeah.
Cain had the chance to be like, you know what? I brought the wrong sacrifice. I was supposed to bring that one.
Let me do it again.
Bet. Right?
Yeah.
That would have ended the whole thing.
Yeah.
But what'd he do? Start flapping his stupid mouth. You know
Where's
what I
your,
mean?
where, am I my brother's keeper?
Yeah, like even when he murdered his brother, he could have been like, I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, he could have sincerely, hey, I flew off the handle.
You got
my bad.
emotional.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And the Most High might have forgiven him, but what do you do? My brother's keeper, I'm going to start talking back and lipping off. Okay.
Just like David. What happened with David? David did what he did. Who was it? Nathan came to David, and he said, "Listen, I sinned." He said, a man that took away another man's lamb. He said, surely that man shall be put to death. He said, you're that man. He said, I sinned, forgive me. He said, the Lord forgive me. It was that simple. But then look at Saul. Well, the people made me. What? Okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna get somebody better than you. I already got him set up because you off. It's simple. That's perfection, though. What David did, that's perfection. A just man falling and getting up, that's perfection. That's what the Most High looks at.
Where's your first instinct to humble down and
Yeah.
say, I messed up?
Yeah. Or is it to do what Adam did? Well, as the woman you gave me.
Right. Start throwing blame.
Pass the blame, cast the blame away. Saul is the people. What's the first instinct? That's the perfection that the Most High is trying to look for in us. We all gonna make mistakes and fall short, right? We're all gonna let emotion. None of us are exempt from emotion, from lack of judgment, from mistakes. But how do you move forward in that mistake? I made a mistake. You know what? I made a mistake. Own up. Okay, it was a mistake. Move forward. I let pride. I let anger. I let emotion. I let lust. I let greed. We're all susceptible. But how do I move now that I've fallen? Well, just man falls 7 times. A wicked man falls into mischief. The mischief really starts with, I'm not going to own up to what I did. I'm going to just keep moving as if I'm perfect. I.e., Pharaoh. He admitted to one, I sinned once. Man, you've been off. You sinned when you didn't recognize what Joseph did. Right. That was a sin. That was a honor your mother and your father.
Yep.
He didn't give honor to the patriarchs and the matriarchs of his people and of our people. So right there, he messed up. He didn't give honor. He didn't have respect for what Joseph did for his people. And that right there took him into a downward spiral of now pride and haughtiness and lack of judgment. And now he went into lack of judgment, lack of care. Come on, man. He got his own people killed. He got his whole house destroyed.
Like, how you see little babies and little toddlers running around with boils on them?
Thank you.
You ain't got no sympathy.
Thank you. They're like dying from the inside out, and you just like, oh well. That's my point. We were talking about that last week. Like, yo, babies was running around with lice from head to toe.
Yeah, because again, movies, all they give you is
the grown-ups
suffering.
They give you
babies.
They give you Pharaoh sitting there on his throne. Remember, he was sitting there like looking. He had like a little herpes on his lip and a little boil on the top right here. Nah, bruh. Nah, these dudes were covered. They were covered in boils.
Yeah, you gotta imagine you can't sit down
because the hemorrhoids was popping out. They said they consumed them from the inside out.
Yeah, because they always show Pharaoh sitting on his throne. He was just
sitting there. He got the.
Nah, man, you got boils.
Yeah. He got a cold sore right here, and he got a little scab right here, and it's like he's sitting there. Like, how could he sit there when he had hemorrhoids?
You gotta study what a boil is. That's abscesses, man. That's what you call it.
Yeah.
Abscesses and stuff coming out.
And then when you walk, it rubs. You know when you walk, it rubs together.
Where they gonna grow.
You said what? You said what?
Pick where that stuff
right.
You got abscess in your brain, man. You got abscess. I mean, painful abscess in your sack.
Genitals, yeah.
Yeah, elephantitis.
These guys are not sitting around.
Bro, they couldn't do it. They were tormented. So if you sat, it hurt. If you laid down, it hurt. If one of them boils ruptured, the smell. Ew. Y'all, them cysts that you get when you pop it.
And what do little kids do when they're in pain?
Oh my God, the
When
crying.
you come around them, what do? They run to you.
Rub it on you. Daddy!
I got balls too, nigga.
But imagine the crying and the torment and the pain the kids were in. But Pharaoh was not.
That will get you, huh?
Pharaoh wasn't keen enough to say, damn, the kids is suffering. It says a wise man know the estate of his flock. Pharaoh didn't give a damn. So we get all the way to this point where I gotta hit y'all with, listen, he literally had to take them into like the 4th dimension. Think about that. He had to bring the spirit. He had to bring spiritual things on earth to torment the Egyptians. Think about that. I mean, bro.
We ain't even going into the psychological aspects of this where like you run into your gods, they can't do nothing for you. All your little statues ain't doing nothing. The magicians ain't doing nothing. Everything is betrayed you. Everything you grew up knowing was facts. It just betrayed you. Your whole mind is just
the secures.
Lust.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like they're finding out now, man. Like, oh, if we storm the White House, we'll all be shot down. No, we niggas was over there kicking it. We just found out there ain't no security for the nation's capital. We could have all just bashed in the front door and took over. Long time ago. Yeah, that's why most black people's mad now, because they watched a bunch of white people just walk right in the front door. And we could have been done that to take over this country. But think about this. All that security that people thought we had, you know what I mean? When the towers got hit, oh, well, how come there wasn't planes to shoot them out of the sky? Because America ain't as secure as they made you think it was. It's true. Egypt was the same way, man. They had them people pumped up, man. Oh, don't worry, Ra got you. ISIS got you.
Yep.
Hotel Horrors saw that. They all got you.
Pharaoh got you.
Yeah.
Pharaoh is going to be the defense. Because what was Pharaoh? He was representation of God on earth. Yeah. He was manifest God. That's what Pharaoh is. He's God. Think about it. I just read a story about a homeless man living in Chicago O'Hare for 3 months. In the damn airport. And not just like in the common area. He had a worker's badge where he was dipping in the back rooms and sleeping and living for think about it. He lived in the airport for 3 months. And they're like, oh, well, he didn't pose a security threat. He had an employee badge that got him into the back workings of the airport. So what does that show? That if he wanted to plant bombs, if he wanted to malfunction equipment, if he was a mechanic that knew how to work on planes, and let me just take this wire out, navigational system gone, right? You pull this wire, back rudder don't move. But see, America, oh, he didn't pose a threat. What the hell was he doing there for 3 months?
That's why Revelation say all the nations gonna look at America and be like, this is the man that weaken the nations.
Yep.
This guy, they're gonna look narrowly on him.
Yep.
Because look, your capital just got stormed by a bunch of hick ass white people.
Right. Yep.
A nigga wearing a buffalo hat. That's true. Got in the Oval Office.
Buffalo Bills?
No.
They might make it to the Super Bowl. Be careful.
Hat.
Oh,
Supposed to look like
the Buffalo Horns, right? That they had in The Simpsons before it happened.
Half naked people were storming the White House and got in.
Yeah, basically. NAFTA? What is it? From NAFTA?
They're trying to blame it on Antifa.
Antifa, that's what it is. Antifa.
Like,
Yeah.
All these people just walked in.
Like Simpsons characters stormed the Capitol.
Yeah, the Secret Service didn't do nothing. There wasn't no lasers coming out of the sky. It wasn't all the gun turrets didn't come out of the ground.
Out of the ground, yeah.
None of that happened.
Old boy from thing there, Olympus Has Fallen.
Yeah.
He didn't come out like a bunch of him. Gerard Butler, like 10 Gerard Butlers didn't jump up and just start whooping the whole crowd. But if that was the movies, that whole crowd would have just got their ass whooped by Gerard Butler.
God, by himself.
By himself.
If you're ignorant and not awoke, you're gonna watch that and be like, oh my God, the Capitol got stormed. But if you're awoke, you're looking at the opportunity like, damn.
Yeah.
That easy. That means if the Capitol's not that secure, how secure is the bank down the street?
It's not.
How secure is the grocery store where I can just go ransack and get all the food I want?
Yeah.
Like when the hurricane happened and we was going to buy food and everything, I was eating food off the shelf. The sister was looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, it's a hurricane.
It's a hurricane. There ain't nothing here.
Yeah. What are they gonna do? That like nobody came down. She was just looking at me like amazed, and I'm like eating Twinkies and what? You know what I mean? Like, the shelves are empty. You know what I mean? Niggas outside trying to buy a $3,600 generator. You know what I mean? That they triple price for everybody. We bought that generator for nothing. Yep. We signed the credit card, Daffy Duck. Reported to the credit card company, free generator. Like, what are they gonna do? It's a hurricane. And the National Guard ain't down here, and all this stuff they act like is gonna happen didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, why would I sit here and pay for a Twinkie when I can eat it right off the shelf? Because ain't nobody here.
Gone, man.
That don't make sense, right? But seeing the opportunity is what makes you Israel and Jacob. You know what I mean? And being just flabbergasted by the fact that it's happening, that's what makes you part of the 2/3. That's what makes you part of the ones that's they're just gonna be stomped out. You know what I mean? Because they're not gonna see the opportunities and the ability. I can stand up. Yeah, I can speak for the Most High, speak the word of the Most High without fear. These niggas just raided the Capitol. You know what I mean? Like if the cops get booked, all you gotta do is have 10 or more people walk toward them. And they're just gonna be like, freak out, leave.
Try that. And then you get shot and it's like,
We still under the curse.
yeah, don't try that. White boys can do that easy. Because the one chick that made the wrong turn into the White House last year, they put like 1,000 bullets in her car. So with her kid, yeah. So don't try what the white people did. You gotta, don't try that. Let's finish up this Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 19.
Y'all are some funny bros. Go ahead.
Or a terrible sound of stones cast down.
Right in verse 20.
Verse 20. For the whole world shined with fear, with clear light. Give me.
The whole world what?
For the whole world shined with clear light.
Read.
And none were hindered in their labor.
Go ahead. See, everything outside of Egypt was fine. Excuse me. Everything outside of, from Goshen, boom, Lower Egypt, Pathro, and all that stuff was dark. Goshen, we were good. Remember, Upper Egypt, we were fine. The world,
Because I never looked to see where Goshen was in relation to Egypt.
Goshen is on top of Egypt. So if you look at Goshen on a map that's like a satellite map, you'll see why we were up here. This is the only green part of Egypt. It makes a V shape along with these rivers. And so the Nile and all these rivers go down. So this is the only green part of Egypt. Everything else is desert. This was actually grass. This is where we had the herds. So imagine this V shape being lit up and the rest of the world, dark. But really, it was Egypt that was dark. The plagues fell on Egypt. You see that? So Egypt is like a square, right? Rectangle,
Like
or a squarish. So imagine a V out of that square, all dark. Then everything else is lit. The world is lit up. It's wild. It's wild. So yeah, we were at the top of Egypt. We were in Goshen. Go ahead.
Verse 21. Over them only was spread in heavy night an image of that darkness which should afterwards receive them. But yet were they unto themselves more grievous than the darkness.
You see that? They became unto themselves more grievous. Imagine Cassius committing suicide. Remember when the World Trades was getting dropped? And then you hear in the background, ah!
People dropping off.
People were jumping off and landing on cars, landing on the cement. The amount of people that jumped out of them windows of fear of being burned up by fire. Because remember, the building was on fire for a minute, so I'm scared of fire. I can't get down. I guess it's better to jump, right? Imagine what they were doing to each other. Think about it. When we went through a siege, what were we doing to each other? What were we doing to our children?
Eating
Barbecue.
We were barbecuing them children. We put them in the oven like baked bread. Right? Them little newborns, delicacy. Right? The fat ones too. You get them all nice and fat. All them little fat babies, bro. Little ham hocks, right?
Man.
It's terrible. It wasn't a delicacy. We did. It was a curse. But imagine what they were doing to some of their children to relieve them of some of these plagues, to relieve them of the darkness. Just to shut them up. You think the kids wasn't scared? Just to shut their kids up, what were they doing? Man, we ain't gonna get through this. It's better for me to kill them. Right? Ain't that what, man? You see it in a lot of movies.
World War II movies.
World War II and all these movies, what do? They'd rather kill their children and let them become captives. They kill their wives rather than let them become ravished and turn into a slave. You see that? So what were they doing to themselves? Wiping each other out. Killing each other. Suicide. Everybody here, drink the Kool-Aid. Right? We're all going to go out together. Go ahead.
That was it, sir.
Oh, that's it. Jump back to Exodus.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 22.
Right?
And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven.
Yep.
And there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days.
So it's 3 days. So it was daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. So think about it. On the first day, you're like, this too shall pass.
They quoted scripture.
Right. This too shall pass, right? Like, this gonna, like, it's just an eclipse, right? Oh, the sun god is mad at us. But by the second day, when there's no light, you're like, wait, hold up. But you're already hearing things and seeing things and feeling things. The darkness is no longer even an issue. It's everything else that's not happening or happening. That becomes the issue. The darkness is now secondary. By the third day, you insane. You start knocking off your young, killing your wives, killing each other, suicide. Because I'm hearing too much things, I'm seeing too many things. I haven't slept in 3 days.
Shoot, the Amityville horror thing, that was a course of 30 days. That was 1 month. It's supposed to be a true story, right?
Oh, right.
It drove them crazy. They moved to the other side of the country. Remember the Amityville horror house thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be in, New Jersey or something?
Yeah.
And they moved all the way to California. The whole family went nuts. Can you imagine Egypt? Amityville horror was just your house is talking to you and telling you to get the hell out.
Yep.
Egypt was apparitions. That means people you knew were dead. They walking around your house now.
Calling your name.
Yeah. Talking to you. Fires getting lit. Ghosts, weird water running. Like you're hearing a whole babbling brook going on in your house.
You hearing stones crush and falling like you were building pyramids?
Yeah.
Come on.
Damn.
It's in a thick darkness that could be felt. So think about the air that they were breathing.
Oh gosh.
Anybody ever been like into the mountains? Like high elevation?
Yeah.
When you go into Colorado and you hit the mountain, as soon as you cross Boulder, you get like right into the Boulder Mountains, you're like, the air gets so thick, it's like an oxygen.
Don't you feel like the gravity more?
You can feel it. You can feel the more. You can feel just. You can feel it. You go to Colorado Springs. You go South Colorado. You can feel it. As soon as you hit a certain, it's weird, but you can feel the air.
Remember, me and my friend, we were running down the mountains in Estes Park.
Estes Park.
And that ain't even really that high. When we were running down the mountains, we was all windy and everything like that. But when we came down to regular ground, like when we got back to Denver, you could run for like miles.
But even Denver is still elevated.
Yeah.
More than the average state. It's a mile up above sea level.
Yeah.
Just Denver. So when you start hitting those mountains and getting up there, Estes Park is elevated. That's because you can feel it when you go to Estes Park, and when you're coming down, your ears pop.
Yeah.
Now usually your ears pop when you're in an airplane. So imagine how high up you really are when your ears pop on a car ride. Yeah. So that air starts to get thick, that breathing becomes labored. Now check this out. Go back to the Josephus real quick. It says, a thick darkness without the least light spread itself over the Egyptians, whereby their sight being obstructed and their breathing hindered by the thickness of the air. They died miserably and under a terror, lest they should be swallowed up by the dark cloud. Besides this, when the darkness after 3 days and as many nights was dissipated, and when Pharaoh did not. Okay, so that's it on that. So just think about, again, the children. Mama, I can't breathe. Papa, I can't breathe. What can you do? And they're gasping for air. You like, let me put them out their misery. Right? Let me just get the sickle. Right? The harvest is ripe.
Damn.
They weren't thinking that, but that's what it was. That's what was going down. Get the sickle. The harvest is ripe.
They didn't know when it would end.
They didn't know when it was at. That's the point. You sitting there, your baby is suffering from as soon as the darkness drops, the air changes. Everything changes as soon as it happens. So your baby is laboring. Your old are laboring. It's like now. Imagine trying to breathe through water. That's what people like with the coronavirus and pneumonia. When you have pneumonia and it fills up your lungs and you're trying to breathe, it's like trying to breathe underwater. That's what they say. I mean, I never had it.
I had it twice. Oh yeah.
But trying to breathe underwater for a human it's impossible. That's the point. It's impossible to breathe underwater. You see that? So imagine they're breathing. Just that aspect. And then all the other things on top of that. I mean, the Most High was hitting them spiritually. He was hitting them mentally. He was hitting them physically. They could not escape. And through all that, Pharaoh still had the level of pride to not do what the Most High wanted.
Wow.
Reading, you done? Are you done?
No, sir.
Damn. Go ahead.
Verse 23. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yasharallah had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, Go ye, serve the Most High, only your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moses said, Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our power.
Yeah, Pharaoh wanted to keep our cattle because his was destroyed.
You gotta be so hard-headed for this. Because
God.
think about it. Everybody, the Most High turned Pharaoh's light back on. You know, gave him the ability to see Moses and talk to Moses. But the whole other 3 days he been in darkness. The rest of the people still wander around darkness. And the Most High is giving them the opportunity, like, listen, I'm going to let you see long enough to be able to talk to Moses. And at that point, you still ain't ready to repent and be like, you know what, y'all go ahead and do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Don't come back. Like, you got to be hard-headed as hell, man.
Yeah.
Well, bro, think about when a person brings some type of pestilence into your house. You're like, don't come back.
Right.
Take all you have. Take everything you own.
Right?
And leave. Think about that.
Yeah.
This dude was just like, yeah, nah, we ain't gonna do that. We're gonna keep them around because the pride. The pride.
He was a mighty man when it came to pride.
Yeah.
He had mighty pride.
Khan, was that it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Any questions on Ain't no questions on that. Come on. We've been talking for 3 hours, right? We've been talking 4 hours. I ain't got no damn questions. I mean, does anybody have?
Jeremiah Shabdashah Yahawada Ban Yashala. Men of Israel, I might him. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Damn, pick that up quick.
God.
Second silent class, right?
This is a beautiful thing.
God.
The force is strong with this one. Okay?
Nice.
I'm practicing that. Take brothers like 8 months to get that.
God.
Good job.
Your minds is like sponges, bro.
Yeah. Unless you come as a little child. Unless you come as a little child, man. Ready to learn. Good job. Where we at?
It's 10 and 20, 26.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Exodus
10 and 26.
Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not be hoof be left behind.
No, let him read from his. But for future. Yeah. Protect his eyes. Go ahead.
I start over.
No, keep reading.
For thereof must we take to serve the Lord our God. And we know not with what we must serve the Lord until we come
Thither.
thither.
Go ahead.
But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, take heed to thyself. See my face no more, for in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face again no more.
Right, so we see what's going on here. Pharaoh is telling Moses to check himself. Pharaoh should have checked himself.
Yeah.
He should have took heed. Right? But pride, lack of vision, lack of care, putting the blame on Moses. If y'all take your stuff, go. If I see y'all around here anymore, it's gonna be your death. Right? So let's read chapter 11.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether.
Thrust. Thrust, he was going to definitely throw you out of the city. He's going to throw you out of Egypt. Go ahead.
Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt in the sight of Pharaoh's servants.
Right, so going back to when he said, I'm going to make you a god, the Egyptians now were looking more at Moses and giving him the favor more than they were looking at Pharaoh. So whatever Moses wanted, guess what? He got it. Whatever he commanded the people, they gave it to him. That's what it's telling us right here. Go ahead. Ooh, this is verse 4. It's nasty. Verse 4 is so nasty. Read that.
And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, about midnight I will go out into the midst of Egypt.
So Moses said to the people, Thus saith the Lord, I will go out at midnight. I'll get it, right? The Lord said he was going to go out at midnight into the midst of Egypt.
So that's when the Yahushua came as a spirit.
Right.
Okay.
Well, he was letting them know, I'm going to go do this. He was letting Moses know to tell the people that I'm going to go out and do this. Very, very nasty scripture. And it goes right with the wisdom of Solomon. Goes right with wisdom of Solomon. We're going to jump to wisdom of Solomon 18. Not yet. We'll jump when we get into chapter 12. Go ahead. What?
And all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of maidservant, and his behind of the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts.
Right, so anything that was the firstborn of Egypt, didn't matter your level, your stature, even the animals. Even the cows. The goats, the sheep, everything. It didn't matter.
Wow.
Your firstborn was going to be wiped out.
And this is what was left after starving, frogs,
Right.
ice, all that other
Hail.
stuff that was left.
Because the hail was meant to kill the animals.
Oh, God.
That's what the hail was meant to kill, was to kill the livestock. Right? The lice, it said that grew up on man and beast. It came out of man and beast. The boils hit man. The locusts hit the remnant of the greenery, crops. So whatever was left, if you even had a beast, and it was a firstborn, if you thought like, oh, I got me a little cow, got me a nice fat heifer, I could rebuild. No sir. Got me a prized bull. No. Go ahead.
And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, or shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against a man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel.
Listen,
Ron, they never scientifically explained that one.
what's that?
How you get a dog to
right.
shut his mouth?
That's all.
Just based on the nationality of the person. Remember, the Egyptians was black, the Hebrews was black,
Yeah.
but the dog knew the difference.
It's cold, man.
Wow. It
Yeah.
wouldn't even bark against a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman.
Yep.
So how you scientifically explain that?
Yeah. That's cold. Not even a dog would think to bark against, man. Wag its tail.
It says against man or beast.
Yeah.
So if Israel had stopped cattle,
They wouldn't even
you wouldn't even-
buck up against it. Can't rattle that cattle. Can't rein that cattle in. Yeah. I mean, this is the power. This is the power that we're dealing with. Go ahead.
And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron of the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
So we know what the first year or the first month of the year is, the first day of the year is, based off of this happening right here. It told you when the barley and the rye they were still sprouting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we get our first day of the month from. That's where we get our first day of the year from. So how you get, Esau coming and telling you that in the middle of winter, when you can't even harvest a crop, is the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
See, they do that for money's sake. Y'all see that? They do that for money's sake. So you go out there and shop and do all these different things and all that, thinking this is the beginning of the year. Nah, you're in a whole different. You're in damn spell. That's why people get the Christmas spirit, right? All these people that have been a-holes the whole year, all of a sudden, are so giving and loving when they start hearing that Christmas music, right? As soon as Mariah Carey get playing, everybody wanted to write a check. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, you couldn't squeeze a dime out of you the whole year. You know what I mean? You got nothing but excuses for why you don't go visit your grandma or visit your mother in the old folks home or whatever. But as soon as Mariah Carey gets singing, all of a sudden you ready to take a drive across the country and go chop down a tree and do all that. Like,
because isn't Christmas a more busier time in the year than any other time? That's like when all the businesses gotta reconcile books and do all that stuff, right? So how do you have more time in the busier time of the year all of a sudden? Right? But because 'tis the season. It's the reason for the season. Right?
but see, the agricultural culture where everything's based on when stuff grows and when it can be harvested and all that, Egypt was dead, man. Most High picked the perfect time. Like, listen, this is right when you gonna start your year, because Egypt had the same year. They started their year the same time with agriculture, right? Mm-hmm. So as soon as I've been waiting for this. Been waiting for this rye to get right. Been waiting for this wheat. They was making beer. Remember, they was doing it up in Egypt.
Okay.
They had beer. They had all this stuff, right? Yeast, all that. They was waiting for this rye and this wheat. Most High just killed it. Wow. And this is going to be the beginning of months for you. For you Hebrews that's been eating good and you actually were able to grab your crops in, this is the beginning of months for you. So that's how we know right here. We know what the beginning of the months is based off of that. If anybody's telling you the moon, the sun, and all that stuff like that, they'd have to be going from the first 7 days of creation. You'd have to been there right there with the Most High to say, oh, this is day one.
Yep.
Nah. This is the beginning of months for you. This is the beginning of the year for you.
Yep.
Right here. What's that?
And like you just said, you're right, it is about, their agenda is about money. But their biggest agenda is just for them, they just going against the commandments.
Yeah.
Because they, like you said, they know what's up. They done seen what's up. They done read, seen what's going on. It's just our people go around here, like zombies. Like they don't know what the hell is going on. But these people know what's going on. That's the reason why they'll tell you, oh no, not Saturday, it's Sunday. Because they know the commandment of the Most High is the 7th day, the Sabbath. So anything that he say, they say no. Anything he say anything he says no, they say yeah. Anything he say yeah, they say no. You see? So that's why I was telling my real say, when Esau said go to the east, I'm going to the doggone west. Okay, because I know that if I go the way he talking about going, I got a pothole somewhere on me.
And really, it's confusion. This is like something so small as, when does a day start?
Sundown.
No, it don't. Starts
It
at
don't?
12 a.m. 12:01.
Oh, okay, well.
12:01 a.m. But you see my point.
Gotcha.
12:01 a.m. Like, why would that constitute the start of a day?
Yeah.
Why would that, like, what signifies 12:01 a.m.? Like, how can you take away clocks, take away all that stuff? How can you tell it's 12:01? See, the point is that the Most High gave us things to use to be able to determine time, and they take that away. It's about taking away the power. You no longer need the moon. You no longer need sundown. You no longer need these things to constitute what I've set up. Listen, I gave you a calendar, right? I give you my calendar with 7 days, 365 days in a regular year,
Right.
366 every 4 years.
Right.
So I'm gonna confuse you. I'm gonna add to things. I'm gonna take things away. I'm going to put it to where you don't know what time it really is. That's what it's about. What's that?
I got this Shadak, I don't know if you remember this. I shared this with him about a good year ago.
Okay.
Yeah. I had this, remember I had the app on my phone, Moon
Oh,
app.
the moon app.
And, right, and on the calendar, on their calendar it said the full moon the next day, remember?
Yeah.
And then when the sun went down, there the full moon was. I said, wait a minute, I thought it was supposed to be tomorrow. They kind of said the full moon tomorrow, but when the sun went down, remember I showed you that app?
I remember.
I said on my app says the full moon tomorrow, but when the sun went down, the full moon was still out there.
Because
So that was proof that it was already the next day.
because a full moon, right? Right. Because to them, a full moon is a 29 and a half
I
days.
said, whoa,
We don't deal with half days.
Con.
whoa.
We don't deal with when a day starts. A half a day for them would be 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Or no, 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. That'd be a half a day. You see that? So when is a day calculated? Well, at sundown, dusk and dawn tell you when the start is. You don't need to look at your watch. Oh, it's 12:01 second. 12:00. Oh, it's the third. It's the fourth. We didn't do it like that. That's why we counted. Think about it. We counted hours of the day from what? From when the sun rose, first hour, second hour, third hour. You'd always hear first hour of the day. It's but the third hour of the day. Why are y'all drunken? So that's like 9 a.m. Y'all faded, right? It's only the third hour. Why y'all drinking? It's the 12th. It's the 6th hour. It's the 9th hour. It's the 12th hour of daylight. And then we had nighttime also. We had 12 hours a night, 12 hours a day. But when you look at Google, watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna go to my little weather app. You gotta trust the white man's weather app, right? And this tells you. Check this out. So how is sunrise at 7:16 but sunsets at 5:52? So that means that there's more daylight than then night. That means that the sun is wrong. The moon is coming up wrong. There's not an equality in day and night. There's not 12 hours of daylight. There's not 12 hours of sunlight, and then 12 hours of night. But see, when they throw it like daylight savings, daylight savings, and it's daylight savings. That's what throws it off. So you'll have an inequality of the sun and the moon, but they were, one was a greater light, lesser light. But the way they do it, they'll make you think like, wait a minute, there isn't 12 hours of night and 12 hours of day. There is. That's how the Most High set it up.
John,
A just balance. What's that?
as John chapter 11 verse 9.
Read it.
Yahushua answered, are there not 12 hours in a day?
Right? I mean, and that's not talking about a day, because somebody tried to, well, there's only 12 hours in the whole day. No, that's 12 hours of daylight.
Con.
Not just a whole day is 12 hours, but what about the nighttime? That's 12 hours also. So you do have 24 hours that constitutes a day. So from sundown tonight to sundown tomorrow would be a full 24 hours. And if you look at actually when the sun is coming up, all you do is count 12 hours from sunrise to sundown. That's how you do it. That's why we use the moon. It said the moon was for times, for seasons, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Moon dial, sundial. The sun is at what would noon be? Noontime. Right, when the sun is at its highest peak, directly above. Right? That would constitute noonday. What's that, sis?
I have a question about time zones. Are those real?
Listen, when I was driving to Virginia, you drive and it tells you like, oh, you're entering such and such time zone. They made time zones. I mean, because you don't read like, oh, it's a different time here and a different time here. I mean, they came up with time zones, daylight savings. They created that. So I mean, I don't even know how they based. Listen, I don't know how they did. What type of sorcery they come up with to do that?
So it's all based on how they want the New York Stock Exchange and all their money to work.
That too, yeah.
That's the thing. They want a day to start officially for you in Texas, the same way a day starts for them in New York, knowing that the sun come up quicker
In New York than it does in Texas, yeah.
Because they want them to start. They want you to start working at the same time they're working, so that you'll keep that clock running on the New York Stock Exchange. You'll keep all that money rolling.
Because what? 9 a.m. in New York is 6 a.m. in Cali?
Yeah.
3 hour difference? So, right? So, yeah, they base it off of, money. They base it off of money. But when the sun, it tells you the sun rises and moves around in this course that it sets, right? So, yeah, the sun is not going to rise and be on all on everything all at once. It's got to rise up from the coast, from the east, and it goes to the west.
See, the way the Most High created it, it gave you your rest because you knew, okay, the sun's coming up, I gotta start working. The sun's going down, I gotta go chill.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But what they got you doing?
Oh, sundown?
Sundown.
Yeah, you still work.
Still in the office.
You in the mall at 10 p.m.
Right.
Bro, I always sit back and think like, wouldn't it be nice to rise with the sun and set with the sun?
Yeah.
That's what we did. We woke up with the sun. Think about it. They kept that tradition all the way until what, the early 80s? Farmers. What did they rise with? What do farmers get up with? They get up with the roosters crowing at the sun. Right? We would wake up with that sun, and then we would, the end of the day, work is finished at sundown.
That's what I said, when you're agricultural culture.
Yeah.
That's how you live.
Yep.
And that is a perfect system.
Yeah.
Because it gives your body time to rest. It gives your mind time to rest. That's why they do all the science on it, right? When it's dark, your melatonin starts kicking up, then you start going to sleep. All these certain chemicals in your body start making you feel better, healing your body, all that. But if I got you on a whole different schedule, now I'm able to wear out the saints of the Most High.
Yeah, they got you working graveyards.
Your chemical balance, and then put you in a crazy mental institution saying you're chemically imbalanced when I imbalanced you.
Yeah, they gave you the
But
graveyard.
now I got to give you a bunch of pills after I've taken over Iraq and all the places where they grow all the poppy fields and all that stuff. Now I got to give you and sell you these pills at $900 a pill, right? That are going to help you sleep right.
Wow. Whoever worked graveyard shift.
Yeah. When I threw off your whole circadian rhythm, now I got to fix it with a pill.
Or you just don't sleep. I work graveyard shifts.
Yeah.
I think I did that for 10 years. I was a vampire. I would, listen, I'd probably run off of, on an average, 4 hours a day for 10 years of sleep. 4 hours. Now I'm just really feeling what sleep feels like. I'm like, whoa, that's what it feels like? That's what that feels like to get into that deep, you know when it's bad when you can just dream instantly? As soon as you lay down, you're in REM sleep. That was me.
Yeah.
But I heard, oh, what's that? And then fall asleep, REM sleep, 10 years. But you get sicker. If you didn't take care of your body will break down. You would process things mentally all wrong. Think about it. You're sleeping in the middle of the day when everybody else is up moving around. The daytime is your nighttime. That circadian rhythm, that's real, but that goes according to sunlight and nighttime. When you are agricultural, you base things off of day and night. You can't do nothing at nighttime, but they make it to where, oh no, we're going to make sure we stay up until 10 p.m., right? 10 p.m., you're going to be in the office till 11, you're going to go home, you're going to get some sleep, you're going to be up before the sun comes up, and be up until the moon, before the moon drops. Like, they got us all thrown off.
Yeah, because people be like, well, watches, what about when the shepherds were out watching their sheep? You know what sheep and horses and cows are doing when the night comes?
Sleep.
They sleep.
They
So
sleeping,
how are you
man.
watching your flocks?
Yeah.
You sleep too.
They all stopped moving and they slept.
Yeah. You hear, okay, something's going on. Something's happening. I'm up. You know what I mean? But you sleep. You see that?
They went to sleep.
But now what's your sleep schedule all thrown off, man? Your body's all thrown off. Now your mind doesn't communicate properly with the Most High. Don't communicate properly with your body. You know what I mean? Like coordination. You shouldn't have to work on your coordination. Your brain is in your body.
Which coordinates your movements.
Right. Like I gotta now work on coordination exercises. Why? Because my brain is thrown off because you got me on a weird sleep schedule.
That's why they give you. That's why on the phones now, if you look at the phones, when you go into the settings, they got to give you night mode.
Yeah.
They got to give you blue light filters.
Yep.
They got to give you all. They got to give you these. I have it right here on the phone. Yeah, they got blue light filter. They got night mode. The blue light filter turns the phone black. It cancels out all that blue light because, think about it, it's 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. and you're like this staring into the light. What does that throw off? Your sleep. They got to give you ambient sounds so you can fall asleep to. Where, listen, 6. Remember there was a time when you ate dinner at 5? At 4 p.m. Moms was cooking dinner. Well, not my mom. She was working. But that 1920s mom, it's like, oh, dinner, and it's like daylight. It's like, wait, but it's daylight outside. Dinner, because you ate dinner in the daylight, and by the evening, by like 8 o'clock, what were you doing? Sleep. You was getting that good old sleep. And I tested. Listen, I make no go to bed at 8 p.m. when he got school, and he'll sleep, and he'll wake up at 6 a.m. and he's refreshed, and he's moving around like, I'm ready for school, and I'm like, I'm not.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, go downstairs and log on. Leave me alone. Right? You know how to log. I'm like, you know how to log on, and he'll be out. But he'll be up. Listen, he'll be up. He'll brush his teeth. Listen. He got enough time to play video games, cook himself some breakfast, like pour some cereal. And I'm like, Dad, what time did you wake up? And he doesn't know what time he wakes up. But I'm like, he had to have woken up at around 6, 7. School starts at 9, but he's already like in. You could tell he's already like in the 4th hour of the day mode, where he's moving in that way, and I'm like groggy and went to bed at 3, trying to just pull it together. I tested with him, but then when he goes to bed, let him go to bed at 10, 11, 12, and wake up. He'll wake up right at 9 to log in. Brush, teeth dry with black, hair matted down to the side, face just crusty, and you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference because his body, naturally, the Most High got us programmed to do something, but the way America, Egypt, think about a 10-day work week.
Daniel 7:25.
So, yep. Get that? What's that, Benaiah?
That's the only thing I think about when we start talking about time.
Time?
Like,
Yeah.
That's exactly how they did it.
I used to stay up till 3 at night. Like, it would seem like I'm just doing whatever, but I used to stay up till 3 in the morning. doing
Yeah.
homework.
Yeah, but you know what that's going to do for you in the long run? It's going to program you, and then as you age, because I don't remember ever sleeping in high school. I don't remember it. I don't remember ever sleeping. I just remember going to school, going to work, going to the movies, and then somehow I ended up back at school. I don't remember. I remember I had a bed, right? I had this king, I had a California king water bed, but I don't remember sleeping. Yeah, I had a water bed. Yeah, California king. I'm playing. Come on. Right? But the point is, I don't remember sleeping in it. Not in high school. I remember doing all the things that a kid does, but I don't remember ever sleeping because I didn't sleep a lot. 3, 4 in the morning was natural. You go to bed 4, you wake up about 6, 7, get dressed, drive over to school, and you just have your day. As a kid, you got all that energy. Things ain't weighing you down. But see, that was the time when you were supposed to get that rest. Sleep, get your rest in. That way, as you aged, you were in a good pattern of just getting rest. Now I'm like, 12 o'clock, I'm tapping out. By 12, like everybody, I'm the 4 o'clock guy, 5 o'clock guy. Now, as I'm getting a little bit more, aged, I'm the 12 o'clock guy. If I could, I'd be the 10 o'clock guy. If I could. Trust me, if I could, I'd be in 10 o'clock, shalom. But we be in the gym sometimes. Class ends at 9:30, so I can't just float home and take a sleep. If I could, I would though. But 12 o'clock is kind of like my cutoff these days.
I used to be the 10 o'clock guy.
I ain't never been the 10 o'clock guy. I'm trying. I'm pretty sure, give me 20 years.
Like
You call my phone at 8:30. Doo-doo-doo. The number you have reached. Nah. I'm just be sleep. Sleep is good. Listen, I like sleep. Oh my God. Woo. Oh, if y'all only knew. What's that?
Doesn't Priest Kazaki, like when there's a big gathering, if he's he'll sneak away, just like
all the
time.
time.
No, you know why? Because Kazaki don't be eating meat, so he'll eat meat on a feast, and he gets drunk off the meat, so he gotta go lay down.
Yeah, I remember last time
Body shuts up.
I made my burgers for him, and he was in a coma.
Yeah.
I went in the room.
Yeah. He gets
Chalk out.
He gets like meat drunk to the point where he just gets faded. Like you think he's drunk off liquor, but the body trying to process that meat. When you don't eat a lot of meat, that's what happens. Yeah. Listen, the last time when I was in Rochester, oh my God. When I was in Rochester, I'm gonna blame this on Karataza because this was his fault. We were like, hey, let's get some cheesecake. So we got a cheesecake, and it was 4 of us, so you get 2 pieces each. Well, not 2 pieces in that night. And it's been a minute since I had something on that level of sweetness. And I ate it. Kazakia ate it. Listen, we both went and laid down. Like, I never had to lay down after eating some sweets. But we looked at each other like, whoa. And Karataza was just sitting there like, yeah, y'all good. And we were like, shalom, man. It was 9 o'clock. We were like, shalom, bro. And I went and I laid down because that sugar hit me so hard, it didn't like give me no energy. It instantly put me in a decline. I felt like my teeth were falling out of my mouth. And me and him looked at each other, and we both were like, Khan, shalom. I went to my room, he went to his, and Karatazai was out there. He's like, where'd y'all go? We're like, no, bro, this was too much. Karatazai is your fault. So yeah, when you don't do certain things and you give it to your body, it'll wear you out. Yeah. But read that Daniels.
Daniels, chapter 7, verse 25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
How is he going to wear out the saints of the Most High? How is he going to wear you out? Read.
And think to change times and laws.
So his first thought, the wicked's first thought was, hey, the way we'll wear out the saints of the Most High, we'll change the times and laws on them. We'll give them leap years and solstices and all this other bull, and that'll wear them out. That'll wear their body down.
Well, yeah, we'll give you if the moon does its cycle in 30 days. That's a proven fact, right? So how do you get 365 days? Where does that? Why do you got 28 days in one month, but then 31 in another, and then 30 in another? I mean, come on. Then every 4 years, we're gonna throw in an extra day for 29 on the February.
It's like what they say about a lie. Every time you tell a lie, you gotta tell another lie to cover that up.
Yep.
That's what they do. It's like, okay, well, how do we account for the fact that now we got a whole extra day that ain't accounted for on the calendar? Oh, well, we'll call this leap year. You know what I mean? And we'll sell that to everybody. And then how do we account for the fact that leap year didn't actually make the day longer, or whatever you didn't make the actual day longer? Oh, well, daylight savings time. You just keep making up new lies that don't make no damn sense, but all the sheep believe it.
Oh, there was one. There was one where they switched up when the zodiac signs were.
Yeah.
So like if you're a, we don't go before that, but if you're a Scorpio, it's no longer like October 25th to like November 23rd or whatever it was. They added an extra sign in there. It's like that was like a while back.
That sign went away and you ain't hear nothing about it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think that helped because people was like, nah, that don't mean, like, we ain't rocking with that. We like to be what we are. I'm a Leo, so I'm gonna be a Leo. I'm a Scorpio, so I'm gonna be a Scorpio. Right?
Certain lies you can't just tell everybody. It's like the Matrix.
Yep.
Y'all watch that movie, man. It's deep. There was certain things you just couldn't sell everybody. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell me that I had a deja vu when I just seen the same cat walk across the doorway twice. You know what I mean? There's a glitch.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it wouldn't sell to people, and that would glitch them, and they would wake up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Same thing's happening in this world you're in now. A lot of y'all waking up to the truth and saying, damn, this makes more sense than what science taught me, than what biology taught me, what astronomy and astrology and chemistry and all that taught me. Why? Because this makes more sense, and there's a glitch in everything they do. And the glitches ain't adding up no more. Now they can't just erase them away.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they did with the CERNs thing, right? They try to put the title CERNs on it, so everybody was, oh no, the Berenstein Bears was spelled this way, and now it's spelled this way. Like, nigga,
what's that, the Mandela effect?
Yeah, the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
CERNs, you know what I mean? Like they put those labels on it because they glitched the system. They actually doing that. You know what I mean? Like they're changing these things up on you, and then you wake up and catch it. Like, wait a minute, Chick-fil-A was spelled like that. You know what I mean? Chico Stick was spelled like that. And you try to go back in your memory, but they done changed it up over here, and now they gotta lie to you and be like, oh, that's the Mandela effect. You're tripping. You know what I mean? Yep. This happened. No. I'm feeling it. This person's feeling it. Why? Because we remember what it was. We were there. You know what I mean? It's a memory. It's not Mandela effect.
Did he die in jail or outside of jail? Right? Mandela got released from prison and died outside of prison. The nigga was on Oprah.
Yeah.
I mean, stop.
Yeah.
The nigga was on Oprah. What the hell? Come on, man. People gotta stop.
Yeah, but they throw the idea out there. And that if they could do that with a person that just lived, 10 years ago?
Yeah, basically.
How much did they do it with this?
It's true.
How much did they go? All they had to do was, wineskin. Boom. They didn't have bottles back then. Now you got a whole different idea. You going down the whole internet trying to find out, was it wineskin or bottles? And you missing all the glory and horror that we reading about the Most High. All you got is God is love, and I got to find out about wineskin and some bottles. Because they told you Mandela effect changed the wineskin into bottles and bottles into wineskin, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you went down this whole other path and never learned the glory, the majesty, the terror of the Most High. How to fear Him, how to respect Him, how to love Him, how to serve Him. You never learned that because you jumped down this whole rabbit hole. That's how they're wearing out the saints of the Most High. They change times, they change laws. You know what I mean? I just went into that bald-headed dumbass preacher on the internet. He's on TikTok doing TikTok live, And I had him stuttering his head off because I kept throwing scriptures at him like, the law's done away with. Here, what about this? Oh, well, those are the commandments. We're not talking about the commandments. We're talking about the laws are done away. I'm like, wow, bro. It's like he just lying to everybody. And you don't have a problem, but this is how they wear out the sentence of the Most High. You know what I mean? They change everything. Subtle changes and some are just blatant changes. But they just trying to see what you're going to go along with. Oh, they ain't going along with the new Zodiac thing. Just switch it back.
Yep.
They won't notice. They won't notice that we just tried to add a whole nother planet to the solar system. And the planet's supposedly been around 50 billion years. Like we told them the whole universe been around billions of years. But we were able to add a planet that they didn't know. What happened? You grew up with 9 planets for 40 damn years, and then they're like, oh yeah, there's 10.
So it's hiding behind one of the other ones.
Yeah. we just didn't see it with our high-powered telescope that could see to the end of the universe.
Right.
You caught the glitch, so they were like, yeah, just let it fade out. And most of y'all forgot about that, right? That they try to add another zodiac sign by literally adding another planet to the solar system that didn't exist.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
They trying to make me like a Leo or something.
But how much did they do that you said? You got to think about it. That's the stuff you caught. Like he was talking about the solar system earlier. There ain't no solar system. You never caught that. But damn, I'm looking through this book, and these planets are never moving.
Right.
We're watching the video of the solar system, and the planets are never moving. It's supposed to be Venus is like all atmosphere. It's just clouds. And if you walk, they told us if you walked outside on Venus, you would literally lose 50 pounds because it's so humid, and all the what do they call that? The greenhouse effect on Venus will literally make you lose 50 pounds. And it's just clouds swirling around on there and all that. Every time you watch a video of Venus, it's just a round ball just hanging out. Because it ain't a video. Because it ain't an actual picture. That's a drawing. Y'all been looking at CGI and drawings, Disney characters for your whole life, and you thought there was a whole solar system. Y'all see that?
So true.
How much did you already swallow to this point? That's why we tell y'all, when you come in, don't act like you know something. Because you're going to read it in the scriptures and be like, damn, that makes so much more sense than how I think. Well, stop thinking that way. Stop thinking that way. Just switch your mind over to what the scriptures say. Y'all see that? Because literally, there's so many facts I could just throw at you right now. You can literally Google and find out all the lies that you tell you. How old is the solar system? 50 billion years old. How old are dinosaurs? 64 million years old. What's the oldest tree system? 6,000 years old. So what was those big ass 64 million year old dinosaurs eating? That you said was eating leaves. If the oldest tree is only 6,000 years old, what were they doing 64 million years ago? Starving to death.
It was a form of algae.
Right.
That grew on different structures.
Right. Sprouted out of the air, right?
Right.
Yeah. See, they're gonna have to lie to you to cover up their lies.
Got it.
Oh, can heat travel through a vacuum? Absolutely not. It's freezing cold, negative 270 degrees in a vacuum. And the sun's 93 million miles away.
Right.
Yeah.
How we getting heat?
Done.
But, you know, that's just the scientists in you. How many lies did you swallow growing up, and then we still grow up saying the Bible ain't real?
Right. Right.
The Bible told you the earth is about 6,000-7,000 years old.
Makes sense.
The oldest tree is 6,000 years old. I mean, you can't put 2 and 2 together. But science told you it was 64 million years old. There was cavemen running around. There was dinosaurs that eat only leaves out of trees, living 64 million years ago.
Right.
I think I'm gonna go with this. The common sense is all there. You see that? So when he started talking about Egypt and what he did to Egypt and the destruction, or when he started talking about what the wicked do to wear out the saints of the Most High, I'm gonna believe that over what they try to sell me. Because who changed the times and laws? God said since the beginning, the evening and the morning were the first day.
That's right.
Last year, you had a whole nother planet. The year before that, you only had 9 planets. A decade before that, you didn't have daylight savings time. Back in the 1800s, we didn't have leap years. You keep changing with your science. This ain't changed. And I can go outside and verify. Hey, when's the day start? I'm feeling awake right now when the sun came up. And I'm feeling tired when the sun go down. Yep. Like the evening and the morning of the first day. Is that simple? To me, I don't know. Where you at?
That was Daniel chapter 7, verse 25.
Right, so that was the first thing the wicked thought. The scriptures say in their way they're wiser than men. Their first thought was, this will be how we wear out the saints of the Most High. We'll change the times and we'll change the laws. So now they're eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, and they're waking up at funny times. And we can profit off that because now they're crazy.
Yeah.
We have to make them sane. This pill will do it. Right? It'll cause vomiting, diarrhea, death, craziness, running out in the middle of traffic, hallucinations. But it will keep you from staying awake all night. It is only $999.99 per pill. Right? But you got Medicare, Medicaid, so you good. Take the pill. Right? Meanwhile, your body's broken down. You can't pray without your brain going into the cosmos. You can't. How many of y'all can pray without getting weirdo other thoughts?
Man.
You know where that's coming from? Your sleep schedule's thrown off and your food is poisoned. Change times and laws. Yep. Wow. To wear the saints of the Most High out. Well, you think we're really a statue of our ancestors, man, our forefathers? Yeah. We built the pyramids with our bare hands, man. We didn't have no funny contraptions or nothing like that. We picked up a big block that looked like this other block and we put it on top of that. We did that with our bare hands, man. Now look at you. You can't even imagine picking up a 20-ton rock.
Your knees don't last past the age of 40.
Yeah.
Come on. Your knees, your back. Yeah.
Sad, man. Let's go back though. Let's get that on track.
Jump back to Exodus.
Speak ye unto the congregation.
Where you at?
Exodus chapter 12, verse 3.
Go ahead.
Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make their count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening, and they shall take of the blood and strike it on two side posts, and on the upper door post of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs, they shall eat it.
Right, so 12, right? 12, yes, sir. Right, so this is going into the law. He's giving us the law of the Passover. He's telling us the stipulations, how to cook it, what to eat it with, what day, how to prepare the Passover. Go ahead.
And they shall eat the
Verse 9.
verse 9. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden,
Right, so you don't boil it. Sodden is to boil it. Or you cook it in water. You didn't eat it raw, right? Go ahead.
with water, but roast with fire his head, with the legs, and with the pernits thereof.
Right, so you roasted it whole. You didn't break the bones, you didn't cut it open, you just roasted it.
Y'all do understand the Passover wasn't meant to, I mean, we do it a different way now, you know what I mean, to make it a more celebration, but the Passover was meant for you to be in bitterness and heaviness and remembering everything the Most High put you through and took you out of. So when you ate that Passover lamb, you know what the pertinence is? Who knows what the pertinence of the lamb is? Huh? Maybe I'm missing something. Anybody? All right. All the entrails, the doo-doo bag. I don't know. You never cut out. If you ever cut open a lamb, which I've done personally, there's a big bag of doo-doo that pops out of this lamb. Mm-hmm. It's all filled with this green, nasty, all the chum that they done ate and everything. Yeah, it's a big bag of just doo-doo. All right, and you take that out, and the lamb doesn't smell as bad. All right, so when you cooking a lamb whole, all right, if you ever watched a movie where animals were getting burned on fire, like Mississippi Burning, they burned down the barn or whatever, the cow's stomachs was popping open like popcorn. All right, this is what happens when you're cooking a lamb whole. All right, is if you're cooking it with the pertinence, the entrails, the colon, all the internal organs in there, that lamb's gonna stink, man. Like when you biting into that lamb, you're tasting this weird, grassy, feces smell.
It's gamey.
Yeah,
it tastes gamey.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what Esau calls it gamey.
Esau calls it gamey when
do
they
their
eat
little
shit.
Sizer videos. It's
Yeah.
gamey, right? But you're eating this thing that has the aroma of entrails, all right, and doo-doo, all right. Now it's still healthy, you know what I mean, because it's just grass, but it's still doo-doo, all right. And you burnt this lamb. You got the cotton or the wool out. It's still on there, all right. It's just burnt off a little bit, you know what I mean. It's crisp. The skin is still on there. Everything. This was not meant to be like a celebratory meal where you're like,
Five-star dining.
Taste that. Nah.
It's succulent. Yeah, like you get to marinate the lamb for 4 days in its seasonings.
Like the worst part of Passover for y'all is bitter herb.
Bitter herb. The lamb was nasty.
The whole thing was nasty. Remember, we was trying to run from the Egyptians. So eat this meal. So because you're gonna spend 7 days running through the Red Sea to get to the other side.
Eat up.
All you're gonna have is the dough on your back that you can knead real quick and eat it. You know what I mean? So take this lamb, eat up as much meat as you can off of this lamb. You ain't got time. The Egyptians are gonna kill you. Burn that mug, eat it. You know what I mean? Burn it as heartily as you can, so you're not eating it with the blood. But you ain't got time to skin it and
dress it, like they would say.
Dress it.
Dress
Yeah,
the
take
lamb.
the entrails out and all that stuff. You ain't got time to, pull the testicles out, make sure they don't pop in the fire.
Ugh.
You ain't got time for all that. All you got time for is whatever the fire does to it, and you eat it.
You eat around it.
And then that dough you ain't got time to put yeast and you know it takes like 4 days to make a croissant. Yeah, because you gotta get the dough and you put the stuff in it, and you knead it all up and everything. Then you put that in just a bowl and leave it for like a day or so.
You gotta let the air do something to it for it to
You gotta let that
fluff.
yeast and everything multiply and all that, and for it to rise. And then you come back and form it up and do all that stuff and baste it down with some butter and all that, throw it in the oven. And then you got a croissant. You know what I mean? You didn't have time for that.
Tea and crumpets.
You ain't got time to dress the dough. So what you got is dough, your flour, your water, your eggs, whatever you can put in it. Smash that out and cook it in the fire too. Alright, so you wasn't getting no nice bread loaf. You know what I mean? You was getting basically a tortilla. Maybe. Some fried bread, if you were lucky. So you was eating nasty ass lamb with some nasty ass fried bread, right? And those bitter herbs before you dipped it in the blood and splattered it all over your door. You was getting that tea. That was to take the flavor off of the doo-doo smell that you was eating with the lamb. Like, you gotta eat the bitter herbs because this lamb tastes like doo-doo. You know what I mean?
He wasn't getting jerk lamb.
Yeah.
Sitting there like
eating
salt,
all that aromatic, that aromatic restaurant flavor.
Nah.
You're not getting none of that.
Lamb chops.
Yeah.
Dipped it, butter basted lamb chops. Yeah, they put it in the pan, they tilt the pan, they just scoop the butter. You wasn't getting that.
But every year, it was supposed to be a difference between the lamb you was eating all year long. You know what I mean? So you was eating that. Why? Because that commemorated that time where the Most High delivered you from captivity. And he delivered you from all those plagues. Remember, he didn't just deliver us out of the Egyptian captivity. We got to go through the plagues in Egypt. But from the outside. Even though we were dead in the middle of it. Like, I just looked up Goshen. There's Ramesses, Pithom, and then No. And we're like, boom, Goshen right here. So they was all dark all around us. And there's this nice little dome of happiness for us. You know what I mean? Us and our cattle and our children. And they walk around in darkness in the middle of the daytime. All around us. That's crazy, isn't it? Because it reminds me of when Luke 16, when the man died and he went to Abraham's bosom, and he's able to look right across and see everybody in hell.
Oh yeah.
That was Egypt. We was like, they tripping over there. What's going on? Oh, we know what's going on. Moses told us. Moses told us they going through some hell over there, and we was able to just see it. They couldn't see us, but we could see them wandering around with boils and everything else. Y'all see that? We were supposed to be remembering that time when we eat the Passover. So, when we do the Passover now, I'm always looking at it like, this ain't gonna help them remember, you know what I mean? But
so coming up this year,
that's why we explained it.
So coming up this year, we gonna dig a pit.
Yeah, y'all get the doodoo bag.
Y'all gonna get the doodoo bags. So who's waiting for Passover? Yeah.
And you gonna see a lot less people show up.
Right. A lot less people gonna show up because that meat. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah,
y'all be getting
COVID.
Y'all be getting like smoked lamb smoked with a little jerk flavor.
Falling off the bone lamb.
Yeah, well, not quite, but it's close.
In the stew.
Oh, in the stew. Yeah, y'all getting that lamb stew. Come on, you think they was eating that? But we still roast it with the fire. We still do that.
The Hamites do it. They have them do it at the place.
What's that?
They just take a blowtorch and
they burn. Yeah.
Like,
burn the head off.
But that's cooked. That's what they do. Like, they're still commemorating it the way we did.
I got a video of that.
Yeah. So, listen, we're gonna do what it says, and we just gonna get the whole lamb. We did it one year.
Yeah.
When you did it in your backyard, remember?
Yeah.
Everything was cut out?
Trails was cut out, yeah. I stuffed it with...
Because I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't
garlic.
imagine just... Come on, he wasn't seasoning that meat. Like, he had time to put, like, the garlic and the onions and let it just marinate.
Yeah. No, I cut it down the middle and stuffed it and sewed it back together.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So,
that's what
and then it didn't cook all the way on the spit, so we threw it over and cut it threw it in the oven.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I mean, think about it. It's just like eating... The smell got to be like eating chitlins.
Nah, because pigs eat everything. The lamb one is, it's like I said, it's like you smell the grass.
The grass burning.
I mean,
It's like methane.
Yeah.
The smell of methane, like fertilizer.
Yeah, it's like you just.
But
you
hot.
Just think of cow farts.
Yeah. But hot.
But that's what you're eating in your meal.
Because it wasn't what we're saying. It wasn't supposed to be a pleasant time. Like, yeah, we're supposed to come together and do it, but there wasn't this pleasantry behind it. Where now we get the meat. We get it. We put it in, season it up real nice, saute it, do this, do that. You still roast it with fire, but then we'll have different types of lamb at the Passover. You got your little salad next to it, right? We got desserts at the end, right?
But that's why Paul said, "Don't let nobody judge you in your meats and all that stuff, or judge you in your celebrating the feast days and stuff." Because, I be laughing when these cats popped up. When I was showing them how we did the lamb, and they popped up, and you didn't do it like this, and you didn't do it like that. I'm like, nigga, you're buying your lamb from the store.
Right.
You put salt on that.
Yeah, you supposed to. The law is you supposed to fresh kill that lamb. You ain't supposed to have no 8-year-old lamb.
Right.
That been sitting in the store. You know what I mean? You ain't supposed to have it chopped up.
If we're being technical, right? If we're all being law keepers,
Yeah, like if you gonna sit here and nitpick on the law.
you make your boast in the law by breaking it.
You can splatter the blood on the
You
doorpost.
just splatter the blood on your doorpost. You just do none of that shit. Right? Your bitter herb is ginger.
Yeah.
Right?
And what's your excuse? Well, it's gonna stain the door. Well, that ain't what the law says. The
Yeah.
law says you don't got an excuse. Smear the door.
Yeah, your bitter herb is wrong.
Right?
All that. It is funny because even at that time of Passover, like all the horseradish is like out of season. All this, like the bitter herb is gone. Last year it was gone.
Last year was gone, yeah.
What do you use? So it was about us remembering it, the harshness of it. That bitter herb was for the harshness also. You eat that bitter herb and you eat that herb and you're like, right? And you gotta eat all of it. And you ate it in haste. You ate it with your staff. Watch, read on. It's gonna tell us.
And ye, verse 10, right?
Yeah.
And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning.
No leftovers. Right? There was no like, oh, we taking that to-go plate, right? Like everybody come with their Tupperware, little, Tupperware ready to take a little something home. You said nothing remains of it in the morning. You disregarded of everything else that was left. Go ahead.
See, if you kept doing this the way it was held back then, I'm saying it for back then, if you kept doing it the way it was held, then when Christ came around, you fully understood what was going on. Why they taking him down before the Sabbath? Oh, Passover. He's our Passover. I get it, but we left off of that. That's why we didn't understand what was going on with our side. You know what I mean? It was just another guy getting killed by the Romans to us. Y'all see that?
Oh, we're actually gonna read that. We're gonna go into that. Yeah, he took his body down off the cross.
Yep.
We're gonna read into that in the New Testament. Go ahead.
And that which remaineth of it until the morning, ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet.
Think about it. Anybody ever sat around with a girdle on?
Done.
Now, this is not the little whack leather girdles that we wear, right? This is war girdle. Metal girdle, staff. So you were uncomfortable. You were on guard while you ate this meal. So that means you couldn't sit around and, oh yeah, you chopping it up, kicking it, you spoon feeding the kids.
Playing dominoes.
Open up, boom, Passover lamb in his mouth. Yeah, you slap down dominoes, spade, speed, Connect Four. No one wants it, by the way. Connect Four. My kids don't even. They avoid me. Let's play it. Anyway, you weren't
comfortable.
You weren't comfortable, man. Imagine having your warrior garment on, but like wartime stuff, and your staff in your hand, and you're like,
yeah, you basically having to rip the meat off the bone.
yeah.
By hand, you know, you got a staff here, so you eating one-handed. It ain't like you sitting there, fork and knife. Nah, you just having to rip meat off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And get ready to go. Eat as much as you can.
Rip a piece
Fill
up.
your belly up, because you're going to be 7 days no food.
Yep.
You're going to be 7 days with some crackers. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
some dried up bread that you got off your back.
Yeah.
That was the first Passover. Okay?
See how
The
we
reason I'm saying it is because Christ gave us a lot of grace that we ain't going to be able to celebrate the Passover the exact same way. But at the same time, we do got to remember what we went through. You understand? So that's why I'm expounding on it, because us just doing the Passover, you know, eating the feast of the Passover is more like a commemoration. You know what I mean? But you're not actually remembering everything we went through, because it's not being explained to you, and you're not tasting it in the meat. You're not, you know what I mean? You're not tasting it in that wine that you're drinking. That was just basically whatever you got out of whatever barrel you had. You wasn't going like, I'm getting the perfect aged cognac.
Yeah, barefoot
You know what I mean?
Moscato.
Yeah, I'm drinking Manischewitz. You know what I mean? You drinking Manischewitz, Kool-Aid, and it ain't even got to ferment yet. You're trying to get the hell up out of there. You understand? So you're eating as much as you can. You know, you drink a little bit, you know, to commemorate the blood of the Passover lamb that you smeared on the door and all that. But that's all y'all really know of the Passover. That's all we really know of Passover is, you know, hey, we're going to get together and eat. Well, how's that different from any other day? Well, the way we celebrated it back then was way different. You understand?
God.
So I'm just giving you that so you'll have it in your brain what we're actually commemorating. Because the feast as we do it ain't going to put that whole image in your brain. It's not going to put that whole ambiance in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The smell, the taste, the touch. The meat was not tender.
The sense of urgency.
The urgency.
You know what I mean? You're in fear for your life. You don't know when these Egyptians is coming. Because the Most High, all he told you was eat and leave. Don't even be dressed already, because as soon as you're done eating, you're going to have to run. You're going to have to move. Huh?
God.
There was a whole different spirit going on from the way we do Passover now to the way it was done originally, the first time. Alright? But also it helps you so that if any of these dummies get on there telling you how you doing the Passover wrong, well, you'll know all the exact details of how everybody's doing it wrong.
God.
You know what I mean? Because we weren't sitting there with nice little boxes of matzo crackers. That thing, you know what I mean? Nah, you grabbed your little tortilla pouch thing that you had, and you was eating tortillas all the way across the Red Sea. You understand? And they wasn't flavored with all the salt and the stuff you get with tortillas. It was just your flour, water, mix, dry, and eat it. You see that? Where you at?
Verse 11. And your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
That's it for him. Next reader.
Elijah, Shabbat Tashal, Yashakar, Ban Yasha'Allah, I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbarakatah.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbarakatah. Sorry.
I hold that on my feet.
Jimmer.
There's a lot of air in there.
Oh,
silence. What?
No.
the gods of Egypt. I will execute judgment. I am the Most High. And the blood.
What?
What does he mean about against all gods of Egypt?
Well, who was he gonna smoke? Who was he gonna kill? The firstborns, right?
Okay.
So when you look at like Egyptian customs, those firstborn, they were gonna be put up as the pharaohs, or the kings, or the heads of their houses. But also he was putting his power. The Most High was demonstrating his power against the Egyptian gods. How? Well, you got the god of this. You got the god of this. You got the god of. Who was their sun god? Ra. How come your God couldn't save you? Right? How come the sun god couldn't come out and overpower the darkness? Right? So he was demonstrating that the gods you put your trust in, for the sun, I'm going to negate him and show you that I control the sun. You see that?
I heard somebody do a breakdown of that, like how he was basically mocking all the Egyptian gods with each plague.
I'm about to go in. I'm about to go in. I'm about to. Me and Kazak was talking about it. You gotta do a lot of research on that, but I'm about to go in. Yeah, but Ra was their sun god. That was one of the gods.
God.
So yeah, he was demonstrating his power against. If you pray to this god, then pray to this god and get him to get the sun out. Well, the sun's out. Well, where's the light? Where's Ra at? How come he's not coming down to save you? That's why he quoted it. We went to it last week. He said, call on your gods, and I'm going to show you that they're nothing. The gods are vanity. You see that? So he was hitting man, beast, and gods. Go ahead.
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the house where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Most High throughout your generation. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day unto the 7th day, that so shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only man be done of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for it is selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever, in the first month and the 14th day of the month at even ye shall eat unleavened bread until the one at the 20th day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house, for whosoever eateth that which eat leaven, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitation.
So if any of y'all got the Black Power thing still going on in you, y'all see that the stranger ate this with us too, right? What should that tell you? I mean, read Ezekiel, he's going to drop it the same way. He's going to tell you the stranger's going to eat it too with you. They're going to eat the Passover, they're going to eat the tabernacles, all that. So if you're a Black Power Israelite and, you know what I mean, only Israelites is going to be in the kingdom and only Israelites is this and that, where you messing up everybody else, like you got everybody else's brain messed up because they like, well, damn, the nations ain't going to get in. What if my father's father or my great grandma was white or whatever? They start getting confused because, damn, I'm not getting into the kingdom. Well, you got to teach the whole truth. The whole truth is the nation's going to be there too. Yeah, they're going to be, you know, give them the rest of it. You'll be serving. You know what I mean? But when I want my chunk of the Passover meat, you're going to serve it to me. Let them know that. But they'll be there. You understand? Right. They are going to be there. We got to know that because we got too many Israelites out there just jumping. Everybody's a scholar now because of TikTok and Facebook. Everybody's a teacher now, but they're trying to rule out who's going to get in and who's not. What did the scripture say? The stranger's going to be there with you. There's going to be one law for them, one law for you. It's the same law. You understand? See, to us, we know Romans 9:4, Romans 3:1. To us pertain the adoption, the giving of the law, all that higher being stuff, right? The spirituality, that's for us. All right. The way the Spirit travels, it goes to us first, then the Gentiles. Right. You understand? But they're gonna be there. They're gonna be in the kingdom with us. They were in the kingdom with us from the jump. You understand that? They just had a position. Like they didn't get to just rip and run like Gentiles. You didn't get to be a heathen in Israel. No, you had to change up everything. But as long as they changed it up, they were able to eat with us. Y'all see that? See, remember what we're trying to establish. We're not just trying to establish a society group. We're trying to establish a perfect world. In a perfect world, especially one ruled by Israelites, those Israelites are going to have servants. We ain't going to have to do all the work. Y'all see that? The Most High, He didn't create the whole universe with His own hands, right? Christ and the angels heard the command, they went and took care of that, right? So the Most High had servants, ministering spirits, in earth as it is in heaven, right? So whoever He has ruling this earth is going to have ministering spirits under them. I mean, that's the kingdom to me. I mean, I don't know if the kingdom to you is the Most High commands some acreage be tilled, and you got to get up early in the morning and plow the whole field yourself. If that's the kingdom to you, well, more power to you. But the kingdom to me is, oh, you want 30 hectares cleared? All right, Jimmy, Timmy, Billy, get your ass out there and clear 30 hectares. That's the kingdom to me. I don't know what the kingdom's gonna be for y'all, you know what I mean? But it ain't, the kingdom for me ain't going out there with a yoke of oxen, busting my hands open to blistering, and doing the same slave work we just got delivered from. That's gonna be for those that led into captivity, right? So there will be nations there, in case it ain't clear for y'all. Because we had some brothers that sat with us for 4 years, still trying to teach the Black Power thing. Like the nations are just going to disappear. Well, who's going to be the servants? Who's going to clean the gutters? I ain't cleaning the gutter. That's right. Picture me, take my crown off. You know what I mean? Let me go take my crown off and scrub these toilets. Nah. That's not kingly. There's certain things that just ain't befitting the king, huh? They're not befitting a princess. So we're not going to be doing that work. They are. All right? Just so that's clear, man. If any of y'all on the Black Power thing where you thought the nations were just going to evaporate into dust, you might want to roll out now. Where we at?
Verse 20. Ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitation. Shall ye eat unleavened bread? Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptian, and when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your house to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass when ye become the land which the Lord will give you according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by the service? That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice unto the Lord's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Israel went away and did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the cattle. And
Right. So go from there real quick. Wisdom of Solomon 18. Wisdom of Solomon 18.
So you don't think everybody just passed out in the middle of the night? Right? So, because like I said, Prince of Egypt, what'd you get? The little mist floats through the city. Right? And then everybody just, you know what I mean? They wake up, they screaming, and the person's passed out in the bed, all peaceful, right? That's not what happened. Go ahead.
18-17.
I want you to read. I want you to read verse 12.
Verse 12. So they all
I
together.
want you to read verse 11.
I'm sorry?
11.
11?
Yeah.
Verse 11. The master and the servant were punished after one manner.
Right.
And like as the king, so suffered the common person. So they all together had innumerable dead.
An innumerable dead. So
innumerable.
He's back, you know, he's talking about all the things that happened up until this point. There was an innumerable dead. Go ahead. Remember, the darkness hit, they're dying, locusts, flies. So there's an innumerable dead. Check this out. Read.
With one kind of death.
Uh-huh.
Neither were the living sufficient to bury them.
Right. So there wasn't enough living sufficient to bury the dead. You're coming out of this dark 3 days. You don't know what the hell happened. You're dumbfounded. You probably still going cuckoo. PTSD, right? Egyptian PTSD. Go ahead.
For in one moment, the noblest offspring of them was destroyed.
Go ahead.
For whereas they would not believe anything by reason of the enchantments,
right,
upon the destruction of the firstborn, they acknowledge his people to be the sons of God.
Go ahead.
For while all these things were quiet silence, and that night was in the midst of her swift course.
Right. So midnight, the middle of the night, sun goes down in the evening. Boom. It's about 12, right? It's about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock a.m. in our time. Read.
The Almighty Word leaped down.
Wait, who did?
The Almighty Word leaped down from heaven.
Right. Remember, he said it in. And this is why you got to understand when it's talking about Lord, and when it says Lord and who's talking. Exodus 11 and verse 4, and Moses said, "Thus saith the Lord, about midnight I will go out into the midst of Egypt." So we know the Most High didn't come down because he wasn't the Almighty Word. John 1 and 14 says, "And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us." Yahweh Shai was always known as the Word. In the beginning was the Word was with the Most High, and the Word was power. John 1 and 1. So we know that the destroyer, my favorite, the destroyer, Yahweh Shai's name in the Old Testament was the destroyer. Remember, his name was also the Almighty Word. We're reading Wisdom of Solomon. It's the Old Testament. So if you didn't know Christ in the Old Testament, well, here he is, known as the Almighty Word and also known as the destroyer. Remember, when you read in Exodus 12 and 23, "For the Lord will pass through and smite the Egyptians, and when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come unto your houses to smite you." Read on.
"Out of thy royal throne,
right,
as a fierce man of war, into the midst of a land of destruction."
So think about it. If you talk about David bending bows of steel, leaping walls, if you talk about the mighty men going and just ripping through a whole country for a lentil field, for some water, if you talk about men being light-footed like a roe, think about Christ. You wonder, like, well, how can one man run through Egypt? It's not like how they show you, again, in the movies, like it was like a cloud, a mist, right? It was a mist that floated, and all of a sudden he just went into the houses, and somehow that mist didn't creep under every door because of the blood. He said, when I see the blood, I'm going to pass by that house. That was Yahweh Shai, like a thief in the night. He said, like a thief in the night. He was going house to house. He was going house to house, man. Like how they say Santa Claus, he's going to go house to house and creep through chimneys. Yeah. Yahweh Shai did it first. He went house to house without chimneys. Think about it. It's almost like unfathomable. Like how can one man accomplish? That's true. How can he rip through all these houses in 6 hours? He did it. He did it. Go ahead.
"And brought thine unfeigned commandment as a sharp sword, and standing up, filled all things with death, and it touched the heaven, but it stood upon the earth. Then suddenly visions of horrible dreams troubled them sore,
right?
And terrors came upon them unlooked for."
So they start getting. So not only were the firstborn killed, they were getting dreams. Remember, he hit him with dreams. Now check this out. Woo. Where's it at? Go ahead, read on. No, read on.
"And one thrown here, for the dreams of that trouble them did foreshow this, lest they should perish, and not know why they were afflicted.
Yeah, you're gonna read down to verse 21.
Yea, the tasting of death touched the righteous also. And there was a destruction of the multitude in the wilderness.
Right, no, that's it on that. That's it on that. Because that's going more, that's going into the wilderness. Wait, y'all understand that, right? What verse did you end off at?
At 20, sir?
Oh, 20. But the right door not long. Right. Right, so let's jump back real quick.
Exodus chapter 12 and verse 30. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, Rise up, and both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve the Most High, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also.
Bless me also.
And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, there kneaded in thoughts, and troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they led unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians.
That's it. That's it for him.
Next reader.
The priest.
Yep.
That's verse 31. At verse 31, if anybody still having problems that everybody God people, just to that.
31 and what?
12 and 31, where it said, and he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, Rise up and get you forth from among my people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he knew.
There you go.
They knew. But what's the problem with our people? We have that fear of inclusion, or fear of being not included. Where we gotta be homos, we gotta be African, we want to be Buddhist, Christian, we want to be included into everything, and they make it look so good that I gotta be drawn into this. So yeah, Pharaoh knew it, we knew it, we stopped knowing it. Right. Right, I mean, you get that.
Oh, yeah.
Izar, Shabbat Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah.
I'm a one Izar, Shabbat Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah. Mem Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatam.
You said what? Oh, I hit you. Did I? Oh, my bad. I'm in warrior mode. My fault.
I should wear mine to protect my mom.
Exodus chapter 12, verse 37. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men, besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them.
Right, so 600,000 just men. If you add, let's just say just for kicks, you add another 600,000 women. Well, what do you got? 600,000 plus 600,000? Is that 1.2? 1.2 million? Let's add 600,000 children. Right? That's 1.6 million people. That's
one child.
One child, one wife. That's just saying, right? Add an animal for every person. Just add one sheep. Right? You got, I mean, that's a lot of bodies. So it wasn't like what you see in the movies again. You know, Moses left and he had about 100 people with him. No. Imagine a few million people with him. A few million people. When it said we waxed strong in Egypt, we waxed great in number. Listen, we overtook in numbers wise. But where were we mentally? Where we couldn't just overtake Egypt. It's like I told you, I was watching World's Toughest Prisons, and they were in the Philippines, and they had one guard for every 400 prisoners. One unarmed guard, and all the prisoners were just sitting there spooning each other in Indian pose. When they slept, they would sleep with his groin in another man's butt, like in that position. Now me, I'm gonna be pissed off. I don't want to sleep like that. I'm gonna say something, right? These dudes was mentally just beat down to where they didn't even do nothing. They just took it. And the one guard just sat there playing football with them, watching TV with them. The guards were exercising with the prisoners as if they were a prisoner. Why wouldn't these 400 men, that's just 400 men per prisoner, why wouldn't this prison uprise and just get rid of the guards? Mental subjection. Read where you at.
And flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt. For it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the self same day it came to pass, all that all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed unto the Lord for bringing them out of the land of Egypt. This is the night that the Lord to be observed with all the children of Israel in their generations. And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall you break the bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when the strangers shall sojourn with thee, and will keep thee Passover to the Lord, let all the males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it, and he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. The law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that is sojourn among you.
Right, so y'all see that? In order for them to eat, they had to be circumcised. They had to keep our customs first. And it's telling you there will be one law, as the stranger, as to the man that's homeborn. And then it says, and the stranger shall eat thereof. 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 And the Go ahead.
Thus did all the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day that the Lord did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. Chapter 13 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opened the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast is mine. It is mine. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand the Lord brought you out of this place.
In verse 1, at the end of it where it says, it is mine. So this was obviously before the Levite priesthood was established, correct?
Right, because before the Levites were established, we were going to give up the firstborn from every male of the nation. So he said, either you do that or I just take the Levites. That's going to be further on. But yeah, this is before the priesthood was established through Levi. We were going to give up the firstborn of every male to the Most High. Go ahead.
There shall no leavened bread be eaten. Verse 4. This day came ye out of the month Abib. And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites.
Right, so Abib being the first month. Go ahead.
And the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which ye swear unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee. Neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which the Lord did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for a memorial between thine eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath the Lord brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year.
Right. That was it for what? Exodus?
Did it say both plagues, the other plagues touched Pharaoh himself?
Like the lice and all that? I mean, it said it hit all Egypt. I'd have to look to see if it says explicitly. Let's see. I'll look.
Because I was thinking, I mean, if he was the firstborn of his father, he should have been dead too, right? But that was probably what was hardening his heart, was he was watching it happen to all the nation, but it wasn't happening to him. Like he wasn't.
His firstborn died.
That last one, yeah, because that's what he promised from the beginning.
Yeah.
But the other ones wasn't really, except for the water, maybe.
Yeah, because if everybody had the blood. It said every vessel. So the Egyptians did not drink the water. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt.
Because I mean, for them to be able to come to him after the darkness part, and he's still in his right mind, able to have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I mean, it goes more into the land.
Yeah, I think a lot of this didn't really hit him personally.
Oh no, wait. Exodus chapter 8 and verse 8. And Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people. And I will let that people go, and they may do sacrifice. That's the frogs. So, I mean.
So when they hit him, he was more willing to let everybody go.
Yeah, because. Yeah. Yeah. This is Pharaoh. This is the finger of God. Pharaoh's heart was hard on him. And the Lord was right up in the morning standing before Pharaoh. Yeah. I mean, so it's looking like he got hit too. It shows you the pride. Like, you get in touch, but he don't want to do nothing until he feels it. It's a selfish mind.
It's a saying, but
yeah. But that's why his guys have to remind him. Don't you see Egypt is destroyed? But it shows you the pride. It shows you Pharaoh though. He didn't care really about the people or even any type of history, because look at how they dealt with us. He said he knew not Joseph. Yeah. Right? So he had no really respect for what was like how his people came about. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ready to fit. Sound like Trump.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Bang, Yashala.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Bang Yashala. Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Brakatam.
Yeah. Yeah, the flies. Check this out. And the Lord did so, and there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and then unto his servants, and into all the land of Egypt. So he was getting hit. Yeah, but that's why it was like in the Josephus said that it was more than just foolishness. Right. That he was dealing with some level of wickedness. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what made me say that his pride was powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Exodus chapter 13, verse 11. And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, and every firstling that cometh of a beast which thou hast. The males shall be the Lord's.
The Matrix is not the movie, it's the womb. Alright, go ahead.
It's crazy that you actually had to say that.
Well, yeah, because it says Matrix, it's like, well, what's that? Well, he was referring to the woman's womb. Whatever comes of the woman's womb firstborn, that would be the Most High's. Uh-huh. Where you at? What verse?
Going to verse 13.
Right.
Verse 13. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among thy children shalt thou redeem. And it shall be, when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What is this? That thou shalt say unto him, By strength of the hand of the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all that openeth the matrix, being males. But all the firstborn of my children I redeem. Verse 16.
And it was either that this Pharaoh wasn't the firstborn, or the Most High just wanted him to suffer, to see the demise of his people. Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 16.
I think it was the latter. He wanted him to see what he created. He wanted him to. He wanted to show him. You did this. I told you. Yeah. Go ahead.
He still took him out. He just didn't do it right here.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. He still took him out. But now he wiped him out along with everything else that was left. I mean, Egypt at this point was. Egypt at this point was done. Like totally finished. The armies. The only thing they had left was the army. That's it. Their economy is about to leave. That's us. We're gone. Right? Their way of keeping things going. That was us. So what's left? Were there crops, livestock, firstborn, any type of lineage? We killed that tradition of handing things down. So if you had a daughter, right, broken their whole custom, what was left to destroy? Their armies, their military. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 16. And it shall be for a token upon thine hand, and the frontlets between thine eyes. For by strength of the hand of the Most High brought us forth out of Egypt.
Right, so where we go now to Jeremiah?
We're going now to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 46, verse 13.
Right, so, when we go into this is going to give us another time period of Egypt, once again becoming the Most High's punching bag. We read it last week about the destruction of Egypt. We read it in Ezekiel last week. Were we in Ezekiel? Right. It was prophesied about in Ezekiel's time, or he talked about it. Jeremiah, he spoke about it. Jeremiah what?
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 46, verse 13.
Right. Go ahead. So I mean, what you want to do when you get a chance is read from verse 1 down, and it goes in and tells you about this battle at Carchemish, where basically Nebuchadnezzar went and took out Pharaoh Necho, like about 605 BC. All right, this is where this battle happened. The Babylonian Empire went and took down the Egyptian Empire. It was prophesied that it was going to happen. Moses said he was going to use Nebuchadnezzar to destroy Egypt. You see that?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What was why did he have to have Egypt smitten at this time?
I don't remember. You remember?
So
why did Moses have Nebuchadnezzar destroy Egypt? What was going on?
Like, why was that prophecy set forth?
That was in revenge for this. Yeah. That was it. Actually, what I'm reading in here. After this happened, you got the Cushites, the Ethiopians. Let's see, who is this? Oh, here it is. After 200 years of Libyan rule, the Cushites invaded Egypt. So the Libyans ruled it after we left.
Libya. Right.
Then the Cushites invaded Egypt and the Middle East, making themselves a great power. Then the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, and Arabs invaded Egypt consecutively, terminating Egyptian rule. So, more than likely, by the time you get to Nebuchadnezzar, that's Babylonia, right? You're not dealing with
that's
Egyptian
Babylon.
rule.
Yeah,
You're dealing with them just beating up the Assyrians who was ruling over the Egyptians.
Right, because Nebuchadnezzar went in and beat up the remnant of the Assyrians, and because the Assyrians and the Egyptians tried to team up against Babylon, but Nebuchadnezzar was too strong.
Yeah. So at a certain point, when you're hearing the word Egyptian, We're not dealing with the actual Egyptians, because that's why when you read in where was I? Ezekiel, I think, where he says he's going to bring back the Egyptians. He's going to bring them back to their land too, because he scattered them.
Well, check this out. I mean, go to Jeremiah 42. It goes Jeremiah 42. It goes to Isaiah 30. Woe to you that go out into Egypt, but not at my mouth. You kept wanting to go back to Egypt. So in Jeremiah, read 42:12.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 42, verse 12.
11.
Verse 11.
Right.
Be not afraid of the king of Babylon.
Go ahead.
Of whom ye are afraid.
Right.
Be not afraid of him.
Right.
Saith the Most High. For I am with you to save you, and to deliver you from his hand.
Read.
And I will show mercies unto you, that he may have mercy upon you, and cause you to return to your own land.
Come on.
But if ye say, we will not dwell in this land, neither...
Which land was it? Land of Canaan. Flow of milk and honey. That was the prophecy. You were never supposed to be in any other land. Go ahead.
Neither obey the voice of the Lord your power.
Right.
Saying no. But we will go into the land of Egypt.
Okay, we will go where?
Into the land of Egypt.
Go ahead.
Where we shall see no war.
Right, it's going to be peace. It's going to be love and tranquility. Let's go to good old America where we can make a whole new life for ourselves. The land of opportunity, land of the free, home of the brave, right? Ain't that what our people think now?
Yeah.
Let's go to America, right? Let's go to America where we can get the American dollar and send it back. It's peaceful, right? We can come up, read.
Nor hear the sound of the trumpet.
Right.
Nor have hunger of bread.
Right.
And there will we dwell.
Read verse 15.
Verse 15. And now therefore hear the word of the Lord, ye remnants of Judah. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel. If you wholly set your faces to enter into Egypt, and go to sojourn there, then it shall come to pass that the sword which ye feared shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt.
What was the sword that we feared? It was the Babylonians. Remember we talked about yesterday? He said he called them the hammer of the world. He said, how has the hammer of the world become weakened? But then he said we were going to be a hammer.
Wow.
You see that? So he said the sword that you feared is going to come and overtake you. So he used the Babylonians. Again, the Most High's purpose was always for Israel. So even the things he did, like raising up Nebuchadnezzar to destroy the Egypts, really was to check Israel. I'm gonna check you through. I'm gonna by proxy check you, and then I'm gonna put you in captivity to the Babylonians. Because how did they get us? They wiped out Egypt. There was no other power to battle them. The Syrians, they were on the downcline, right? So there was nothing else to match up against the Babylonian Empire. They were huge. The Babylonians, they had a lot of land. Put it like that. They had all that. They had They had the part of Canaan. They had all the way down into the land of Edom, Moab. They had all of that. No, they didn't have Edom. Edom was still down there. That's how when we ran down into Edom, they were funneling us back to Babylon. But they had more that Middle Eastern, what you would say, Mesopotamia. They had all that. But it was huge. These empires, when you look at the Roman Empire, Babylonian, even Egypt. Egypt was not just the land of Egypt. It was an empire. So what does that mean? We went and overtook land. So Egypt at one time had what you know as Ethiopia, what you know as Eritrea, what you know as Somalia, Libya. They had those territories. They were an empire. They had empire cities. So go ahead. Let's finish that. Verse 16.
Which ye feared shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt.
Right.
And the famine.
Right.
Whereof ye were afraid.
Right.
Shall follow close after you there in Egypt. And there ye shall die.
Right. You see that? And it goes down and tells you what, and you know, it goes right with Isaiah. Woe to them that go down into Egypt, but not in my mouth.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. You want to? Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because like also because we wanted to go back to Egypt, but also it was prophesied like because of the rulership at the time. The Most High was like, you know what, you're off. You're gonna go into captivity under the Babylonians, and he was like, no, I'm gonna hold my ground and stay right here. We're gonna stay right here, but the Most High was like, no, just go ahead and go to the Babylonians and serve out your captivity.
Right.
But just like how Pharaoh's heart was hardened, Israel's heart was hardened at the same time in this time, and wanted to hold our ground and not do what the Most High said, because Jeremiah was going and telling the people, it's like, hey, look, this is what's about to go down. Repent and take your punishment.
What was it, Jehoiakim? Jehoiakim that was off? You had the Egyptians overtook us with Josiah. Jehoiakim was his son, right?
Oh, that's right, he plucked out his eyes.
I think Jehoiakim's brother. He was in charge of Israel. He got taken captive by the Egyptians as a tribute. They took him into Egypt, and he was a tributary. So they had him paying like heavy tax. Then he died. Then his brother came in, which is Jehoiakim, which we read about. And I think he was off. He reigned for a couple of years. 2 or 3 years. It wasn't that long. And then the Babylonians came, wiped out Egypt, and took us captive.
So while we were trying to be hard-hearted and stay in our land, he was like, if you don't go into the captivity except the butt whipping that I have laid out for you, then I'm gonna have the Chaldeans come and destroy the land, and then you guys are gonna be beat into a few numbers. They're like, okay, nah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. They're not listening to Jeremiah. Then they say, okay, you know what? Look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Egypt. Well, then I go to Egypt. He's like, okay, you can't get away from me. You can't get away from me like that. So they said that it's peaceful over in Egypt. We don't have the same trouble. We tried to hold it down. We're getting wiped out. We're going to go ahead and go over to Egypt. But like the scripture is showing, even when they went to Egypt, Egypt starts getting smashed because we're there too.
Right. You see that? So, yeah, just read Jeremiah, the 42nd chapter. And it goes in and shows. It goes in and shows that. I mean,
what I was saying about Ezekiel though, the Most High scattered the Egyptians, the original inhabitants.
Right.
He scattered them.
Right.
And that was in retribution for what we were doing there. And then later on, he says, after 40 years, I'm gonna gather them back to their own land. Right. So this is how we know he's not talking about Egypt as in America in this part of
right.
He's talking about bringing back the actual Egyptians, because what you're looking at now is not the actual Egyptians. Those people there are not actual Egyptians. Y'all know that, right? Yeah, the people in Egypt, that place has been destroyed. It's been decimated. They got scattered just like we did. So the original black Egyptians, he's gonna bring them back. You understand? It's like he's gonna bring back the original Hebrew Israelites. He's gonna bring us back to our land. Because why? Because that's what's gonna establish that perfect kingdom. The Egyptians go back to growing bread and all our wheat and all that stuff, and they're gonna be sending that over to us. And we're gonna be living in that fertile crescent where all the gold and the oil and the even the poppies and all that stuff, that's all gonna be ours. So it's gonna be the perfect land for growing. We're gonna have olive trees in all our coasts, right? All that's gonna be maintaining a perfect balance for us. They're gonna be shipping. Remember, the forces of the Gentiles be converted unto you. So the Egyptians gonna be back in their land. Why? So they could go back to doing what they were doing, which is being the world bread empire. They're gonna be the rainbow bread of the kingdom. You understand? Most High, he set everything up. That's why it says in Deuteronomy 32, he set boundaries for the nations. China, this is y'all. Y'all make silk there. Egypt, this is you. You make bread. Israel, y'all my people. Y'all serve me. You teach all the other nations what they're supposed to be doing. You give all the other nations their style, their language, their art, their everything. That's what we did. We're the light to the Gentiles. You understand? or whatever other nations were around, the Hamitic nations, what they do, brought us our wood, cedars, from Lebanon, and floats and all that stuff like that. They would bring us that wood, bring us their craftsmen. All the things Solomon was doing, that's what the nations are going to go back to. Y'all see that? Because that made that perfect world. Except it's going to be ruled by Christ and the 144,000 governing body of Israelites, that they're going to be laying down the law to these other nations. So they ain't going to get to do what they want to do even in their own lands. Because they're going to have a governor over them, an Israelite governor over them. You understand? Yeah, we're going to literally rule the earth again. But it's how we were supposed to have done it the first time. But yeah, the Egyptians, by the time you get to this right here, where you get to where they're getting beat up by Nebuchadnezzar, he ain't even really beating up the Egyptians, he's beating up the Assyrians.
Yeah,
they took over the Egyptians.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Then by the time you get to those other rulers, they just beating up the previous rulers over there. The Egyptians were scattered. You understand?
Yeah, we read that.
Yeah.
We read that. I think we read that either last week or the week before.
Yeah, I mean, you said you were going through Ezekiel, so that's that's all I said.
Yeah. Water.
Yeah, where we at?
So we're at Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 13. The word that the Lord spake to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon should come and smite the land of Egypt. Declare ye in Egypt, and publish in Migdol, and publish in Noph, and in Taphanis. Say ye, stand fast, and prepare thee, for the sword shall devour round about thee. Verse 15. Why are thy valiant men swept away? They stood not, because the Lord did drive them. He made many to fall, yea, one fell upon another. And they said, arise, and let us go to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword. They did cry thee, Pharaoh king of Egypt is but a noise. He hath passed the time appointed. Verse 18. As I live, saith the king, whose name is the Lord of hosts, surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. O thou daughter dwelling in Egypt, furnish thyself to go into captivity, for Noph shall be waste and desolate without an inhabitant. Verse 20. Egypt is like a very fair heifer, but destruction cometh out of the north. Also her hired men are in the midst of her like fatted bullocks. For they also are turned back, and are fled away together. They did not stand.
Yeah, the Most High is just like how when it talks about in Isaiah 63, said the Lord have a sacrifice in Bozrah. Yeah, he was equating the Egyptians to this fat heifer that was ready for the slaughter. The destruction from the north, remember the Babylonian Empire was more north than Egypt. It was northeast region. Go ahead.
They did not stand, because the day of their calamity was come upon them, and the time of their visitation. The voice thereof shall go like a serpent, for they shall march with an army, and come against her with axes, as hewers of wood. 28. Verse 23. They shall cut down her forest, saith the Lord, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers, and are innumerable. The daughter of Egypt shall be confounded. She shall be delivered into the hand of the people of the north. The Lord of hosts, the power of Yasharallah saith, behold, I will punish the multitude of No, and Pharaoh, and Egypt, with their gods, and their kings, even Pharaoh, and all them that trust in him. And I will deliver them into the hand of those that seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon.
So that's why we ended up as captives to the Babylonians. We wanted to trust in the shadow of Egypt, like it says in Isaiah 30. Woe to them that goeth down to Egypt, and seek counsel of Egypt, but not of my mouth. Go ahead.
Verse 27. But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob.
Right.
And be not dismayed, O Yasharallah. For behold, I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and be in rest and at ease, and none shall make him afraid. Fear thou not, O Jacob my servant, saith the Most High, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven thee, but I will not make a full end of thee.
So, people, why did God put us in captivity?
Wow.
Well, because of our disobedience. But he's going to remind us here that even though I put you in captivity, I'm going to destroy the nations. But I won't utterly waste you out. But you're not going to go unpunished either. Go ahead.
But correct thee in measure, yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished.
You see, I'm going to correct you in measure. This is where Esau went too far. They took the measure of correction all the way to now it's just blatant hate it's just blatant hate for us.
What is that verse that says that we don't get punished to the full extent of our punishment?
It's Job. It's Job. 15. Go ahead, read on. I'll find it for you.
So that was the end of Jeremiah. We're going to the book of John.
Job 11:6.
The book of John, chapter 19. The book of John, chapter 19, verse 31 to 33.
Kids back there wearing them out. That's my shot back there.
Well, get some strong lungs, man.
Oh, that's what he does. Hey, I let him cry.
John chapter 19, verse 31.
Uh-huh.
The Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation that the body should not remain upon the cross on the Sabbath day. For the Sabbath day was an high day. Besought Pilate that their legs might be broken and that they might be taken away. Then came the soldiers and brake the legs of the first and of the other, which was crucified with him.
Right, so let's talk about Yahushua and the men that were crucified with him.
Right.
They didn't keep those bodies up. Why? It was preparation of what?
Passover.
Right. So remember, we had customs and traditions that we kept. Like during the Passover, and when you read in the law of the scapegoat, you had two goats, you release one, put the sins on him, and you slaughter the other. When you go into the crucifixion of Christ, what was the tradition? There were men that were captives, and the tradition was to keep one and let one go. Remember, they let go Barabbas. They let him go, and they put all the sins on Yahushua. He was the scapegoat. So you see how the law is intertwined with the New Testament, and where Yahushua, he was the symbol. All the things in the law were symbolic of his coming. So he was the scapegoat. Everything was put on him. He was the one put to death. Go ahead.
Verse 33. But when they came to Yahushua and saw that he was dead already, they brake not his legs.
But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side.
Right.
And forthwith came there out blood and water. And he saw it, and he that saw it bare record, and his record is true, and knoweth that he said truth, that he might believe, for these things were done that the scripture should be fulfilled.
Right, because the prophecy was that there wouldn't be no bones broken. Right? When you read the Passover, when you read in the Passover, the law of the Passover was to do what? Don't break the bones. Right? Don't disfigure the Passover lamb. Cook it whole, and that was that.
And that's because Christ is the Passover.
This is the symbolic of the Passover.
Awesome.
See that? So
Awesome.
these are a lot of the things that the so-called lawyers, they didn't understand these things. The spirit of the law, the symbolism of the law, the law exactors, right? The Pharisees. They didn't look into these things. These are the things that Christ taught, but they didn't look into the prophecies and the things like that. They knew them. They knew that a man was going to die, that a man was supposed to die. Even the heathen knew that. One man was going to die for the nation. That was the prophecy. But our people wasn't looking at that. They weren't looking at these things that were written. That's why he always had to come back. Have you not heard? Have you not read? And then break it down for them real nice and slow, right? Right. Was that it on that?
Lot.
Oh, well.
A bone of him shall not be broken. And again, another scripture said, they shall look on him whom they pierced.
Right. Revelations 1:7, Proverbs 22:16. Right? It tells you, they that pierce him shall see him. And we went over that on Monday and Tuesday, right? Yeah, you're going to raise them up just to cut them down. Them graves are going to be open. Is that it?
Come.
So now we're going to our chapter in the Apocrypha.
2nd Esdras chapter 11 and verse 1.
Yeah, you know, you can read where it was talking about those things were written. You can read Psalms 22:15 down. They parted my garments, for the dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. This was David prophesying in the spirit of Yahushua. These are the things that were written.
That's an easy one to kill those cats that act like Christ didn't come and or he wasn't the Messiah that the scriptures are talking about. When did that happen to David?
Right.
When did anybody rip his clothes off and take bets over him?
Pierce his hands.
Yeah, it didn't happen to no king, no wicked king, no righteous king after David until Christ.
Yep. Yep. Go ahead. Where we at?
2nd Esdras chapter 11 and verse 1. Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle, which had 12 feathered wings.
Isn't this a... Yeah, we're not going to go through... No, we're not going to go through the breakdown, but there is a breakdown. You did it once, right?
I did part of it.
You did part of it. Okay, so we need to do it so that they have it, but we're not going to go through the whole breakdown because then we'll be here. We'll be here.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I got it.
To the 12th and 15th and 30th hour of the day. I mean, it's already 4 o'clock, so to go through the whole breakdown of this shit, it's 2 chapters, right? It's 11 and 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know we incorporated the Apocrypha to read it so brothers can get familiar. There are some breakdown chapters that we got to break down. So what we do, we'll go through that. We'll go through those in a class. All right. Just like how we do Genesis chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. We don't give you the full breakdown in Sabbath. Because listen, Genesis 1 take you 3 hours to go through verse 1. With all the scriptures you can get on verse 1, you'll be here for 3 hours just breaking down. In the beginning was the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So we'll just read through it, and then we'll come with the actual we'll just start it over and do part 1 and part 2 of the class, so y'all have it. Chapter 11 and 12. Go ahead.
And 3 heads, verse 2. And I saw, and behold, she spread her wings over all the earth, and all the winds of the air blew on her, and were gathered together. And I beheld, and out of her feathers there grew other countries. Contrary feathers. And they became little feathers and small.
Right, so obviously this is going into symbolism, right? The way it's speaking, we know it's symbolic. So we'd have to go through the breakdown the feathers, how other feathers popped up. Just like Revelations. It's just like a Revelations breakdown. Go ahead. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Can you? I need to get that. I don't have it. Oh, you don't have it?
No, I got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I need to get that from you. I need to take a photo. I don't have that.
Yeah, that one had to be on the phone with Comic-Con for a good.
Oh, it's one of them? Like Daniel's,
Good
what was
nice
it, like Daniel's 8?
session.
Or what was that Daniel's that you were trying to get you to do? Like 11?
Yeah.
Daniel's 11 or something?
Well, he's got that on his YouTube.
Yeah, but
But,
he had to go
Comic-
back and repeal some of the things he said on there.
That's what I'm saying.
It was a
too
lot.
much for me to take in just watching that, and plus he's made.
Yeah, it was a lot. So we'll read it as is, but we'll go through a breakdown so y'all can get it in its entirety. Can I borrow that? Yeah. I just want to.
It's in cursive, though.
It's what?
It's in cursive.
I can
So
read your
only
writing.
we can read it. Only our generation can read it.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's that's what I'm like. I can read that. I forget what it say that age. Cursive, what's that? You know what cursive is? Do you? Oh, snap, it's small. You know what cursive is? No, Elijah. Yeah.
Like a cursive move?
Like a what?
Cursive move?
No, not crescent.
Not crescent, like cursive, like you write in cursive.
Oh, cursive.
You know how to do it?
Yes, sir.
They teach y'all? Oh, you're homeschooled. Y'all are homeschooled, right? Y'all are homeschooled. So
he pointed at,
yeah, your dad taught you. Yeah, you teach them. But that's different. They don't teach cursive. No, they don't teach cursive. Listen, don't ask Naomi what cursive is. She'll look at you like, why you be like cursing? I know what cursing is, but cursive? They don't teach that in school.
They did the TikTok on that. She's like, did you know there's a way you can write without having to lift the pen?
Right.
The guy's like, cursive?
Cursive? Right. Yeah, I can read this. I think. Yeah, British, Russian, American. Yeah, I can read this. Come on, man. All right.
Dark
So-
Parables of a Great Man. Huh?
So are you writing this way?
Hey, it's your car, man.
I'm left-handed.
My car? Yeah, what's up with it? Go ahead, read.
Somebody was talking about snow like they want.
Second Esdras chapter
It
11.
is like they lick 'em or something.
If they want to pay it, they can have it. Go ahead.
Second Esdras chapter 11 verse 4. But her heads were at rest. The head in the midst was greater than the other, yet rested it with the residue. 5. Moreover, I beheld, and lo, the eagle flew with her feathers, and reigned upon earth, and over them that dwelt therein. And I saw that all things under heaven were subject unto her, and no man spake against her, no, not one creature upon earth. And I beheld, and lo, the eagle rose upon her talons, and spake to her feathers, saying, watch not all at once, sleep every one in his own place, and watch by course. But let the heads be preserved for the last. And I beheld, and lo, the voice went not out of her heads, but from the midst of her body. And I numbered the contrary feathers, and behold, there were 8 of them. And I looked, and behold, on the right side there rose one feather, and reigned over all the earth.
So obviously these feathers are going into a nation. These different feathers are talking about nations and things like that. If you can, I mean, if you understand how the Bible's written and how the scriptures talk, these feathers are representation of nations. And one nation overruling and taking over another. Go ahead.
13. And it was so, that when it rained, thou end, excuse me, that's that, huh? Or was it that? Okay. The end of it came, and the place thereof appeared no more. So the next following stood up and reigned, and had a great time. And it happened that when it rained, the end of it came also, like as the first, so that it appeared no more. Then came a voice unto it, and said, Hear thou that hast borne rule over the earth so long. And this I say unto thee, before thou beginnest to appear no more, there shall none after thee reign unto thy time, neither unto the half thereof. Then arose the third, and reigned as the other before, and appeared no more also. So when it, with all the residue, one after another, as that every one reigned, and then appeared no more.
What's that?
You said these are nations, right? This when you kind of reminds me of the dream that Nebuchadnezzar had. About the nations came and they were no more.
Where are you talking about, Daniel?
Yes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's saying. That's what actually is going. You looking to?
I'd have to go through this breakdown. I haven't been through it.
Okay.
So I can't tell you that it's matching up with Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say that. I gotta go through it. I haven't even sat down and had this breakdown shown to me. Yeah. So I'd have to go through it and yep. Yes, sir.
Verse 20.
All can't be in the Son of Man.
Come.
I'm gonna get it though. Yeah.
Then I beheld, and lo, in process of time, the feathers that followed stood up upon the right side, that they might rule also. And some of them ruled, but within.
It has to be talking about nations, because how can a feather rule? Right? So, go ahead. I'm looking for it.
But within a while, they appeared no more. For some of them were set up, but ruled not.
Oh, is it me?
Yeah,
No. I'll pick up. Where we at?
Second Esdras 11 and 22.
11, 22. Yeah, that's a lengthy chapter. Second Esdras 11, verse 22. Oh, 11. And verse 22. After this I looked, and behold, the 12 feathers appeared no more, nor the 2 little feathers. And there was no more upon the eagle's body, but 3 heads that rested, and 6 little wings. Then saw I also the 2 little feathers divided themselves from the 6, and remained under the head that was upon the right side, for the 4 counted in their place. Continued, for the 4 continued in their place. And I beheld, and lo, the feathers that were under the wing thought to set up themselves and to have rule. I beheld, and lo, there was one set up, but shortly it appeared no more. And the second was sooner away than the first. And I beheld, and lo, the 2 that remained thought also in themselves to reign. And when they thought, behold, there awaked one of the heads that were at rest, namely, it was in the midst for that was greater than the two other heads. And then I saw that the two other heads were joined with it. And behold, the head was turned with them that were with it, and did eat up the two feathers under the wing that would have reigned. But this head put the whole, check this out, but this head put the whole earth in fear, and bare rule in it over all those that dwelt upon the earth with much oppression. Right? So I'm pretty sure that's going into Esau. I'm pretty sure that's going into the white man, right? Edomite Empire. Go ahead. Me, right? What verse am I at?
Well, it's good. You're still on 232.
Right, and much oppression, and it had the governance of the world more than all the wings that had been. And after this I beheld, and lo, the head that was in the midst suddenly appeared no more like the wings, but there remained two heads, which also in like sort ruled upon the earth, and over those that dwelt therein. And I behold, and lo, the head upon the right side devoured it that was upon the left side. Then I heard a voice which said unto me, Look before thee, and consider the thing that thou seest. And behold, and lo, it were a roaring lion chased out of the wood. And I saw he sent out a man's voice unto the eagle, and said, Hear thou, I will talk with thee, and the highest shall say unto thee, Are not thou it that remainest of the four beasts, whom I made to reign in my world, that the end of their times might come through them? Whoa, 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 whoa. And the fourth came and overcame all the beasts that were past, and had power over the world with great fearfulness, and over the whole compass of the earth with much wicked oppression. So this is going into the different kingdoms that reign. This fiercest beast being, we know, it's Esau. It's this empire, right? You don't even need no breakdown for that. Like, much oppression and fierce oppression. And so long time dwelt he upon the earth with deceit. Right? For the earth hast thou not judged with truth. For thou hast afflicted the meek, thou hast hurt the peaceable, thou hast loved liars, and destroyed the dwellings of them that have brought forth the fruit. So who's the lion?
Esau.
No.
No, Israel.
The lion is Yahweh Shai.
Yeah.
The lion is Yahweh Shai, man. He's telling them how they dwelt on this earth. The lion, that's gonna represent the righteous. Put it like that. Like I said, I gotta go through the breakdown to get you the exact. Where did I end up? With much wickedness. For the earth, thou hast loved liars, destroyed the dwellings of them that brought forth fruit, and hast cast down the walls of such that did thee no harm. Therefore, as thy wrongful dealing come upon the highest, and thy pride into the mighty, the highest also have looked upon the proud times, and behold, they are ended, and his abominations are fulfilled. And therefore appear no more thou eagle, nor thy horrible wings, nor thy wicked feathers, nor thy malicious heads, nor thy hurtful claws, nor all thy vain body. Oof. And all the earth may be refreshed, and may return, being delivered from thy violence, and that she may hope for the judgment and mercy of him that made her. Dang, that's gonna be a good one. When you bust that down. Yeah, so I listen, we'll get that one to do it. Is what? Where we at? 12. Does 12 break it down? The eagle whom thou sawest came up from the seas and came in. Right. Okay. So the eagle, right. So basically, when we get to chapter 12, it's going to kind of give us a little bit of the vision. But I thought I would go back and we got it right here. We got it in the book, right? We got it. Yep. What it pertains to. Right? So, yeah, I thought I would go through this.
In the ancient penmanship.
In ancient cursive. I ain't gonna lie, I can barely read it. I'm lazy. If it ain't typed out, I am not. Any questions on the reading? Nothing? Anything off the reading?
There was a question.
Part 2 of it. No, I'll probably have him do. Oh, so they found the one that found one did. Okay. Chapter 11 and 12 breakdown. This part 2 though. We need part 1. We need part 1. Where's the part 1 at? Second Esdras 11 and 12 breakdown part 2. Yeah, we need. This was back in 2018. We basically just need him to redo it. That's like 3 years ago, right? 2021 right now, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
I have a question on Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 5.
Oh, so Picard has the breakdown. Yeah. What? Oh, you said Picard. Okay. What's that?
On Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 5.
Mike. Oh, go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 5. Do well unto him that is lowly,
Right.
but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, and give it not unto him, lest he overmaster thee thereby. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him.
So what's your question on that?
Here a little more of an understanding what God's word talks about.
Right. Start at verse 1.
Verse 1. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it.
Right.
So shalt thou be thanked for thy benefits.
Right. You ever think about it? The Most High said, I'm not gonna go there. Think about it. If I say, hey, Shaddai, I need to borrow some money, right? I'll pay you back. Give it back to you in a week. He's probably gonna lend me that money based on the fact that he believes that I'm gonna pay him back in a week, right? I'm not going to dip out on the money. I'm not gonna all of a sudden move my house, right? I'm not gonna shut my phone off, change my number, because I'm gonna deal with him righteously. If I can't pay him back, then I'm gonna just go and say, hey, listen, this is what happened. Can't get the money back to you this week. I'll get you back next week. Why do I use me and him? Well, think about how many times y'all hear the running joke. What's Israel's payback time? When they always gonna pay you back?
Tax.
So like right now, right? Like, oh, I'll get you back in taxes. So if you borrow something from me right now, I ain't gonna get that back to you till next year. Back from you till next year, right? Next year's taxes. Because they already spent up their tax money now. I don't know how. They already got it pre-spent. Right? They already got it pre-spent, so they can't pay back no loan. But think about it. It says give to the godly man. Because there was something about that godly man that if he couldn't pay you back out of some weird circumstance, it said you would still be thanked for your benefit. Right? That godly man was going to at least come and say, man, listen, and communicate. He's going to do all the things that the Bible said. He's going to communicate. He's going to go to you. He's going to listen. This is what happened. And you knowing that person, like I know him. He knows me. If I borrow something from him, or if he borrows something from me, the likelihood of him having to come back and have to re-borrow it from me, meaning, hey, I know I lent you my broom. It's been 3 months, let me get the broom back. And then I'm like, oh, what broom? Then you didn't let me know. I thought you gave me that broom. Yeah. Think about it. Just think about it. How many times that happens in the world? You let things to people and they're like, I don't remember that. Now you got to keep detailed records. You got to make sure everything's in writing. I don't have to put things in writing with a godly man, because we're going to already deal in a character. It's, any brother. Now, I'm guilty. I borrowed brother's books and forgot I had the book. Like a brother lent me 2 books the other day. Not the other day, like 8 months ago. He lent me these. Probably been long.
Pancakes.
Listen, it's probably been longer than that. It's probably been a year. But he lent me these books, right? And you know, he hit me up like, "Hey, can I get them 2 books back?" And I was like, I got nervous, like, "Oh snap, where the hell the books at?" Because I got the whole office packed up, didn't unpack anything, and I'm just searching the house down for these books, and I can't find them. I found one. One was in one of the kids' room. I'm like, what else is this book doing here? It's like holistic healing book, like, you know, herbs and all that stuff. And the other one I couldn't find, so I hit him. I was like, listen, I found one. Just give me a few days and we find the other one. So I'm searching. I found the books. I hit him up. Took 2 pictures, found the books. That was like 5 months ago. He ain't hit me up. And then like a week ago, he hit me like, "Hey, you got them books?" I was like, "Bro, you come to the school, you come to the house and grab them. They're there." But I didn't do the thing where I couldn't find them, so all of a sudden you didn't lend me those. All of a sudden, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember you giving me that money. You got people that deal like this. Like they'll borrow something from you, owe you, and then come back and try to re-borrow from you. And it's like, well, what about the first loan? See, a godly man don't deal like that. You got order, you got structure, right? So I go to the first verse because you got to kind of go to the first verse. It'll help you to understand the rest of what it's talking about. Read on.
You want verse 2, sir?
Yeah, read on.
Do good to the godly man,
right?
And thou shalt find a recompense.
Right. Now, if you do good to the godly, you'll find a recompense. But if you do good to the sinner, you'll find a recompense also. The godly, you'll be repaid either by him, it's going to tell us by him, or the Most High is going to look down and say, okay, I'm going to bless you for the deeds you did towards that godly man. Go ahead.
And if not from him, yet from the Most High.
Go ahead.
There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil.
Right, so ask yourself, you know what I look at when I see people out on the street begging for money? I'm like, okay, well, the scripture said the righteous won't be doing that.
Oh, man.
So, what evil are they in where the Most High got them out on the road? And what is 25 cents going to change in their situation? Right? What is the Most High trying to show this person? That's how I look at it. Go ahead.
Nor to him that giveth no alms.
Go ahead. Right? Because what does alms do?
Protect against poverty and everything else.
It was supposed to protect a man from the day of his desolation and poverty. So obviously these people didn't give the right alms to where now, when it was time for them to not be in their situation, it says alms do deliver from death and save in the time of calamity. So it tells you that in Tobit 4. Go ahead.
Give to the godly man.
Right.
And help not a sinner.
Go ahead. Now, it's talking about helping a wicked person. So, let's deal with like a homeless guy. Cat walks up, I need $5. More than likely, I'm not going to give him $5. But I will say, hey, you hungry? You thirsty? Right? And because what you going to use the money for? Oh, I need something to eat. Okay, well, look, here goes some water, here goes some food. I just solved this problem, right? I didn't give him the money because what else could he be dealing with? Being homeless. Drug addiction, alcoholism, right? And you can smell it on them. They come up, man, let me get $1 for some food. Listen, I'll do you one better. Let's walk over to Walgreens. Do it all the time. People be out there, let me get $1. I'm like, I ain't got no cash, but I'll buy you something. Oh, I'm good. Well, you must have been really thirsty. Right. You ain't really feeling what you're supposed to be feeling. You see that? So I'm not going to give them money to help an addiction that they may or may not have. I don't know. I'm not judging them. But I'm not going to take that chance. So when it comes to like the homeless, I don't give them money. Food, water, we give them that. Like they come here, what do? They knock. You see them. We'll give them food, right? We'll give them water. Anything that we can give them. We got like little toothpastes and soaps that we've given out. But to give them money, nah, we're not going to do that because it can further any type of addiction. We know what's going on with that population. A lot of them are on drugs. A lot of them are on alcohol. When it's 9 o'clock and they begging you for money and they smell like gin, you already know what that's about to be. That's about to be the re-up. You're the re-up. So what he's saying is, don't keep the wicked with the re-up. Don't keep fueling the wickedness that's causing them to fall. You see that? I mean, even if you, I'll let you get to it. Even if you really think about it, when you give them anything, what was the bro that came in here? Remember we had the feast?
Yeah.
He tried to. He was basically like, yeah, I like being homeless.
Oh yeah,
Like
that
that.
dude. Yeah.
And then, what did he say about? Yeah, he said something about David. Like, David.
He's like, David was wicked.
David was wicked because he was wicked. What did he say about him? He was homeless too or something.
Yeah, told me about it. I left right before you came.
Like what? Like nah. The scriptures say David out of his own mouth said, "I never seen the righteous begging bread."
Right. He was like,
right.
David was,
So I said you shouldn't want to be in that estate. And then he said something. Forgot what he said, man.
He was talking wild.
And we gave it. He pops in from time to time. Sometimes on the Sabbath he'll pop by, and we'll give him food. But the way he was coming across was like, yeah, I can live like this because y'all just give me stuff. And we were like, bro, you shouldn't want to live like this.
You remind me of this brother. I pulled up at the store. He asked me to have 50 cents. I'm finna give it to him. I didn't pack. Oh, the Lord really bless you, brother. I said, now you just killed it.
Yeah.
Now you just killed it because the Lord have blessed me. You know how I know? I woke up. So I need you to tell me the Lord you can bless me for 50 cents, bro. So you just lost it. I turned around and walked away. I got in my car and left.
It's like it's like the ones that have the sign like hungry. No, the ones that like I ain't gonna lie, I just want to buy weed.
Yep. Right.
I mean, your honesty ain't gonna get me to give you the money.
You.
Yeah. That right there is gonna shut me down more from you because I'm not gonna propel your weed habit. That's what it's saying here. You don't want to keep propelling these habits.
Or like when you see the ones where they're like women and they're like, I got 5 kids, I ain't got no money, I can't feed them. Like, well, where are the kids if you're staying out here?
Come.
That too. You seen all the little CNN documentaries? The chick is hunched over with the walker and the cane, and hungry, need food. And then as soon as nobody's looking, she's standing upright, walking to the bends. She walks to the bends. Like that, but that's what it's talking about in that last verse about them overpowering you. You give what you got, but they're already more powerful than you anyway.
Right.
They're deceiving you and trying to take what you have. So you got to be careful. The godly, listen, if he needs it, if anybody in here asks for it, I know that y'all need it. You see what I'm saying? If the one came to me and like, hey, I need such and such, I know that he needs it. Right. I know that he needs it because he's not going to abuse that power. Of asking and using one another. We don't abuse that. Right. If anything, we don't ask enough. You know what I'm saying? We don't ask enough, man. But we're not going to abuse that power. The godly is not going to abuse that power. The wicked, they take advantage of that. They take advantage of the fact that, you know what? I'm going to go stand here and panhandle. I'll make more money doing that than going to get a regular job. Yep. Talking about disabled vet. Nigga, you ain't never been in the military. Disabled from what? So read on.
Do well unto him that is lowly.
Do what? The humility, humble. Go ahead.
But give not to the ungodly.
Give not to the ungodly. Why? They don't deserve that grace. It says, cast not your pearls to swine. They're gonna trample it. They don't see the value of what you're giving them anyway. It's like knowledge. You sit there and try to talk to a fool. A fool is going to do what? In one ear, out the other, and he's going to do him. He's not going to see the value in what you're doing and what you're giving. You see that? Go ahead.
Hold back thy bread.
Yeah, now, obviously this is talking about money. It said, hold back thy bread. Read.
And give it not unto him.
Go ahead.
Lest he overmaster thee thereby.
Right.
For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil.
Who's going to receive twice as much evil? The giver. The one that give. All of a sudden you gave your last. You expect to be paid back in a week because you got deadlines to meet. Yep. Hey, I'm going to pay you back in a week. You make a promise off of that, and guess what happens? They don't come through. Now you can't come through. Now you scrambling. Yep. And that puts you in a whirlwind of, now I got to scramble to get it back. I got to scramble because this person didn't uphold. Remember, a godly man is going to stick to his vows. This goes into vows. I'll pay you back in a week. when you vow to vow, defer not to pay. So all these things that the wicked, they don't keep vows. They don't keep their word. They don't uphold what they don't stick to what they're gonna say. Where were you gonna go?
Next chapter over. Chapter 13 and verse 4. It just goes in on how this type of person will use you. And that's another way that you get twice that evil back. Watch, go ahead and read that.
Oh, actually, let me finish verse 6 real quick.
I was just looking at that, man.
Finish verse 10.
Whoa.
For all the good thou shalt have done unto him.
Right.
For the Most High hateth sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly.
Yeah, so you got to ask yourself, what is the Most High repaying to this person? Why they're in this estate? I mean, I know for some it sounds kind of harsh, like, oh, think about the man that fed the homeless and they put his ass in jail down in Florida.
Wow.
He was an old man too. They put him in jail because he was out there feeding homeless people. Now we know Esau's wicked, and it's a rigged system. But the Most High got his reasons why people are in certain situations. He's trying to teach that lesson, right? Why I mean, listen. There was one time in my life I was homeless, but I know why. I was doing some real bad things, right? I wasn't in there. I was doing some real bad things. I was young. I could go back and look and say, well, you know what? Rejoice, young man, in thy youth, right? But know that the Most High is you're gonna have to pay for that in the time of judgment.
Absolutely.
You see that? So I can look back and say, well, damn, the Most High was checking my life.
Right.
So why? But now, like, do I even worry about poor and homeless and not having? No, I don't, because I'm not doing those things that catapult you into that life. What's that?
That's deep. Because I tell my real all the time, I say when the Most High go to kicking them bus kids, I'm not getting in the way. Because I don't want to get hit. Okay?
Amen, brother. Amen.
I don't.
Amen. Amen. When he's trying to show a person their lesson, you don't want to try to deflect them blows. You get punched right through. But he says that he'll reward you double the evil. For the good you did, he'll reward you double the evil. I mean, that's what the Bible said. That's Jesus loves. That's the God of the Bible. He said he hateth sinners. I mean, dang. You know, so, but it obviously is going into the wicked. People that are just constantly doing wicked. You know, you don't give a person, some of us got family members that constantly got to borrow money, but they're drug addicts. Like, why the hell would you let them borrow money from you? Knowing you about to get somebody high. Right? I wouldn't give them, I'm like, nah. Anybody outside these walls asks me for money, I'm like, what you need it for? About to put it on blast. You borrowed money from me the other day. Did I ask you what you needed it for? No. Because I trust that he's not out there doing some crazy things with the little bit of money I lent him.
Absolutely.
He paid me back when he said he was, actually before. Right? I didn't, like, hey, when you going to get this back? Listen. Okay, come to the house here. Look, boom. He told me what he needed it for. I was like, no explanation needed. But let my mama call me for some money. What you need that for? I asked her. She hit me up. Like, can you sell me $50? I'm like, for what? And she's like, oh, well. I'm like, okay. And I'll send it to her. And then she'll pay me back when she says. And if she don't, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But she does, you know. But she ain't out there just being completely wicked. She's off, but not. She ain't on drugs or nothing like that. Yeah. Where were you going?
Oh, I was just gonna go just because, like, you know these people. You know the ungodly. You've experienced them. You've experienced the I'm gonna give it back to you, and then delay, and then they'll use you for what you got. If you got a car, they want to use you for your ride all the time. If they know you make a little bit more money on the job than they do, they want to always try to borrow some money for you or get some kind of loan.
Oh, God.
They want to use you all the time. And this scripture right here, verse 13, chapter 13, verse 4, it goes in on that, and it shows you how you're gonna get that evil back to you, like how it says in towards the end of verse 5 in 12 and 5. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him. Read Ecclesiastes 13 and verse 4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 verse 4.
Go ahead.
If thou be for his profit,
Read.
he will use thee.
He'll do what?
Use thee.
This is the ungodly. If you're for their profit, they're going to use you. Read on.
But if thou have nothing, he will forsake thee.
You won't ever hear from him. You won't ever hear from him.
This is favorite scripture
Yeah,
right
it's
here.
ingrained in my heart now.
Hey, because this time, Drew, we lived it.
God.
We've lived it. Where we like. I don't say. Go ahead.
God. No, don't say it.
I'm not gonna say it, but God.
Read on.
If thou have anything,
Read.
He will live with thee.
He'll do what?
Live with thee.
Oh man, I just need a place to crash.
Come on, man.
Let me look. I just take the couch, man. I just take the couch for a night, and one night turned into 2 nights. 2 nights turned into a week. A week turns into a month. A month turned into a year. It was like, bro.
Next you know he's a staple. Next you know he done moved in his whole family into your house.
Your couch now has the imprint of him.
Oh, man.
Your new couch.
The dirt stain of his body.
Yeah, it's like that's him.
So when it says that he'll overmaster you, yeah, it's like they come crouching, right? They come crouching, humble. He's just waiting to overthrow you. The more you give, the more they're taking, right? So yeah, I need a week. Okay.
I mean, that's good for well.
Then all of a sudden, a week turns into a year. You're like, how the hell did we get here? But in between that, it was a bunch of, my bad. I just need some more time. You're a good guy. And you're sitting there like, calm, but the whole time you're getting hoodwinked. The whole time you're being bamboozled, man.
It goes in.
Go ahead.
Read on.
Yea.
This is his favorite. Go ahead.
He will make thee bare, and will not be sorry for it.
So, if ain't no food in the refrigerator now, and it's like, dang man, we kind of low. Hey, can you help put in so we can have some food? I mean,
But he mad at you because you didn't go grocery shop.
It's like, dang man, you can't even keep no food in the refrigerator, man.
Right.
That's like, bro, man. I was like, the water shut off. Dang man, you can't keep the water on.
You not in order,
Or you give him rides all the time. You give him rides all the time, and it's like, dang bro, you can't keep gas in your car.
They looking over at your gauge like, tax on you, bro.
It's like, but it's that way because of you.
They use up all the frankincense, burn the house.
God, it's that things are like this because of you.
Oh man,
you made this. You created this. I just been trying to be generous.
And then when you do go buy the food, it's like, well, I don't eat vegan. You buy food, it's like, no, I don't
like
eat
all the way on the nose is like how they planning to start an aquaponic growing system.
Oh, don't do that. I
can't even afford a place to live.
I had to block him last week.
God.
Bro, I had to block him last week. I had to block him last week. I want to unblock him. I made Brandon up on Instagram.
That's Brandon.
That's what I'm talking about. I had to block him last week.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. They both want to say, yeah, God. Both want the same thing.
Read on.
Yeah, I only, you bought meat. It's like, meat? I'm vegan. Okay.
It's like, well, I bought something cheap so that, we can make a lot and everybody can eat off of this little bit that I got.
Right.
Like, I tried to do like how Shai did with the bread and fish, multiply it.
Right.
We can laugh about it because we've been doing it.
Read on.
Verse 6. If he have need of thee, he will deceive thee.
Go ahead.
And smile upon thee.
Hey, it's all good, happy, friendly. Oh man, he give you these gestures.
Rents due is the first. Brother, I had a few things happen, and my family and this.
Oh, my car.
I'll get that to you on the 15th. Okay. 15 come around. You know, I just need like my check. It bounced from the job, and you know they owe me, and you know, okay. Okay, well then when you gonna get that? They should cut me a check in like 7 days, man. I'm just waiting. Okay, 7 days comes around. Next thing you know, it's 6 months later.
Right.
It's 6 months later, and you done. They just didn't live for free.
Right. These will also be the type of guys that talk behind your back, like, man, he's always asking me.
Yeah,
he's been hounding me about this little money I owe him.
It's only $300.
Yeah, this little old
times
$300.
Times 8. Like, man, his raggedy ass $300 times 8 times water times heat times food times gas. Not to mention, they're sitting up counseling with brothers and doing all that.
Yeah.
Listen, it's funny as hell.
That picture right there kind of reminded me the other day. Excuse me. But the other day, this guy should start finna run over me, bro. Run over me, bro. I'm honking the horn and he shoot me a finger. Dude, I'm trying to stop you from hitting me. So you won't be paying for the car and paying for my engine. You gonna shoot me a finger.
Ooh, she's like a sink full of dishes while they watching TV. Brothers is dealing with that now. Brother will go in. Brother hit me up like, man, I washed all the dishes in the house, and they came and ate and left all the dishes, and didn't see that the kitchen was clean.
Man.
I was like, what? So they didn't clean their dishes? They didn't clean up? He's like, nah. I was like, damn, that's the problem.
That's how it goes.
Israel, you give them an inch and they take months.
Yeah.
You give them a day, they'll take a month.
Yeah.
And then they won't contribute. It's like, why is the kitchen always dirty? See, I don't like living with him because he keeps his house dirty.
He's a slob.
Yeah, but you are part of the problem.
Yeah. You the main part.
You're the main part.
In Georgia, you have to
take them to court.
If they stay over 6 months, you
That's-
have to take them to court.
that's
to
everywhere.
Get them to leave. Is it?
That's everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
After 6 months, they're a tenant. You got to evict them. After 30 days, you got to evict the person technically.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to take them to court. But see, we don't deal like that though.
Nah.
We're not gonna take you to court.
What's going to happen when you take a broke person to court?
Well, really, no. It's to take them to court to get them out, to get them evicted, to get them out. So we ain't doing that. We ain't gonna listen. But that's why it says deal with the godly, because you won't have to worry about those problems. But the sinners, cats that want to mix doctrine and you know they want to be this and that and be an Israelite, they're not gonna understand. Wait a minute. Let me do things the right way. Let me do things decently in order. Let me be a brother. Let me be a sister. Let me help out and contribute. You see that? They gonna just, got me a spot, son.
Yeah.
They couch surfing on your couch.
Yeah, come through.
They invite other people to your house. Oh my God, we done been through it.
Yes, sir.
Like, how you gonna invite somebody to a place that you a guest at, and then ask the master of the house? You walk in your own house and it's like a whole bunch of just random spirits. You like, what the hell's going on here?
Right.
And then, I met him today at the park. I just invited him on over. Like, what the? What the hell are you talking about? You just met him today.
I don't know.
Listen, this is real stuff.
This is real.
It's real.
It's real. It is real.
Brother will come through the feast. You never met him before. He'll take the whole bottle of liquor and just pour it down his mouth. Talking about let's do what do they call it when you do that? We doing waterfalls. Huh?
Yeah.
In the time of Corona, we're doing waterfalls? Y'all don't remember that. That was last Passover. Brother took the bottle and just put it to his face. We were like, okay, there's coronavirus going around here.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You didn't even know him. But he was invited by the other person, and he just poured up like as if it was his house.
Yeah.
What do? You continue to be a brother. Hey, let's get you a cup. Hey, brother, let's get you a cup. Let's take this bottle and pass that to the side. So nobody else gets germs. Listen, that's how Israel be rolling though. Israel be rolling savage, man. Ain't no home training in Israel sometimes. Yeah. Come on, man, read.
And put thee in hope.
I'll pay you later. I'll get you that rent. Oh yeah, we got gas. I got you. Look. When my taxes hit.
So when the taxes hit, then the 3 months, the 8 months that he hadn't been able to pay. Oh, sure, I'm gonna get a nice lump sum.
Right.
Hope.
But the sad part is he owes the IRS.
Oh.
So he do them taxes. That's all. Damn, the IRS took that check. Child support took that check.
They-
Because if he ain't responsible with you, he wasn't responsible from the jump. So who else he owes? So that money is not a guarantee. He got you in hope. Like, oh man, I can't wait for it. You were hoping for his taxes to hit more than he does. You sitting there like, man, I can't wait for this dude's taxes to hit. You file your taxes? I got a tax man for you. Look, you over there giving them referrals. Right? Hey, I mean, it's true.
Make sure you get all your money, bro.
Yeah, listen, I got a tax dude. He gonna actually, listen, he gonna do this, and this. He gonna make that tax return fat.
He's gonna move out. You'll never see anything
That or
or
he-
his tax money.
Yeah, he get that tax money.
This happened, that happened. Oh my man,
All of
my
a sudden,
kids.
he got a new phone number.
Exactly.
I just got this new whip and the car payments is I don't think I'm gonna be able to get that
Oh
to
my
you right
God.
now.
Oh man.
Like, who
Or-
told you to get the car?
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
How
That's
do
your new home.
I was gonna say, how do you get a car when you're homeless?
That sis.
Happens.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How you owe how you owe rent, but you gonna get a brand new whip,
Yeah.
and then try to use the car as the excuse why you can't pay. So it's like, okay, well, you got a rolling hotel. Them seats recline back down.
Yep.
Well, there it is. There it is. That's Israel, though, right? I can't afford rent, but I got a brand new car, $500, $600 car note. That's Israel. But if you keep catering to that, what they gonna do? They gonna keep using you. They're gonna use the next person. So what do you got to do? Okay, well listen. The car got to be your house now. So you drive in the left seat, in the right seat you sleep in. The back seat, if you want to get comfortable, you open both them doors. Let your feet hang out. I'm being mean. Go ahead, Reed. Turn that heat on. Man, listen, you got heat and AC.
You living up.
Yeah, and it's all in the same bill.
It's all in the same.
It's all in the same bill.
Gas.
You got gas, heat, and electric all in the same payment.
Dang.
All in one tank. You got gas, heat, and electric. You can charge your phone, right? You read your Bible app. You got surround sound speakers. Okay, I'm being mean now. Go ahead. I'm being mean.
He will speak thee fair.
Go ahead.
And say,
Oh, man.
what wantest thou?
Read.
And he will shame thee by his meats.
He'll do what?
Shame thee by his meats.
I ain't got no money, but I just got some new AirPods. I ain't got no money, but I just got a brand new phone. I ain't got no money, but I eat at the specialty stores like Whole Foods.
Yeah, I'm buying meals prepared at Whole Foods.
God.
What do you call it?
How?
You ain't got no money though.
I know he's not doing it just to whomever. He's doing it to other people too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That's a
person.
mentality.
Yeah, it's the mentality of this person that the scriptures is warning you about, saying not to lend to.
Yeah. Listen, she said the trunk be the back seat is the bed, the trunk is the dresser, the cooler, and the fridge.
Yeah. Facts.
Pete C. Barnum, he wrote a book, and it's The Art of Money Getting. And one thing he tells you is you don't just lend to anybody.
Yeah.
You know, if a person's saying they want to invest in something and they got to borrow from you, what you're doing is you're teaching them a lesson that when they fall on hard times, they don't got to hustle to get it. All they got to do is ask somebody.
Right.
And so what that does to them, it actually destroys them.
Enablers.
Yeah, because you're basically telling them this is how life goes. If things get rough, just somebody will give you a handout.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that person learns to just be a borrower all their life.
Right.
Yep.
So really, it's your fault.
You become their crutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever they do to other people, or whatever whatever kind of hustle lifestyle they get into, where they're just borrowing from this person, telling them they'll pay them back and all that. That's actually your fault.
Right.
Because you enabled that. You started that.
Oh yeah.
You know
Nope.
what I mean?
Nope. Not today. It's 2021. New year, new me.
Old debts are gone, man.
No, it's absolutely right though. You know, you got to look at it in the perspective of what the scriptures are showing you. You know, listen, a lot of these people that we are going to encounter, they're already built like this.
Yeah.
But our job is to show them, wait a minute, hold on. You're supposed to be adding to Israel, not constantly. It's one thing, you know, we always say, you come in these doors, the scriptures say our supply is for your want.
Yes.
But then the scripture goes down and says that your supply will be for somebody else's want. But if you're always taking the supply and not replenishing, then how are you fulfilling scriptures? You're not. You're just doing one side. There's no balance. So yes, it is enabling. It is giving them a crutch. And the strong shall bear the infirmities of the weak. Right? But when do the weak become strong? Do you just stay weak the whole entire time and just let somebody wait on you? No, you're supposed to man up, right? It tells you to bear your burden.
That's right.
But then it says bear ye one another's burden. So really, I'm handing you my burden, I'm taking yours.
Right.
We're never going to be burdenless, but you have some that don't want the burden, don't want the responsibility. Oh, I can live on his couch for 6 months? Well, guess what? Because who don't want a car note? Who don't want to pay rent? Golly, take that rent from me.
Take it all.
Woo! Who don't want to have to pay? Like I remember when I didn't have when I lost both the vehicles, and I was a year with no car. I was like, whew, I can tell you how.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, no oil changes, no gas. But I was like, I ain't gotta pay no gas, car insurance, oil changes, maintenance. I was like, whew. But then the brothers that were picking me up, me and my whole family, I couldn't leave them. Like the tank don't run on Shalom. Because I salute you, all of a sudden the tank is going to be filled up. It don't make no sense. Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah, you went from E to full, just like that. Shalom, huh? Yahweh Shem Barakatah. Here goes 10 in the cup holder. Here goes 10 in the cup holder. That would just be it wouldn't even be how much you need. Look, here, I'm going to the same place. Here go 10.
That's a good one.
Sisters, give my rib a ride. Make sure you give them gas. Why? Because you get into that realm of now you're just taking, and you weaken the strength. Right. Many have refused to lend because of others' ill dealings. Right. What is that? Ecclesiastes 21. Right? Others' ill dealings. People, not 21. 29. So if we do things on the up and up and do things the right way, it'll promote that wanting to give and wanting to lend. But remember, the ones that lend, you're not always going to be paid back in the way you thought.
No.
Right. It's not always like that. You know, even when you give, you shouldn't always. It's one thing to borrow something to somebody, lend something, and they say I'm gonna pay you back. Okay, fine, pay me back. But sometimes you may just give things and not be in the mind that, oh, well, I gave you a shirt. Well, I gave you this highlighter, so what's my payment? Right. No, you shouldn't be in that mind. But the Most High will repay you. Right. Give a prophet a cup of water. You get what? A prophet's reward. A cup of water. You'll get the prophet's reward, man. So that can come in the range of many different things. I've gotten many different blessings that I can't even remember why I even got this. I'm like okay, Barakatah Yahweh. Hey, I must have did something good towards someone. Right? I don't even keep a tally.
I feel that.
And this is why I tell my people,
Most High taking care of it.
you know, so hey, quit getting these all your money when you lock the keys up in your car.
Right, even little things like that. Like he does, like where he'll unlock your vehicle if you lock the keys in the car. You don't take no money for that.
Nope.
But things come in the form of repayment, right?
They do.
They do. The Most High will bless you in other ways.
They do.
He'll bless things around you. You might lend out or give some money and never get that back. And guess what? Your rib come home with a bonus.
Right.
The same amount of money you lent out, you like, dang, or even triple. You like, whoa, okay. Most High took care of me because of what I'm doing. So, just going back to the point, be careful who you give your time, your money to, your spirit to. Right? We've given our time and money, our spirit, to the wrong things for so long. What's the repayment? Well, a lot of the repayment that we've gotten is scars and pain, resentment. What's the word I'm looking for? Regret. A lot of it is like, man, why'd I help that person? Think about it. You go help the cat, you know. You go pick up your one homeboy, you know he's a whoremonger. You pick him up, drop him off at some woman's house, right? And then guess what? You hop in the car, whoop, 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 whoop. Cops pull you over, hit you with the broken tail light, no license, no insurance. Right. You should have kept your ass home. You shouldn't be driving no whoremonger, dropping him off. For what? Let the whoremonger get around. Right. Let him whoremonger his way around. Why are you dropping him off to commit more whoredom? Why are you dropping the weed man off to go do more filth? Why are you hanging out with cats you know that are drug dealers? You got not now. You've had brothers that really was on this. Like, oh, I'm gonna go hang out, like, you know, my homeboys in the world. My homeboy, where you at? Oh, you know, kicking it with my partners. But your partners are drug dealers. Wow. Your partners is the ones sending damn boxes of weed to your house and getting you evicted. Right. But that's your partners. That's how they repay you. Yeah. Give not to the godly, or the ungodly. Excuse me. Give not to the sinner, the wicked, because their form of repayment will get you in all types of calamities, man. So this is what we got to be careful of. What else? Did you finish? Oh, finish. Let him finish.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13, verse 7. And he will shame thee by his meats, until he have drawn thee dry twice or thrice.
He'll shame thee by his meat, your meat, the things that he does. He'll be the type of cat that'll leave toothpaste all in the sink after he brushes teeth. Right? He'd be the cat that go and eat up all the food and then blame you for not having food. Talk bad about you. You know, all he got in the house is salad. Well, shit. Better get on the salad train. We all fasting. Nigga, you in this house, you gonna eat what's up in here. If you ain't bringing it in, you can't complain. What they say? Beggars can't be choosers. Right? So if we eating salad, we all eating salad. Unless you got some outside thing you bringing in. But don't they do that?
I had the one where you would go to somebody else's house to eat.
Oh, damn.
And then sit there and talk about how I didn't have his certain type of food in the fridge. Like,
right.
They all eating healthy over there.
Right.
Because I was doing the health thing.
Yeah.
And he wanted to trash. So you go to somebody else's house, have them cook for him and all this stuff, and then come back and talk about how good their food is. And I'm like,
yeah.
You ain't putting in on nothing. I'll let you stay here for free.
Yeah.
Go eat. You know what I mean? Like, go out there and eat.
The least you can do is feed yourself.
Right.
You ain't paying no bills. I mean, damn.
Complain about what I don't got when you ain't even got a home. You know what I mean? Like,
you got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of? He said leaving dirt on the shower. Yeah, they want to take tub baths. They want to take tub baths and don't clean the damn tub out. You know what I'm saying? Use up all the toilet paper. Like, damn, where's the toilet paper going? Who's eating the toilet paper? It's little things like that, come on. If you a guest in somebody's house and you like, man, I know I gotta use the toilet. Let me go buy a thing of toilet paper. Right? Let me clean up after myself.
I like when they try to get ribs while they're homeless.
Oh, damn.
Bro, you got a rib. You got a home.
Oh, yeah. Me and my rib went on a date. Yeah. Like, you going on dates. Bro, all that.
We gonna sit up in Netflix and chill.
It says by his meat. They leaving their dirty drawers in the bathroom that everybody gotta leave. It's like you gotta, like, bro, get your drawers and dirty socks out the bathroom. What the hell's going on here?
Kids living in school, kicking holes in the walls.
Kicking holes? Yeah, bro. Like, we've been through it. That's why it's so funny. It's like, damn. The things we've been through is funny. It sucks. It ain't gonna stop because Israel's gonna be Israel, and you know we gotta be here to try to break them out of those habits. You gotta try to break them out of those habits, out of that mindset.
Yeah, outside and the law said it. The poor you always gonna have with you.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a fact of life.
But even then, the poor is different than a prideful ass nigga.
Yeah.
He says, I hate a poor man that's proud. So it's one thing to be poor and be like, hey, I need help. What can I do to make up for, think about it. You watch like the movies and the cat goes and he's like moving around like David Banner, right? Mr. Incredible Hulk. When you watch, he traveling thumbs out. Right. But what would he do? He's like, listen, I'll do whatever I can to repay you. Right. He'll end up working every job imaginable to man to repay that family that so if they're farmers, he's a farmer. Right? If they're bookkeepers, he's a bookkeeper. He's the bookkeeping Hulk. Right? If they're race car drivers, he's fixing tires. He'll do whatever he can to make up for the fact that you have to give me a ride. You have to let me wash my ass. You cook me a hot meal. He's making up. All you gotta do is watch it. He does like every job imaginable under the sun, except for gamma radiation.
Right.
He never does his
Right.
doctor.
He's a damn scientist.
He's a doctor, scientist, right? Humbling himself, doing all types of filthy jobs just to make up for the little bit a person gives him.
Right.
But that's why the Most High said, I hate a poor man that's proud. Because you got Negroes that'll come and be like, yeah, I'm not going to wash a dish. That's your house. I'm not going to clean up and fluff the couch that I done sunk a whole body imprint into. I ain't going to vacuum. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to Netflix and chill. I'm going to have my boo sitting next to me. Right? Boot up on your couch. You got to go to work. You just sitting there, feet up on your table. Oh, we going to work today? Hey, you going to work today? Yeah. Are you? What you got going on? My rib about to slide through. She cooked some breakfast.
I'm in between right
Your
now.
rib cooked breakfast? She prepped some meals for me. She didn't cook for the whole house.
Real life.
Bruh, the whole time his feet is up on your table. He's telling you his plans to do nothing for the day. While you sitting there putting on your shirt, tucking it in to go to damn work. He holding you up, telling you about his day, and you late. You late for your work. That's how they do. It's funny. This thing is funny, but it's real.
It's real.
I've seen it.
That's so crazy.
Right? He said by his meat. Don't do no dishes. Don't wash no tub. Don't clean up after themselves. Drink up all the milk down to like a little splash. Right?
And look at you when you ask, like,
who drank the milk? Like,
I only had one cup.
I only had a cup, yeah. You go around the whole house like, hey, you drank milk? Nah, nobody drank milk. Right? You go to the store, you get a meal, it's in a little plastic thing, and you put it to the back of the fridge, you come back,
gone.
That thing is gone.
Wow. They left one little thing in there.
That thing's been touched on. Right? Plastic fork and all, gone. Everything.
Wow.
Drink that was wrapped up in there, your little Pepsi. See, I got the halal spot in my mind. Think of your little Pepsi. That Pepsi is drink, man. You like, you put your name on it. You go in the bathroom, all the shampoo's used up. You're like, damn, dude, you couldn't put the soap back. They by their meat, the things that they do, because it hasn't been trained in them about being courteous. Being courteous to one another, because that's what it is, a courtesy. Right? You did something for me, I'm going to do something back towards you.
Yeah, don't let the laughter and stuff for you. It's like, like you said, we've been through it before we do this. You know what I mean? This is something we'll open our doors to anybody. Like, me personally, you know what I mean? I'll open my doors to anybody, but the thing is we've been through each one of these situations.
I got to stop it.
You know what I mean? It ain't stop us from being willing and able to help the next man. But it is shameful that you got Israelites that'll do that. You know what I mean? That'll come and just run over your hospitality, run over your generosity.
Yeah.
And not pass that down to nobody.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's one thing, you know, I'm proud of certain brothers, and I don't want to name names because I don't want to expose their situations from the past or whatever, but I'm proud of certain brothers because the love and stuff that I got to show them, they now able to show other people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're passing that down now. But the ones that I'm ashamed of, the ones I'm ashamed of my own life of, is the ones I let in my house, and then they went on and just became more bummish. You know what I mean? They just hopped over to somebody else's house. You know what I mean? Like, I helped my brother, and now he living with his mama. You know what I mean? And working for his sister and being a bum with them. Like, just draining them.
Putting all their stuff on Instagram like it's his?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Like, look at all these whores, yo. And you look, it's like, what, do you have one? You didn't learn?
Yeah, like.
You didn't learn anything? Like,
they've been doing handouts from everybody now. No?
Yeah.
Like, when I read that book, I was like, damn, I did that to that man. You know what I mean? It made me feel bad, but that's what the scripture's showing you, is to avoid that. To avoid that feeling, like you turn that guy into a professional bum, then don't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a professional panhandler. Panhandlers for hire. Hey, listen, Con. Go ahead, read on. Let's finish it up. Let's get up out of here.
And at the last, he will laugh thee to scorn.
Yeah, he gonna laugh at you like, oh, you ain't got such and such. You ain't got this because he done came up off of you like, look at my new apartment, look at my new cars, yo.
Right.
Y'all ain't got this. Y'all ain't got this. Ha ha ha. And it's like, wait a minute. Hold up. The reason why you got this is because of me.
Right.
You took the whole hustle. You took our whole hustle. Stop. He took the whole hustle and tried to flip it for your benefit.
That's right there. See, that back in my old days, you didn't need another grill.
Go ahead, read on. Read on.
Afterward, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee.
Yeah, he ain't gonna try to. Hey, man, I know you helped me out. I know you took care of me all the months. Man, bro, I got a little lump sum here. Let me lace you. Hell nah. Nope. He gonna forsake you like as if you weren't the rock of his salvation for a second.
As if you did. It says I'll finish, and he'll shake his head at me.
Oof.
Like you did him wrong.
You still doing that?
He did you the favor.
Yeah, like he did you a favor. Bruh, I was your lifeline for a second. Go ahead. Was that it?
That was it.
Yeah. So.
Man.
Right? Oh, fun little ending, right? All right, man.
That was heavy.
Listen, it's 5.
You asked the right question because we got so much experience.
Yeah, we got a lot of. Listen, she experienced it. She should even know. She was there for some of that. So, right? So anyhow, listen, it's 5. Let's end it there. Y'all know how it is, man. If y'all got questions, we ain't running from the questions. I don't think there's any more questions on here. Yeah, let's end it there. Imadium, Wapanya. Yerushalayim, let's rise and face the east. The kids got so tired they shut up. You done wore them out.
I know
That's how you wear out spirits, bro. You gotta outlast them.
You ain't gonna never have no lung problem.
Oh, bro, listen, he be in the house yelling like he's on the podium. Good. Hey, make sure they be careful with that. Be careful with the camera. Yeah, man. Good little ending. That was funny. You're a mean guy. You shouldn't have brought that scripture out. That was mean. You're a meanie.
No,
You're a monster.
It was just answering the sister's question.
God. Yeah. Brother, where's your love and compassion? You're a monster. Go ahead.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual powers. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen.
Real quick, the sister asks a question. Can you explain how that works about the stranger being in the kingdom, as well as there is a description of the 12 gates? I got 2 more classes. I'm gonna go into that. The 2 classes I did on Monday is a lead up to your question. Everybody wants to know, how are the strangers gonna be in the kingdom? What they gonna be doing? I got the class. It's gonna get dropped. All right. So probably Monday and Tuesday. We'll see. But the question will be answered. All right. So just so you don't think we're avoiding the question. Y'all been stepping on my class all class.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latalanoah.
Latalanoah.
Hathorah.
Hathorah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latalanoah.
Latalanoah.
Awar.
Awar.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latalanoah.
Latalanoah.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
Lakora'ah.
Lakora'ah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latalanoah.
Latalanoah.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayah.
Zayah.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasha'allah.
Yasha'allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to be anointed, we will do that after the service. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
Forever.
Forever.
But thou, O Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies shall perish.
For lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shall thou exalt.
Shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also. Shall see.
Shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawad.
Hamalawad.
Lawad.
Lawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Al.
Al.
Harash.
Harash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hasakwan.
Hasakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Panya.
Panya.
Madawakiwa.
Madawakiwa.
Ketal.
Ketal.
Charawan.
Charawan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Desire 1.
Desire 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayayam.
Hayayam.
Ay. What? Ha'ayalam.
Ha'ayalam.
Aman.
Aman.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water. Lam Yah. Amen.
Amen. Remember real quick, everybody, let's circle up. Remember we got Purim coming up. It's next month. We got to get you the exact date unless y'all, you know what, Sherelle, what is the date? Okay, so Purim is the 24th and the 25th. Do we have details worked out or not yet? Okay, so Purim, the 24th to 25th. So if they land on class days, we don't have class on the feast days, we'll be getting together. So just putting that out there for, we like to say these things in advance. It's only a month from now, 24th, 25th. Yeah, it's only a month. All right, so that's what we do, the gift giving amongst ourselves. We let the kids get involved. And we do it like that. So just reminding everybody, we'll keep announcing it as we go. Remember Passover, that's coming up in April. Set aside money for the garment. Set aside money for the travel if you're traveling. It is going to be in San Antonio. It is going to be on April the 4th. It's going to be at the same location that we were going to do it in last year. Forgive me, I'll get you the address and all that stuff, but it's going to be in the same. So if you remember, if you still have that information, that's where it's going to be. It was like Indian Hills. I don't remember off the top of my head. But you got the date, you got the date, San Antonio. Save your money for the travel and for the garment. All right, they're still designing. It's gonna be a fun theme, but it's gonna be a nice theme garment, nice colors too. They're still designing the garment. Once they get the pricing, they'll let everybody know. So the sisters can get busy garments every day. Yay! Right? Go ahead and call it. Okay, you can't go so fast that you
lose all the brothers.
Yeah, it's okay. Elijah, now you call it. Go ahead, call it.
So they know the God of Zion, men of Israel, Elijah, Barak.
Let's salute everybody online.
Salam.
See y'all back here Monday. Yeah, they're trying to just steal all the. Come here, Shelly. Come here, Shelly. Come here, Shelly. Come here, Shelly. Come here.
I'll talk to him about it. He goes,